Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Smite Prime, Week 3 of the June Circuit. It's live. It's coming at you right now, and we're here to talk about it. Morty on the mic today, and we've got the whole Prime crew behind the scenes. Testai, Jithens, Rosie, and next to me, here in the booth, none other than Musey would be here today. How we feeling, Muse?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's a brand new day in Smite 2 in Smite Prime. It's Week 3. We had a huge patch come through. It's just a lot to really be excited about, so I'm pumped.
So why are we here? What are we doing this all for? Prizing, of course. There's a bit of money on the line, and to show you the exact number, $5,000 that can be won at the end of Week 4 in the closed bracket. And this will be the final week that we have where these teams can qualify to get into that closed bracket to potentially win that big old $5,000 cash prize. And also we have a couple things to talk about as far as tomorrow, too. The Summer Bash. It's continuing with an EU Conquest tournament, and that'll be fun to watch as well with couple more players from our friends across the pond. You know what I mean, Muse?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw EU Joust last week. We'll get a chance to see some EU Conquest tomorrow. I always love watching the EU gamers go at it, especially when there are some household names like, you know, Benko, you have Adapting, Dodoin, like Sep7, super cool players to watch. I want to see them in their natural habitat.
Genetics. Okay, I won't go too far. I miss you, Genetics. I miss you every day. Let's go on and talk about last week. Let's talk about last before I start crying on stream here. Talk about Week 2 and what we saw last week from Malum and Goremizer over here with Prime and the crazy events with Hostile Takeover, who's coming back in a big way. That team has been changed up a little bit since they lost Hydrogen over to Hydrogen Bomb, of course, and Paul retiring as well. So the team's had a bit of change-up, formerly known as Overtime, formerly known as Clocked In, but Hostile Takeover are looking to reclaim their throne, and that's exactly what they did last week.
And up against them in the finals was a team that came out of nowhere. It was Butt Lovers, who really had their time in the sun and have now earned themselves a third place seeding going into this next week. So another team to really keep an eye out on.
We'll replay some of the hot moments from Hostile Takeover and Mushroom Kingdom a bit earlier in the bracket. And this Mushroom Kingdom team, which has also shown up in a big way in recent time. What? Muse, is that Rat Milk over there? Rat Milk's playing for Hostile Takeover? Nobody told me this.
Oh, dude. This Hostile Takeover roster is kind of insane. Not as crazy as Mushroom Kingdom in this moment, though, that had kind of taken Hostile Takeover to task there. My lord. Yeah. The games last week were just actually insane. Chingelblorgen is another really solid team that I have my eyes on. They're sitting at 6th seed right now, but they took it to single bind. There was another team, Chupappies. I hope we get some clips of them. Watching James solo out Karmic in the solo lane. Shoutouts Big Dog. That's insane. They're actually sitting over on the 9th seed, and I don't know if I saw their check-in today, unfortunately. But there are a lot of new names, Mort. There's so much to be excited about for these teams.
MTR, a.k.a. the super sub. If you're a draft league ball knower, then you already know. River, who's also a really strong player. We talk about Alec a lot as well. Alec's a name that we've seen a lot around. And James, too. You've done a lot of glazing with James. Chupappies is definitely one of these slept-on teams, right? Not a lot of known names, for the Prime scene specifically, but definitely some big dogs over there that could be making their way into the closed bracket unexpectedly. But looking at the end of the bracket here, Butt Lovers and Hostile Takeover. And, I mean, this looked like a pretty close matchup from what it looks like. Not super close, but, it definitely Butt Lovers gave him a bit of a run.
Well, I'll tell you what. In Game 1, Butt Lovers was struggling a little bit against Hostile Takeover. Like, they had their moments, but Hostile Takeover had kind of the game of the bag. Game 2, Butt Lovers was in the driver's seat for, like, the whole game except for at the very end when Hostile Takeover, like, turned a fight around and then just annihilated the team and ran it down, a la Smite 2 late game, right? Like, it was so tragic if you're a Butt Lovers fan out there. But this was a team that was, like, trying to figure out if they were going to give it that last go, give it that last hurrah, and make it all the way to finals. Like, please, Butt Lovers, don't ever stop playing and grinding. I need to see these guys on the top again and again and again because they have so much potential.
Yeah, that honestly, I do see a lot of potential on that team. One of my favorite players over there, Inferno. Not a lot of people know about Inferno, specifically from the Prime scene. You know, we talk about carries, we talk about Hydrogen, we talk about Kaveka, now Tegvir moving over, but I think Inferno is going to be a big name to watch going forward. But a recent update to Smite 2, OB37, which did drop Bastet, dropped a couple other things, but we want to talk about some of the important notes that are going to be on today's games, the games that you'll see today, and you just take it away.
So there were a lot of things that changed, from map balance to god balance and item changes, but some of the big things to really take away from the map changes, the thing that I think is probably one of the more important things to focus on, is the fact that the lane minions start to take less damage from towers and phoenixes, 2.5% less damage taken from towers and phoenixes, and an additional 1.5% damage dealt to towers and phoenixes. They get a stack of this every minute past minute 25. So games can't really stale out. Manipulating the minion waves past 25 minutes becomes even more important than it was before, especially when you take a look at that Ancient Fury change as well. Because now, if you remember Smite 1, there was the... was it Smite 1 or was it late Smite 2? Oh my god, it's all congealing together now. It's just Smite in my head. Regardless, there would be like this meteor that came down. It dealt some damage to the tower. Oh, that was Pyromancer in Smite 1. That was old Pyro. It's kind of like that, right? Ancient Gold Fury debuffs the towers, but also is going to take away 35% health away from the furthest tower's HP in each lane over 10 seconds. So it takes a second to like get through. It's not instant gratification, but if you wait for the second marshmallow, it pans out. Those are the two really big changes in my mind. Ritual Sight, obviously you can like argue a bit more over it, but you can still just get a lot of shards on the map.
And items too received a lot of big changing. There are some items recently that just gave plating, just gave dampening, but really what it is now these two stats are more spread out across different items within the item shop, right? So a couple more items, Pharaoh's Curse, Shield of the Phoenix, all give plating. And Alchemist Cloak, Stone of Binding, Shogun's of Fuda, a lot of these items give dampening too. And instead of just dampening, now it's dampening in prots or plating in prots. And I think that definitely, it widens out your potential to really try different tank builds. You know what I mean?
Yes, there are most of the items here I'm still kind of like, on whether or not I actually want to build it, but there are a few that I actually think are very slept on. We were already seeing play from Doublet of Binding, but I really feel like we're going to start seeing even more of that. Shield of the Phoenix saw just a strict buff, not even like numbers adjustments. We just added more numbers to the item. So solo laners that are able to spam abilities are going to get a little bit more out of that. One of the big things here to take a look at is going to be the fact that Axe, Lucerne Hammer, and Skegox all saw reduced damage numbers. 5 strength for an Axe. That is tough. Junglers especially are really feeling the pain here. First, it was Bumba's Golden Dagger. Now it's the Axe. And I'm really curious as to what we start looking for, especially because you can't go the dual mana stacking build anymore. It's just not as strong. So kind of opens up the jungle possibilities.
Couple more changes to look at with gods specifically, a couple buffs, a couple nerfs across the board. And one really big one I want to talk about is the rat aspect nerf and how much healing you get from this god, right? I mean, I know there was a little bit of play with Rat Spect back when he first dropped. You know, you get a lot of healing just off of one kit rotation. So you build cooldowns, you get a bunch of health, and you just kind of get all your health back over and over and over. And with these recent buffs to the Rat Spect, we might see a little bit of that over there in solo.
Yeah, he's getting up to when his Ashwool Eggcorn is maxed out, up to 10 protections per stack when he is able to get all of the spins going there. So he's able to kind of stay in the fight a little bit longer. They took a little bit of the healing away, but he can stack more. So instead of like max 2 stacks, now it's now max 4 stacks. So he has a little bit more potential to kind of ramp up more total protections and about the same amount of health. One of the big ones that I'm looking at right now, though, is that Thor aspect nerf. I still feel like he has a lot of potential in solo lane. They took a little bit of his damage off. They took a little bit of his tankiness off. I feel like that was mostly to target out the fact that some people were doing Thor aspect in the jungle still because you're trying to go like a tank jungler. But the things that make Thor Thor are in his kit. right? Like in what he does, maybe a little bit less than what the numbers do, right? You have a ranged wall that instantly applies a stun and cuts people off. That's broken. That's always good. I can't think of a time that won't be good. His ultimate is a great initiator, but even better of a follow-up. So I really like that. Pele saw another nerf. So now she gains even less fuel from god damage and even less fuel from minion damage. So instead of getting like, it was 8 fuel that she was getting per god hit, now it's going to be 6 for the minions. It went from like 1 to 0.5. So a lot of these solo laners are kind of getting looked at here.
So a lot of what we talked about today is just changes in the past and stuff coming up, but what we got to talk about right now, picks and bans, our first game of today, week 3 of the June circuit. Mushroom Kingdom up against Blorgen Jorgen, and it's going to be a fun match to watch here. I think we talked a lot about this Mushroom Kingdom team and how they've got some sleepers over there, but Jorgen over here, I mean, they've got some good players as well.
Yes, I do like both of these rosters. I'm especially, you're not supposed to be biased, casters, right? I'm not biased. I'm just saying Mario Bro is a king, right? Is he recovering from the haircut that he got from his birthday? To be determined, right? It is kind of the big takeaway that I'm taking going into this game, right? If Mario Bro has his hair under control, he should be playing good and feeling good. But if it's still chopped, then, you should have seen the touch up and the stylist, though. I digress. Some of the bans we got coming through here more make a lot of sense. Even though Thor got nerfed, he's still very, very ban-worthy.
Muzi, what is that movie? Was it Hercules where, like, if you cut his hair, he loses his strength?
Samson?
Oh, Samson.
Yeah.
Samson.
Samson,
So Mario Bro is kind of like the Samson of carries, right? Maybe. We have no... We have yet to determine that, right? There's a chance that he might just fall flat on his face after the haircut, because we know Mario Bro before the cut and one of the best carries, you know what I mean? Very passionate carry. I mean, very talented as well, but without the hair to give him his strength, I mean, that could definitely put a hamper on things for Mushroom Kingdom.
So far on the board, Chingle Blorgen, take a look at Susano, Houyi, Aphrodite. Makes a lot of sense. Afro, even with that Heartward Charm, still very, very good. And the breastplate not seeing yourself healing to kind of trigger the effect to be like the change. She still has a really good ultimate. She's still able to get all birds resets off, so it makes sense that we don't see her on the board. But this is going to leave some other things open. I'm still thinking about things like the Jingwei that's still really good. In ADC, Kerberos is still strong. In support, Mordred.
Oh.
I have a lot to say about this Mordred
You've been talking
pick.
about this one. Yeah.
I love this Mordred pick right now. Crazy damage in lane. Crazy sustain. Shield of the Phoenix got changed. But also, I've been noticing people go like Bluestone, Barb Carver, and just run it down. Sanguine Lash is making a sneaky comeback too. So all the items that were really good for Mordred a few patches ago are having their time to kind of come back into the limelight because they just haven't been looked at in so long.
Yeah, because Mordred's one of those gods. There's a couple gods out there, especially, as a solo laner, this, how their place in the meta is defined by how good their items are, right? And Shield of the Phoenix, obviously a very big point for Mordred, which recently got those buffs. Mordred's about to be strong as ever, but Serb to counter through, very good setup god, does provide a lot of crowd control and can really make an impact on team fights. And who better to follow through with some damage from Jingwei?
I mean, she's got 3 stims in her kit on each ability, right? Well, not 3 per ability, but a stim on each of her abilities that just make her good all the time. She's very, very safe, but also crit is still pretty strong right now, and because games are lasting so long, Jingwei reliably gets all of the items in her build online. This means that she will inevitably scale and inevitably two-shot a squishy.
And speaking of two-shot and squishies, Daji just got picked up. That guy does some damage. That guy does a lot of damage. And you've got so much crowd control, you can literally jump on the Palau and say, I don't care about anything happening below me. Like, that god can do so much without, like, very like high reward, low risk. You know what I mean? You've got mobility. You've got to be able to dash the Palau. That god's just crazy. So I expect Blorgen to do some big things with the Mordred setup, the Daji follow-up. Summon Sticks does provide a good amount of crowd control, too. We don't even know if that's going mid. It could be going support. I mean, who knows where this Charon's going, but Achilles and Eset to follow through for Mushroom Kingdom.
with the Discordia locked in, it's probably going to be that Charon support that we're looking at. The question is, who are they going to go with for their ADC? Medusa is, oh, there she is. Another really good pick that I've been enjoying recently, that I like having in the back pocket, just because she's got a damage ultimate with CC immunity. She's got the lacerate with the Lernium Bow combo and Viper shots make her very, very hard to take the 1v1 with. Jingwei especially is going to have a little bit of an issue against her until she can kind of get her items online. Now, for Mushroom Kingdom over here, that Aladdin last pick, because of the changes to Transcendence and Book of Thoth, I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a different Aladdin build. For a while, the dual scaling build of Transcendence Book of Thoth was the way to go, but I was playing around with this mono int. The Magic the Gathering in my brain is starting to activate. With just int Aladdin, where you go like Book of Thoth, you have a Polynomicon, you know, Rada Tahuti, you're still building a lot of mana in your items because the Book of Thoth helps, you know, explode that into more intelligence, so you're playing very, very like poke and then some auto cancels with your Polynomicon. So I'm kind of curious to see how Shadow pilots this pick post-nerf to Transcendence and Book of Thoth. The big thing that happened with that, if we touched on it or not, I blacked out through the whole process, is that basically the items don't give you a huge chunk of mana in each item. They share a pool now. They give you a stack that can only go up to 50 stacks, that they share that resource together. Kind of like when you try to build Gemma Focus and Tekko Kagi together, you're like, why am I not going super double fast? Well, you know, it only gives you one stack of the thing, right? Shattering does not stack between Offchart and Titan's Bane. It's the same thing.
Game's ready. Let's go on in. Mushroom Kingdom up against the Blorgen, Schmorgen, Jorgen. We're here today to watch over this incredible team. First game of the day. Morty and... whoa! Get us out of here. Morty and Musi in the booth here. And it's going to be a wild ride, I can already tell you.
Wow. Yeah, wild ride indeed. I'm seeing a couple of those already. So just by getting our eyes on everything, I'm still really curious about this Aladdin pick for Shadow. He has a lot of really solid early clear, especially when you go that conduit jump. But seeing the axe tells me that we might not be going for the Soul Int build. It's still Transcendence Book of Thoth. So even though the item saw nerfs, still a lot of strength and int to put into your back pocket. Notably, characters like Tsukiyomi, I feel like really fell out of favor and just did not see as much going on for them. But for characters like Aladdin, I guess your numbers were so high and, dare I say, overtuned that you don't really care too much about it. You're like, oh no, they took a little bit of damage off of me. Anyways, die, right? I'm just not quite interested in it. The other broken pick that I see for us here, that Mordred. And it's Bluestone, but then a round shield. So I almost wonder if we're going straight into Shield of the Phoenix. And you also see Achilles has the health medallion. Daybreak Gavel has been very popular recently because everybody kind of realized, oh, this gives you like 200 health and 60 strength or 80 int. Is that not just really good? And it's something that I realized when Afwash was introduced, is that like every character in Smite 2 has a heal in some way or another, is what it feels like. Yeah. So you're always getting value from this item. I'm going to heal myself, and then I'm going to do extra damage on my next ability. Your turn, right? It is just overwhelming how much damage this goes. So I'm really interested in this solo lane to see who kind of comes out on top here.
I think it's going to be a fun matchup to watch because I feel like Achilles goes really well into a lot of physical gods, and Mordred obviously dealing physical damage. So you would think that Crow has a pretty fair shot at as far as trades go over there. But, I mean, like you said, these buffs with all of Mordred's items, granted, we haven't seen any itemization yet. We're early, but a lacerated in. Value's looking for first blood. Tempo's down to less than 100, but it's not going to work out. Tempo's A-okay, but a bit of a scary moment there. You never know when the snake is going to strike.
Between the Medusa and the Charon, there's just so much ranged damage, but also the ability to close the gap, right? Mini Delvin and Vayu have dashes that have roots attached to them. Mini Delvin kind of tramples over you, you are rooted. Vayu connects on top of you, you are rooted. So it's very scary for both Tempo and Barrio Bro to take fights in that dual lane, unless, of course, they have a little bit of help. Right? You can see Shadow in this left side, kind of debating if he wants to make the rotation or not. He opts not to. Remember, Aladdin, very good in early because his clear is really strong, but with Charon having the silence and Medusa having so much damage, it's very hard to gank that lane.
Speaking of a hard lane to gank, if Crow is just able to jab and dodge backwards, Crow is going to have a hard time, or have an easy time getting away from these ganks. Shadow moving over here to solo lane, looking to get some early control because Firebrands come up in the next 20 seconds, and that first round does matter a pretty decent amount. You want that XP, you want those adaptive stats, whatever those brands can give you, those teams want it for that early advantage.
Think about it. Aladdin makes a lot of use from those adaptive stats, being able to get strength or int, but Mordred as well. Another dual scaling character. One of the swords in his hand is strength, the other sword in his hand is int. That's why we saw for a while, and even still viable now, I feel, the Bracer of the Abyss, attack speed, Mordred, jungle, that Sun Prod was going, that made it really scary for him.
Golden Apple straight to the face and a lot of burst damage on top of Chang'e, and Amar is going to clean up with a dash, and First Blood goes the way of Chingle Borgin.
I think Stinkus is hanging around by this Firebrands, but he's not 5 yet.
Dashing through, the root lands and slowed down to almost nothing. Crow has 100 health, and another dash from NMR is going to clean up Crow. Second blood goes to Chingle Borgin as well. Pursue the weak, but Aladdin runs up the wall to dodge. That's a really good response from Shadow.
Good stuff there so far from Chingle Borgin, but Shadow, this Aladdin character, as long as you're playing next to walls, you should be able to run up and keep away. Just have to make sure that as you're moving and dodging, you're not going in a predictable manner. Mordred can go through that wall and chase after you as you fall down, so just make sure that wherever you're going, it is a safe place to go. See the Vive Charm and the Legionnaire armor start off for Mink Stinkus. So it might be the Daybreak Gavel for the Mordred instead of the Shield of the Phoenix. So again, this is Mordred's another character that has a heal on his first ability. If you auto first, the swipe changes from extra damage based on your prot scaling to a heal based on your prot scaling. So Mink Stinkus is able to keep himself alive with that, but because Mordred's a character that constantly throws out abilities, he's going to have that back up in no time. His ultimate heals, right? If he's able to connect to Crow with that ultimate, all of a sudden Daybreak Gavel is going to say that, oh, cool, I'm going to heal you back up. But as I'm talking about all this, Daybreak Gavel shenanigans, remember, we do need to see if they go the adaptive tier 2 before they actually go into anything else, so...
But show up over here on the left side. Guess who's here? NMR is here for the powwow. Gets Mario Bro, chains him down. Tempo's next up. The dog's been put on a leash, chained up in the yard. The yard is where they'll sit in duo lane. But over here in Gold Fury, this is where they're going to go to right after. Chingle Borgin get 2 kills and get a big objective. And 930 gold. Check out that bounty there, Muse. A nice little stat to show off for whoever wants to claim the Gold Fury's crown. NMR goes forward to take down Chang'e. Best another kill for Chingle Borgin. NMR is 5-0 right now. And their first Gold Fury just went the way of Chingle. We're barely 5 minutes in here, Muse. That's a pretty good way to start a game. A 3K gold lead, sheesh.
Yeah, Dodgy is a Mickey character, to be certain, and we are in the theme park at this time, right? Like, there's a reason why she gets banned away pretty frequently. And NMR as a character is Dodgy the cripples into the Achilles, the Aladdin, the Jingwei, the Kerberos, gosh, even the E-set. This powwow gets a lot of value. Magi's or Talisman of Purification is going to be a must playing into this jungler. And it's crazy too, because in my mind, Aladdin is not bad at all in the early game, not even close, but unfortunately, just not able to keep up with the way that NMR has been moving around the map. It feels like as much as they've been trying to get their farm on, they've been able to find kills everywhere they go. So it's very, very scary. So the response has to be from Shadow to find something in that solo lane.
Mink Stinkus is over here with Shadow, and they duke it out for a moment. Decides to go back and clear their own blue side, but Shadow is going to grab it, drop it, and then run. Mink Stinkus wants to be aggressive, but Mushroom Kingdom are not feeling that sentiment. They decide, you know what, Chingle Borgin's got a bit of an advantage, even though Mink is, not too itemized up just yet. He's still going to stack that Levi's hide that got picked up.
Yes, and I was looking at that, right? He wants to take poke. He wants to take damage. He wants to fight. Because every time he's damaged by a god, that god takes, you know, a debuff, right? Minus 10% strength and attack damage. But when he hits a god, he gets 8 max health permanently stacked. His abilities, damage by enemy god, you get 0.5 seconds once per ability cast or attack. So he is just constantly looking to brawl. But one of the sneaky things about this item that we, you know, kind of mentioned in the balance portion of our talk before the games is that it does have a little bit of plating now. So for characters like the Jing Wei, even the Achilles who has ranged autos, it's good fight into that.
Allowing summon sticks to utilize the golden apple to follow through, and Mingstinkus rotates over, pursue the weak out of the tier 1 tower. Very low health bar on Chang'e Best, who ends up getting taken down. Into the lamp goes Mingstinkus and can't fight his way out of that one. Shadow's going to clean it up for Mushroom Kingdom's first kill of the game. Very good response from Shadow to get them on the board, to get rid of that nasty goose egg. It's something, right? I think Chingle Borgin tried to bite off a lot more than they could chew. They didn't get one kill, but Shadow getting back into the game is a big thing to mention. But the fight's not over there just yet. NMR dashes forward, but Shadow runs up over the wall and gets out of there. Mushroom Kingdom got one kill. They decide they probably can't get any more, so let's just call it there.
Not looking to bite off more than they can chew, like you said before, Mort, right? You see somebody make a mistake, you're less inclined to make it on your own end. The fact that Shadow has been keeping up in farm with NMR, even though they're down 4 kills, Aladdin, because they clear their camp so quickly, Shadow is just able to go from camp to camp to camp, wipe it off the board, and move on. Right? I feel like these physical characters that initially rely on, you know, their tier 1 5 strength axe and, you know, early strength items to get through their clear, Dodgy maybe is relying on those kills in order to get her farm. So it kind of makes sense seeing NMR being as aggressive as they are. Plus, we can kind of address the elephant in the room. Chang'e Best 0-3 right now on the E set. It is not an ideal place for your mid laner to be, down 2 levels. So Chingle Blorgan are obviously going to try to exploit that as much as they can. We know that Dodgy plays fairly well into this E set too, especially with that powwow and the ability to just stay on top of her. What's interesting to me is that in my mind, I would believe that an E set would do well into the Dodgy because of the silence and the stun, but that ultimate is really what makes her so scary.
Palau used by NMR to pull tempo towards their side of the jungle. Chingle Borgin wanted to take the dog and maybe get another kill from him, but wasn't going to happen there. Instead, we rotate over to the left side of the map. Mario Bro reads the room, says, okay, not feeling it, going under the tower, not going to risk anything here. Chingle Borgin surely looking for some type of Gold Fury play here, and Tempo jumps over the wall, follows through, NMR dashes in, and is looking to clean up another kill yet again. Tempo wants to stay around, but he's so extremely low. Mingstinkus just showed up too, and into the lamp goes Vayu and Shadow, but Shadow's dead, and Amar cleaned up Chang'e Best. That's 2 dead for Mushroom Kingdom, and into the boat goes Vayu. Here's your Uber ride. We're going to the Gold Fury, and when you get out, don't forget to start the burn because we need this gold. The second one of the game this early on would be massive, but guess who's hovering? Mario Bros around, does have an ult to work with, and in goes Crow, looking to steal this. Petrify use on Crow for a moment. Vayu's going to secure the Gold Fury. Chingle Borgin are going to run right after because they're all in execution range. We cannot risk giving Crow that fatal strike. A great play from Chingle Borgin gave them a couple kills, a Gold Fury, but Mushroom Kingdom are going to stay around this purple buff.
Insane. Mini Delvin's taking a lot of poke, but they don't care.
Crow still around. The numbers game favors Mushroom Kingdom right now, but Vayu just showed back up. Crow's extremely low. Mingstinkus isn't giving up on the chase, and the Palau utilized once more. Fatal strike to connect and give some CC immunity, but who's not going to favor from the Palau? Tempo, who will die yet again. These Palau plays from NMR have been nasty all game.
Boy, Chingle Blorgan are starting to run away with the game a little bit. There was a fight that started above that Gold Fury pit that Mingstinkus had rotated to, and NMR at this point is so big, and the Palau is so critical. Once NMR feels confident enough to just kind of run at somebody, they can just make that happen, right? Uh-oh, Chang'e Best, probably dead again.
Mingstinkus wants to run at everybody. He wants to stack the Leviathan side. He knows there's no kill potential there because there's 4 members of Mushroom Kingdom. Mingstinkus says, that's fine. I just want stacks.
Yeah, this Leviathan side has 56 stacks on it already. And that's quite a bit of health. I mean, quick math tells you it's going to be 448.
Oh, he might have fought a little bit too much. Down goes Ming Stinkus. A good kill for Mushroom Kingdom. So that leaves them down to 1 around this Pyromancer, which was picked up for a moment, but then dropped right after. Vayu's very committed, though. He's going to go back to burning with the Viper shots, but Crow's around the corner and walks right in. Tempo's there as well. Does have a paralyzing spit. It connects, hits the stun. Fatal strike is Aegis away by Mini Delvin, but it won't save his life. Shadow shows up to get the kill. Down goes Delvin. And Mushroom Kingdom are still around. In goes Shadow, looking for more. Doesn't have a lamp and couldn't get out. Ming Stinkus shows back up to clean things up, and Jingle Borgin gets their get back. So that's a weird transaction. I don't know. I don't even know who won.
Honestly, it's just so much fighting. Jingle Borgin, though, I feel like come out ahead just because they're wasting Mushroom Kingdom's time. By picking these fights constantly, it doesn't give them the opportunity to farm to get back into the game. And man, what a powwow there from NMR. I like the fact that they went for 3 separate targets and then jumped off. The reason why NMR does this is so that the chase after the dodgy is more difficult, right? They're all still crippled after she jumps off. The Pala is still there, so that actually forces the beads from Shadow. And Shadow, now the onus is on him to go after the dodgy and finish up the kill, but a great rotation from Bacon coming in from that top side, finds the root on top of the Aladdin, keeps NMR alive. And NMR needs to keep themselves alive, right? 6-0, that's shutdown gold to whoever kills this dodgy, so NMR needs to stay super, super patient and make sure that they don't get picked.
Tempo is hovering next to the Pyromancer. Over the wall, a Spirit Ball to find a stun onto Mini Delvin. Wing Gust to fall through with a bit of damage of its own. Shell of Rebuke utilized to maybe save Delvin, but it's not going to be enough. Onto the Powwow goes NMR, looking for a pull. Chang'e Best is yanked to their death. Down goes a member of Mushroom Kingdom, so 1 dead member of each team so far, but the fight's going to continue with Jingle Borgin run down Mushroom Kingdom. Crow is staying around for the fight, has plenty of health and mana to work with, but Jingle Borgin looking to change that in the health department, but they're going to back off right after. Jingle Borgin doesn't want to go too far into this. Ming Stinkus has literally no mana, no blue buff either. Crazy where we're at here, Mew, is almost 15 minutes into the game. 12-4 is a pretty electric start to a regular game of Smite Prime, am I right?
It is crazy to see the Mushroom Kingdom team have their backs pushed up against the wall like this. But Jingle Borgin has just had a really aggressive start, and they're moving together as a team really effectively, too. I mean, Ming Stinkus is getting out of that solo lane and into the fire, right? And because they're rotating on a solo, it's forcing Crow to make a decision, right? Am I going to sit here and farm in my lane, or am I going to try to rotate after this Mordred? But in my eyes, Mordred's going to make it to the fight every single time before the Achilles, right? A, because Ming Stinkus is in the driver's seat in that solo lane, but B, Mordred has this Pursue the Weak ultimate that is able to, you guessed it, pursue the weak. And Chang'e Best 0-6 right now. Soul Reaver and an Alchemist code. There ain't anybody weaker to pursue. ESET doesn't even have a CC immune ultimate. So it feels like Chang'e Best is just eating a lot of damage. Not only from the fact that they can get pressured out by this Mordred, but again, dodgy. The Powwow is so strong this game. Because, man, what is this ESET supposed to do about it? She just gets cooked. Thank you for the hover on this Alchemist coat. I really like this item. I think it's really good for a solo laner that wants intelligence and dampening. But without that, not so much, right? Plus, it kind of fills up your item slots. Chang'e Best has the health chalice, but now they're also getting some multi-pots too. Means we don't really have room for wards, and if there's one thing that this Mushroom Kingdom team needs right now, it's vision. We need to know where NMR is going. We need to know where Ming Stinkus is going. We need to know if Vayu is leaving the left side to go burn away a Moonlight Queen Naga. Jingle Borgin are very firmly in the driver's seat at this point, and this 15-minute mark is always a pivotal moment for me, where if you're able to get early objectives and this mid-Naga, you can completely lock out the map by getting Pyro, mid-Ritual, maybe even a Gold Fury too. So you really just have to, if you're Mushroom Kingdom, split the map as best you can, like the gold free they pulled for themselves, and really hope that you can get to that late game. We know that Mario Bro on this Jingwei is an inevitability when it comes to the damage that they can do. We just need to make sure that he can get to that point.
That's a good pull from Mushroom Kingdom to split the map. Gold Fury is going to be a nice reward for the Queen Naga. Not as favoring, but it's something, right? I think it's a pretty solid constellation prize. Shingle Borgin are going to one-up them. Let's up the ante by going for the Pyromancer.
Oh!
Who got
NMR got it.
Oh, that was close. I couldn't tell for a second through the
close.
text, but NMR is going to secure. Yeah, I honestly thought that paralyzing spit from Tempo might have stolen it. And then right after, going to the ritual site, Jingle Borgin are going to get a lot of gold off of this, 350 to be exact, but Jungler v Jungler over here on the left side of the map. NMR is looking to defend his yellow buff away from Shadow, who stole it and is running away with it. NMR has got to be pissed right now. It might not be a shutdown bounty, but hey, that's still going to be annoying, right?
Hey, it is in fact very frustrating when your speed is stolen from you. And speaking of Shadow, check out this build. Jotun's Revenge, Book of Thoth, no Transcendence.
Oh, Lamp utilized after pulling through Sitting Torment, and a fight's unfolding here. Pursue the Weak goes right for Chang'e Best, and look at the damage from Vayu as well, lacerating into the back line and destroying members of Mushroom Kingdom where they stayed. Fatal Strike off the mark, doesn't get executed. Vayu turns around, throws a couple arrows into the heel of Achilles, a dead member of Mushroom Kingdom. Another one too as Shadow jumps out of the lamp and lands into their grave. 4 dead members of Mushroom Kingdom means that Jingle Borgin can do practically whatever they want, but 2 members of Jingle Borgin barely getting out of the base, so they can't really get fire. Gold Fury's already down, so is Pyromancer. Means Thinkus says, I'm just going to take your camps.
That fight around the mid tower, I told you, there was so much CC pressure on this Jingle Borgin team, and we still don't have something like a Talisman of Purification or a Magi's for any of the players that really need it. I mean, Chang'e Best has been having a really rough go of this game because she's under so much pressure constantly, right? And the Alchemist Coat will only help you so much. Dampening makes it so that you take less damage from abilities, but when you're getting overwhelmed by the number of abilities hitting you, and specifically by the CC from either Mordred or this Dodgy, and even, think about it, the Charon with a ranged silence, Eset is quite literally a sitting duck. It's just no bueno.
Palau used, followed by Summon Sticks, and Mini Delvin looking to set up for a kill, and MR gets a couple cripples off and then jumps out of the Palau. Golden Apple lands in Tempo, takes a lot of damage. Chang'e Best takes even more thanks to Pursue the Weak, but Shadow's there to find revenge. Down goes Mini Delvin. Crow's here as well. Minx, Sneakus, and Crow are duking it out. Meanwhile, NMR is just executing anybody that he looks at. Good lord, the heart slash slows down Crow for a moment. Bacon's there to fall through with a 1, and Mushroom Kingdom have 3 dead yet again. Shadow wants his get back, lands right onto the head top of NMR and stomps him like a Goomba. Pretty fitting for a Mushroom Kingdom, but Minx cleans up and takes down Shadow as well. So 4 dead for Mushroom Kingdom yet again. Mario Bro flies out of the Titan room, but isn't going to go much farther than that because what can you do against 3 members of Jingle Borgin? They're going to grab this Pyro scot-free.
Man. Free of scotch, no drinks, no alcohol here, because it is clean. A workshopping. One of the things from that last fight, we're working on that in the back. We'll check it between production. Man, let's talk about that ultimate from Bacon, right? Sniped it straight through the jungle there. Found the damage and was able to pop off. Again, the fact that NMR finally died is pretty big for Shadow. The fact that they're able to get all that shutdown gold. The fact that Aladdin can't keep up. I mean, NMR was dodging and weaving through all of the dashes that Shadow has available to them. Still was able to connect to the very end. But Minx Stinkus as well in that fight just can't seem to die. Our Leviathan's Hide is huge, but also with the Prophetic Cloak, we're getting a ton of damage mitigations here that just enable this Mordred to sit there and soak up all the damage that they feel like. Jingle Borgin has been really, really aggressive this game because their frontliners are just enabling their backliners to do whatever they want. Mini Delvin makes a bunch of space, even if they end up dying sometimes in the process. The fact that we dashed in on 3 people when the team wasn't quite there. Maybe a little bit questionable, but hey, when you know that Bacon's going to be able to hit that ultimate, I do it too, right? You have trust in your team to be able to pull plays like that off. Mushroom Kingdom have a lot of tools to be able to turn this around. Like Achilles' ultimate is always useful and always handy. We just haven't seen it connect in a big way yet.
Fire Giants getting burned. It's down to 3K. Summon Sticks here to find a fear for a moment. Who's going to take it? And Amar secures FG. And then Bink Sneakus hops into the boat right after. They've got to get their way out of there. But Delvin is taken down. The boat has sunk. Vayu kills Shadow in the back line, though. Who's got the dagger? Look at Crow go. Goes straight for Vayu and shuts him down. Chingle going to have 3 dead. Meanwhile, Ming Stinkus is 1v5ing right now. No paralyzing spit will slow down Stinkus. He will run at whoever looks at him funny. He doesn't care about tempo. A 2-man hard slash. Look at Stinkus go. The ghastly breath melts his prots, but will it be enough to kill Mink Stinkus? Dashing away to maybe find some safety. Mink Stinkus, you might have went a little bit too hard. No, Mushroom Kingdom are giving up on the chase. No, they're not. Yes, they are. Make your mind up.
Man, Mink Stinkus is unkillable God King Mordred. Between the fact that Leviathan's Hide is giving them a crazy amount of healing, or well, not even healing, just health stacking, and then Genji's Guard with your Prophetic Cloak, you're just going to have cooldowns constantly and mitigations forever. Even the Soul Reaver that Shunga Best has, the health shred there is not enough to keep Mink Stinkus off and away. That FG pull, I'm surprised that we committed to it, honestly. Like, Chingle are able to get the Fire Giant, but because we use so much in that scramble to confirm it for ourselves, Mushroom Kingdom were able to kind of swoop in and kind of split up Chingle a bit. In the back, Vayu and Bacon had to deal with an Aladdin that was diving on top of them. Crow misses their ultimate again, but it's still the presence of the solo laner that gets things very spooky for Chingle.
Summon Sticks sets up for the powwow and hits 3 chains and jumps off right after. And Amar setting up this fight in a big way, and Mushroom Kingdom can't find a response to it. Chingle are continuing to run down the back line, but Mink Stinkus taken into the lamp, and Crow still has the dagger. Crow is fine with fighting this, but is getting melted down quick time. The dagger utilized to bring back Crow for a moment, but the fight's continuing. Look at Chingle just running at everybody, but NMR finally gets taken down. Mario Bro gets 1. Mink Stinkus is out of the lamp and is ready to fight. Crow kills Delvin, 2 dead for Blorgan so far. Chang'e Best is dead. Crow dies as well. Mushroom Kingdom have low health bars across the board. Mario Bro barely made it back to his own kingdom to regain some health and then maybe fly back to the fight. Lands back down next to the tier 2. Heart slash for a moment, but gets beads away or somehow gets out of there, but the golden apple snipe. Good Lord. Look at Bacon go, and down goes the tier 2. Will they continue their siege, or will they back things up? It's probably smart to just let the situation sit for a moment. Let's back things out and maybe try and spend some of that gold we just earned. Let's get ready for the Ancient Fury, the first one that'll spawn.
Oh my goodness, Chingle are just barreling over Mushroom Kingdom, but there are some signs of resistance here. Mario Bro, right? We have Deathbringer Musashi's online. That's the crit that we need. We saw the damage that this Jingwei was able to do in the last fight. Now we just need to keep this Jingwei alive so that they can execute on that damage. Charon ultimate.
Summon Sticks, pulls it,
Takes
Delvin stole Ancient, and the powwow as well, yanks Crow back, but combat dodges away. Look at Stinkus running straight into the back line. NMR takes down Tempo. A great play from Chingle but it's not over just yet. A 3-man shield bash stuns them for a moment, but I don't think Crow walks away from this alive. I don't think he walks away at all. Fatal strike to safety. They can't find the chase. Crow gets out with a sliver of health, and Chingle got their 3rd Gold Fury, Ancient Gold Fury, not to mention. Pyromancer's up, and FG's about to spawn. Chingle just can't stop winning.
Man, that was a gutsy Gold Fury pull from Mushroom Kingdom. I'd almost call it hopeful, because Chingle every time they show up to a fight, Mini Delvin opens it up with that Charon ultimate, and it just covers the entire Gold Fury pit. And we can't even beads that more, right? Because if we try to beads that Charon ultimate, guess what? Dodgy on the parallel again. Oh, Mink Stinkus using Pursue the Weak, chasing after you again. Heaven forbid, Mini Delvin's gonna aura at you too, and suddenly you're getting rooted in place. we have so much CC from Chingo Blorgen and not enough beads in the world. And Tempo already has 3 active items here between Stampede, Gargoyle, and Shell. So we are not getting a Talisman of Purification anytime soon. The answer to all the CC that Chingo Blorgen has is just don't get hit, man. Yeah, I'll write that down. I won't get hit by the Charon ultimate that is the size of a parking lot. Yeah, no, I'm writing it down right now. Won't get hit. Like, we're not respecting the potential of the Chingo Blorgen team fight, and we're just getting owned for it, it feels like. But we have so much late game scaling potential, we're gonna get there eventually, but is it even going to matter if Chingo Blorgen has their foot so far down on the gas pedal that the bottom of your shoe was scraping the road?
Seems like we're just past halftime, Muse. This game is getting pretty tight, and Mushroom Kingdom are finding a couple opportunities for kills here and there. They're not out by any means, but it seems like Chingo Blorgen have a pretty decisive, grasp on this game right now. They're not getting anything they want, but it's definitely looking decisive around these objectives. They're pushing back Mushroom Kingdom pretty decisively and going straight to Fire Giant right after. They got a little bit of vision, so they know where Mushroom Kingdom is, so they can start the burn and know what to do. Is this a 50-50? It's kind of what it looks like. Minxinkus is ready for a Pursue of the Week. No summon sticks, though. Onto the Powwow, Pursue the Week into the back line. Minxinkus is going to distract Mario Bro. And Amar is able to pull one. Chang'e Best is in trouble. Delvin kills Crow. Down goes their solo. Down goes their mid, too. Their entire back line has been shredded. Shadow and Tempo, the only 2 alive. Shadow's going to use this lamp as a distraction tactic. Look at me for just a moment. They hop out of the lamp. And where will they go right after? Looking for the final kill, but Tempo has juked them entirely, waiting in the bush, and finally decides to go back to base. But Vayu smells something. Can we find the dog? No, we cannot. But yeah, Revive's back. Shadow's back here to defend the bird. But what can one Shadow do with Tempo's assistance? Can they defend this bird? It's already down to half health as we're speaking. It's down to a quarter. And away it goes. At least Shadow's presence can prevent the end game. But now Chingo Blorgen are going to go for the FG.
If they do try to go for FG, it's going to be a little bit scary here, Mort, because we don't have that much gas left in the tank, because NMR doesn't have ultimate, neither does Vayu. Right? We were able to get that mid Phoenix. Chingo Blorgen had the pusher to be able to make it work, and it does force away the wish for immortality. Insane again, right? Mini Delvin doesn't even have ultimate again, or around that Fire Giant pit, but they don't even need it. NMR with the dodgy ultimate. Put on the mouse ears, Mickey, man. I can't believe this. And again, we just don't have the answer. Chang'e Best gets scooped into the Powwow. It feels like Chingo Blorgen never have to worry about the 5v5. It's been a 5v4 for the last 29 minutes.
FG is getting burned as we speak. Mushroom Kingdom have 5 here. They're ready to pounce on this FG pit. Tempo goes through with the Wind Sprite. Down to 5k. The Summon Sticks is utilized, and the Shadows in the back line pressuring Vayu. Petrify utilized. The lamps off the mark. And then Amar takes down Chang'e Best. And Amar is dead, though, to Mario Bro. And good lord, look at Minxinkus up there. Pursue the Week knocks up 3. Minxinkus is fighting with everything he's got. The FG has been dropped entirely. Minxinkus could care less about a Fire Giant. He's here to fight, but taken down by Mario Bro. Where did his health go? Into the boat goes Vayu. Get me out of here, Delvin. I don't care where we go. I just don't want to be here. 3 dead for Chingo Blorgen, and the FG is going to get picked up by Mushroom Kingdom. Nobody around to even try and steal it. Bacon's on the way, but I don't think Bacon gets there in time. It's already at 10k. Maybe?
Finally happening, man. You have Shadow that goes into the back line to split up these mids and ADCs. Bacon throws out that ultimate board, but like you said, I don't think it's enough.
5k on the FG. Mushroom Kingdom have decided to drop because Delvin and Vayu showed back up. They're full health. They're ready to fight. Delvin sets up for a couple plays. 3k on the FG while Bacon takes down Crow. Things are getting rough for the Mushroom Kingdom. It might fall apart soon. Chingo Blorgen are here to fight once more. Healed up and ready to go. And ready for anything at this point. Mushroom Kingdom didn't have what it took to continue that fight. They drop the FG. They walk away from it entirely. Jingle Blorgan can't pick it up either, so we're back at the neutral song and dance around FG. 30 minutes into this game here, Muse, 30-14. And it's only going to get more hectic as NMR starts the burn on the Fire Giant. Surely we're not pulling this, right?
You might as well. You've got everybody up. Everybody has their ultimates. This is a good fight for Jingle Blorgan.
4K into the powwow, 3K on the FG. Who's going to take it? NMR secures. Delvin takes down one, and Shadow is dead as well. Crow's about to respawn, but Mario Bro's on the run. Chang'e Best is taken down. 3 dead for Mushroom Kingdom. Still getting ran at. Mario Bro has nowhere to go. Minkstinkus is on the hunt, and another member of the Mushroom Kingdom has been killed. The kingdom will be turned into nothing. How quickly the Empire can fall to nothing but ashes. Mushroom Kingdom is dead. Jingle Blorgan will win our first game of the day to move up in the bracket.
NMR is him. That is just the way that the news goes. But it was the rest of Jingle Blorgan, too, that kind of had their moment as well to pop off.
Wow, just wow. I mean, I really saw a little bit of potential there from Kingdom. I really saw a couple, good plays when they defended that first FG. I'm thinking, okay, we're back. And then Jingle Blorgan says, no, you're not. There's no way you're back. We're going to win this. So honestly, a great set of plays. What an amazing game.
And it was really unfortunate too. Mushroom Kingdom had the winning strategy for a moment there, where Shadow goes to the back line and separates out Bacon and Vayu, and this Aladdin just causes a huge headache for the Disco and the Medusa, right? Because he does so much damage, he's able to get on top of you, separate you with the lamp. In the time that he pulls somebody into the lamp, he should be able to kind of take them off the board. And we saw that once and then never again. And unfortunately, the rest of the Mushroom Kingdom team, while they were able to kind of keep Vayu and Bacon busy, they still had to deal with NMR and Minkstinkus harassing out their own backliners. And Chang'e Best very rarely made it out the other side alive, right? This poor ESET never really had an opportunity to play the video game. They just got completely shunted out from the very beginning of the game, honestly. So even though they tried to take some defensive items to kind of turn the course of the fight, it never really panned out. And Mario Bro on this Jing Wei was able to deal a ton of damage, especially once that Titan's Bane came online, but it was just too little too late. Doesn't matter how tanky your frontliners are, doesn't matter how aggressive your jungler is able to get in the back. Jingle Blorgan were just so ahead that it didn't matter.
One thing I think that really hurt Mushroom Kingdom is Shadow didn't get online, right? Obviously, jungle's a very momentum-based role, but I think Aladdin especially, right? I mean, you're very dependent on, okay, let's go get a double kill in duo. I'm going to pop this Wealth Wish so I get even more from it. Maybe a Power Wish if I absolutely have to. And you want to get online as quickly as possible, but by the time that Shadow even got a couple kills to his name, NMR's already 5-0, 6-0, 6-1. You know what I mean? Like, NMR just got online so early that Shadow just couldn't contest that early aggression that Daji had.
Yeah, plus the cripples and everything there too. I feel like this powwow just was the perfect answer for the entire Mushroom Kingdom team. There was just nothing that could be done. Well, I mean, I could think of something that could have been done, but we never saw the Talisman of Purification. We never saw Magi's or anything like that. Like, we had a lot of purification beads, single use, but I really feel like we just needed to do more than just have the single beads, because Jingle Blorgan not only had this dodgy ultimate, but the Mordred ultimate as well. But the river sticks from Mini Delvin, the size of a parking lot, tears through the lane. It was a great way to start the fight every single time for Jingle Blorgan, because it forces Mushroom Kingdom to say, hey, beads or no? You want to beads this? You want to beads the dodgy ult? They beads the river sticks, they get sucked in by dodgy ult, shake my hand. Right? And it's just kind of how almost every single fight went down.
Yeah. You decide what you want to be. You're going to die either way. It's a double-edged sword, right? Which side do you want to get cut by? That's really on you. So, there's a couple different things that could have changed up there that definitely could have impacted the game. But, it is what it is. It's in the past. What's in the future? Going further down the bracket. So we're going to do that. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Week 3 of the June Circuit. It's live. It's here. It's coming at you right now. And we're here to talk about it. Morty here in the booth, and we've got a lot of people behind the scenes today. Jithin's Rosie Testai, to be specific. And next to me here in the booth, none other than Musi. Musi, how we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, right? Just like every day, especially after a game like that. Shingle Blorgan, one of the teams we've been looking at, performing really well so far today. So excited to keep my eyes on them, especially as they progress through the bracket.
Yeah, it's been a very exciting way to start the day, for sure. What an amazing game from Jingle Blorgan and Mushroom Kingdom. But moving on down the bracket. Hostile Takeover, no surprise they're moving on down. Hydrogen Bomb and Dirty Water surely is going to be a pretty exciting match to watch. But what we're going to watch over is Single Bind and the Gospel of John. And that's going to be a fun one to watch for sure. I've been watching some of these players for the Gospel of John. They've had some prime scrims throughout the week, and watching what they have cooked up is going to be exciting. Let's go on over to picks and bans.
Just like before, I feel like there are a lot of picks that we need to kind of keep our eyes out and open for. Just to name a few, right? I'm always looking at things like the Aphrodite, Mordred, Cabrakan, Jingwei, Agni, Thor, still really ban-worthy. But also, some of the picks that I think we're going to see end up filing through here. I mean, Kerberos is just kind of a mainstay pick at this point, so it's almost a guarantee that he shows up at a game if he's not even banned away. I'm looking in mid lane like the Discordia, right, to be seen there. It's the junglers that give me a little bit of pause ever since we saw the Axe nerfs, but also because of the dual scaling nerfs, we'll notice that the Aladdin from the last game ended up not going the way of the Transcendence, but they were still able to get a lot of damage through. So are there any other characters that are able to kind of make that switch of being Transcendence only? Tsukiyomi, maybe not so much, but I have a lot of faith in some of the other junglers that are available right now.
Ymir ban. Okay, that's an interesting one that it does like some very specific things very well. You know what I mean? Like against certain gods that don't have jumps, you know, they're more reliant. Like Agni, for example, doesn't have a way to get around the walls without a Phantom Shell. Ymir really thrives into. So I guess Gospel of John have a specific comp they're going for. I know that Kvake has been practicing a lot with this Huyi aspect, which has been popular for quite a while, but I think Kvake really wants to channel that, and it has been throughout the week, but is not going to be able to use it for this game, at least, banned away. Dajji, and after last game, seeing what NMR did, no surprise there. I mean, that god is just wild. The setup, oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Just a bunch of damage across the board. I almost feel like the Ymir ban is a shout out against Cherio specifically, because Cherry looks really gnarly with the Ymir pick. You put Cherio on a pick that lets them be aggressive and kind of dictate the pace of fights from all the way in the front line, like almost into the enemy's front line. I feel like then that's where Gospel of John are really able to pull away with a lot of wins and a lot of victories in their fights. So makes a lot of sense to see that taken away. But there are still some picks that we need to kind of be afraid of, right? Notably, the Thor looks like it's going to slip through here. The Mordred, maybe even the Aphrodite as well, are going to have their time in the sun. Even a Cabrakan over in solo lane. So Single Bind have a lot to choose from here.
And Aphrodite is a pretty good pick up here because another god that I've seen going the way for John Rowing's god pool recently is Aphro. Granted, it might just be a fun pick. You know what I mean? This might just be John Rowan just playing whatever John Rowing wants to play. I feel like JR's had that reputation for a while, right? Is that I'm not a meta merchant. You know what I mean? I'll play whatever. If I have fun playing it, I'll play. I saw it play Thanatos solo the other day. Love the game. You know what I mean? Like it's just whatever. So taking that away from JR, I think is nice, and also just a good addition to a lot of god pools in general. Think about how last game would have went if there was an Aphrodite on the side of Mushroom Kingdom. You know what I mean? Like it just changes things up in a really big way. Being able to counterplay some of these engages. Jingwei and Cabrakan going to get picked up for Gospel of John.
That's a really solid solo laner for Cabrakan, and Jingwei is a character that, like we said, will get to the late game one way or another, especially with crit being so good. Musashi's Deathbringer Frenzy Dagger being able to augment that basic attack damage into bigger basic attack damage. It's a good response from Gospel of John.
Yeah. And Newt and Thor going to fall through. You mentioned the Thor is going to get through bans, and it surely did get picked up. Now, whether it goes jungle or solo, we're not so sure just yet. I mean, I think honestly, this isn't a bad pickup for solo. Granted, the bracket walls can slow down a couple of members that are, around a lot in solo, but Thor can just hammer on through. Bracken doesn't have a cripple. You know what I mean? Thor can easily just hammer through any trouble that he has. And Uller and Disco, where is everyone going?
So
what?
we
Is
do
this
have a
Uller
couple. It could be the Uller jungle. That's kind of what I'm thinking here, right? I mean, it's got pretty solid jungle clear, hail of arrows, plus the bladed arrow, which can't be bad at all. But also, what seems even more likely is it could be a Jing Wei jungle and an Uller ADC.
No, you're right.
I especially
You're right.
appreciate Jing Wei being able to, with updraft and explosive bolts, is able to clear clamps pretty effectively. Disco, of course, going mid lane, that is just kind of where she sits. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the river here, single bind, Thor, Susano, Afro, and Merlin and Newt all kind of in the same squad here. The way that I would kind of break that down is I would expect Newt ADC, Afro support, Thor solo, Merlin mid, and Susano jungle. Thor with the aspect did see a nerf, right? Some of the base damage numbers tuned back a little bit by like 5. Some of the strength scaling off his abilities also tuned back a little bit. But remember what we talked about earlier, he's still very good because of what he is and what he does, not necessarily the numbers attached to what he does. Think about how this Thor wall plays into the Gospel of John. Jing Wei needs to ult around it. Bracken gets, kind of locked in there. He'll need something like a shell. And the Yamoja last pick is also going to get cut off by the Thor wall, but is able to put up some walls of her own, which is going to force shell from single bind. They, too, don't have great answers to giant walls from Bracken and Yamoja. Right? I mean, I think of the Aphrodite, specifically, she'll have to ult in order to kind of sneak away. So I foresee many a shell in single bind's future.
Many a shell, many an Aegis, many a beads. A lot of relics need to be picked up here. That's the thing. I love these comps. We talk about this a lot, I feel like, that force you to buy different relics, right? I mean, some people want to go combat blink. Granted, it did get nerfed. It is what it is. But some people want the blinking abyss, right? Some people want, shell of rebuke. Some people want beads, Aegis. You never know what situations you call for what. So a lot of people just like to say, let's just get everything. Let's just have all of our bases covered. But we'll decide what relics are picked up, who's going to go where. Let's dive into the game. It's going live right here, right now. Single bind up against the Gospel of John, our second game of the day. Morty and Musey in the booth, and behind the scenes, Rosie, Testai, and Jithens to make all these pretty colors you see on screen happen. Musey, we've got our races and our places. The floor is yours.
So, it is going to be Uller in the jungle, which is what we kind of initially thought, and I do like that. I feel like Uller and Jing Wei, you can kind of interchange them, but Jing Wei will get a lot of farm in that dual lane. She'll be safe over there, and I like Jing Wei if she's getting ganked by a Susanoo. Like, if she gets pulled, she can just dash away. It's not a big deal. All the knock-up CC that Susanoo has, Jing Wei plays very well into. And Uller, I feel, has a stronger gank than a Jing Wei. So, good start here for the Gospel of John. Ramakami isn't going aspect Thor. So we're losing a bit of the heal, the 1.5% health heal off the third hammer hit. But we are going to have more damage. So that means that Ramakami, especially with that health sash, probably looking at like a Rune Forge hammer, it's just going to have a little bit more damage to throw out there. Does have to be careful into the Bracken though, right? Because once your hammer is down, Bracken is able to just kind of run at you. And it's interesting too, I feel like you need to use the thrown hammer, not the spinning hammer, to clear the wave against a Bracken, because Bracken is just able to like stun you out of that and say, okay, now what, right? Like, guess I die, right? I don't really have a whole lot going on here. And also Ramakami has to be careful, because Bracken does have that cripple attached to his tremors. If you recast the ability, throws out a little bit of a cripple field around you for anybody that's caught in the tremors. So all the dashers from single bind do have to keep their eyes open once this Bracken starts rotating around away from the solo lane. Beyond the solo lane, mid lane is pretty much what we expect, right? It's Bluestone, it's Yellow Number Slop, it's Merlin, it's Discordia. Not a whole lot to report on there. I'm really just kind of focused on this Uller and where NA1 wants to play around the map, right? Because you walk into a lane, you throw the axe, you find some damage afterwards. I do feel like Globe or Cherio especially could follow up that CC with even more CC. Dilo likes to call it the training wheels, right? And there are a lot of training wheels to be had from single bind.
Layers goes in and finds a pull. NA1 is down very low, but seems like they're A-okay. A close excursion by the Oracles will almost lead to the jungler for Gospel of John's death, but looks like it's going to be just fine. Look at him sticking around, though. Wants to steal I think he got one. I think he might have stole one away. Yeah, he did.
He did. Yep. Able to split that 1-to-1. Honestly, that's really nice. That Oracle vision over on Gold Fury, even before Gold Fury starts, like obviously you're arguing over the experience and the gold, but you're arguing for vision on that left side. Now if a jungler wanted to gank through, if the other side had that Oracle vision, it obviously it pings you on the map, it reveals you. You're like, oh crap, I'm getting ganked by a jungler. The fact that we split that means that both Aurora, Donut Dog, and Cherio and Kaveka need to stay a little bit weary of the potential ganks from Layers or NA1, right? But because we're coming up on 3 minutes, it probably means that these junglers are going to be chilling around these firebrands. An early kill in the solo lane could dictate who comes out ahead.
2v2 skirmish to start things off. Looks like we're going to be prioritizing the wave first, and then we maybe go for some spillage of blood, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be much blood to spill afterwards. A lot of high health bars and not a lot of abilities to throw around. Meanwhile, Single Bind's dual lane invading over here on the purple buff. Want to take that away, but realize, okay, we'll let it slide. But let's go back to the brands. I want to see what really goes down here. It looks like Layers and Remakami got what they wanted. They got the brands, got their rocks, and then walk away from it. No first blood just yet, but does give a bit of an advantage to Single Bind in the early game.
It does feel like between Layers and Remakami, they can play at range a little better than John Rowing and NA1, just because you have Thorwall and Hammer. Susano has the little tornado he throws out. He can suck you in and then dash away. There's a lot to play with there, and a lot of early damage in hand. Whereas Uller is a character that I feel definitely needs to get some items online. Infused Axe to start things off tells me we could be seeing something like Transcendence, which would be helpful when, needing to spam your abilities in this jungle, but also kind of puts you behind in terms of your power spike, right? Because you need to stack up that item in order to get the full effect. So that makes me wonder if maybe it's going to be something along the lines of a Hydra's Lament, right? You use an ability, your next auto becomes empowered. For a character like Uller, right? You throw the axe, you switch to bow stance, you get a auto in there, you bladed arrow, you auto again, you hail of arrows, you auto again. All of a sudden, the person on the receiving end is just taking a bunch of poke. Yeah. Layers can just throw abilities at you and kill you. So, take from that what you will.
Look at Layers go. Blinks in and goes for a kill. The Typhoon's out, and look at Globe dodging through and trying to put on the juke shoes. And it looks like they might have been successful. Beads away the root. Mozball still chasing under the tier 2. Mozball chases close to the Phoenix for first blood. You know what? I'd say for first blood, it's worth.
Yeah, it's not even about the money, Batman. That's a statement. Because where was the rest of Gospel of John in that moment? John rowing it back to base. It looks like NA1 was below next to tier 2. In fact, they're getting chased out now as well. So it's all kinds of worrying. Gospel of John was just a little bit all over the place. Maybe not really respecting the idea that Single Bind would be willing to chase after them so hard. And when you're Thor with a semi-global ultimate and you're Susano, you have crazy chase potential. You might not need the juke shoes. You might need like a juke moped, a juke Ferrari, a car. Like you need to get in a vehicle and leave. Remakami coming out of solo with this Thor gives them so much more rotational capacity than John Rowing on the Cabrakan, because they're just gonna be there first because of his ultimate. Yeah. That Anvil of Dawn means that I just get to be in a fight before you. So if you're John Rowing, kind of like what we saw in the last game, it becomes a question of, okay, do I just try to stay in my lane, farm a little bit, put pressure on this tower, or do I have to match the rotation? I would almost like to see John Rowing rotate first and force Remakami away, so that you can be there in time when the Thor decides to go for that Anvil of Dawn. But ultimately, if you are Globe, knowing that there's a Thor as your neighbor, knowing that Layers is playing the Susano, your beads is a precious commodity. We need to stay aware of positioning, and we need so much vision on that solo side of the map.
So, fighting over this ritual site here in just a moment. Both junglers are around the mid lane. Wake is getting through the red buff, and then we'll probably be there shortly. That ritual site is a bit more of a contesting objective. Maybe not as much in the early, but as the game goes on, it provides more gold now. One of the big changes from OB37, it's going to give more gold as the game goes on, so that gold can be very useful. It might not be a gold Fury, but it's something, right? I mean, you got to get what you can get. You know what I mean? That's how it is for both teams, really. If the map has it, you might as well go for it, you know? So showing up there, but looks like we'll come back there in a little bit.
Well, it even more so than the gold that you get from that ritual ward, those pushers are really strong, right? You can TP towards them if you have your TP up. You can put pressure on the map, maybe take a look at some towers or something along those lines. So it kind of opens up some potential objective play for whoever is able to win out on that ritual. So that's why you really want to put 10 toes down, find some kills, and find a fight by that ritual site.
Oh my goodness, the damage on the Kaveka was very problematic almost. Lovebirds just really hurt along with Donut Doug's combo. Tierfing picked up early, so Donut Doug's going to be slamming out the gate. We're not stacking Devos. We're not stacking Book. We're here to deal some damage. You know what I'm saying, Muse? Like, we're not here to play this stacking game. It's not about the late game. It's about the now game, the present, right? They call it the present because it's a gift.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Well,
it's Oogway, Master Oogway.
Kung Fu Panda. I didn't know you were, you know what? That's a lot of good culture, Mort. That's good. I've been watching some Jack Black recently, and Kung Fu Panda is like probably one of the better movies I think to exist in the world, if I'm being honest. Speaking of stacking, Uller did go for Transcendence. So this Uller is a little bit on a slower start because we need to get that Transcendence online so that we can get our full power. But you'll notice that the way Gospel of John have been playing, kind of taking it slow, right? A lot of patience around. We got picked off once by single bind earlier in the game, and ever since then, we've just been kind of chilling. We saw some grouping around the mid lane where it looked like John Rowing, Remakami had rotated towards that ritual, but nothing really came of it there. So this does give time to NA1 to kind of get their build going and get it online. And when it comes to the other jungler Layers, that Jotun's Revenge is interesting to me because I've been seeing a lot of Barb Carver and Reaper for Susano so that they can stay really sustained and get a lot of damage off because they're throwing out autos in between all their abilities. So seeing the Jotuns is interesting to me. I wonder if maybe there's a Transcendence to follow or if we just do the normal Barb Carver strategies. Mid lanes are going to be building Yellow Number Slop. That just kind of is what it is right now. But everything else kind of looks about what you would expect, right? I like the Tierfing call out for Donut Doug. They're able to slam so much damage with that first nude ability. You go choo, 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 choo. All of a sudden you just take so much poke. But beyond that, everything kind of is what I expect in terms of itemization. Aurora's looking at Breastplate, Genji's, Chronos, just so we could spam abilities.
10 minutes into the game and 1 kill on the board so far. My job is it's getting a little boring here, Muse. You've got all day. We can talk about every single item that's getting picked up here.
Yeah. Let me talk about Staff of Oracle here. Really good for Globe. I mean, you get a kill, 25% of your mana back, or is it a level 25% of your mana back? I don't have to worry about it. They're pulling gold, Mort.
Oh, finally, I get seduced. Oh, come on. Go back to Bernie. Musey, let's talk about the Horror, maybe we get something done here. Looking to start a fight some way, one way or another. Remakami throws the wall down for just a moment, but Rivers of Butte to respond, so Gospel of John may be able to find their own engage. Hits a root, the Cabrakan wall thrown down, Layers can't get through it. Jerry picks up a kill, 1 for Gospel of John. It's a good way to get their first kill on the board. The goose egg's gone for them. And we're back to items. Musey, let's talk about this Genji's Guard for John Rowing.
No. Shell for... No, kidding.
I don't care. Talk about any of them. I could care less.
I mean,
What?
Genji's Guard is just kind of core for a good bracket.
Yeah.
Makes sense, right? There's a lot of magical damage. You're able to spam abilities as your Kabrakan. I love it here. More, what do you know about Genji's Guard?
It's your job, big dog. Hey, I got my gold for your fight in. Back to you, Muse. The floor is yours, my friend. I'm here for a good time. Not a long time.
Right. Well, we can actually talk about that fight a little bit. Oh, also Master Uguay. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Master Uguay. 2007. I don't know.
That's a Pixar movie type energy, right? I think so. I think you said that.
I think so.
God, I can't remember. That was like 20 years ago.
If it wasn't him, it was Jack Black.
Kung Fu Panda was 20 years ago. That's crazy.
Oh my God, let's move on. No, I don't want to think about that. Oh no. 20 years ago?
I feel like
that was
yesterday.
Like
I just saw
how long it took to get from team fight to team fight.
I know, it feels like forever. Maybe it's with the Rivers of Butte down, but Aurora just gets to dash back. Oh, the golden apple snipe was crazy, but it doesn't get a kill. Hey, I put some respect on the snipe, though. That definitely woke me up a little bit. Shout out Globe with the Chris Kyle accuracy. That was very nice.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. And look, even Layers looking for a little bit more here, chilling in that bush.
Oh, going in for a dash, damage as well. Look at the Layers going for the combo. The Typhoon throwing down. Mossball is going to dive the tower. Look who just showed up from solo. Remakami goes in. Layers cleans up for the final bit of damage needed. Down 2 members. Gospel of John can go for a burn onto anything, really. Gold Fury is looking pretty scrumptious right about now.
But we don't have a lot of ultimates here, which makes it kind of scary. A single bind, it's like what I said before. Remakami will always be the one to beat out the rotation from John Rowing.
Okay, down to half, a little bit more. No, the Gold Fury's been dropped. We're going for a fight, I think. Look at JR just kind of in the middle of it all. JR's like, I'm just here, man. I'm just here for the vibe. But I don't think much gets out. Oh, no, single bind picked it. I'm part of the team. Gold Fury gets picked up. Mossball secures it. Single bind get their first Gold Fury of the game. A very nice play there. Wake is going to get Remakami, though. So down 1 member, single bind. Did get Gold Fury, though. I'd say give up Remakami for gold any day of the week.
Yeah, that's not a bad trade at all. Single bind did a good job picking up gold, dropping up gold again, picking it back up once you had a bead on where John Rowing was. Very good stuff so far. Plus the fact that single bind was able to kind of cut their losses afterwards. Gospel of John finds a Pyromancer in return. John Rowing, as you are a Kabrakan, one of the best things you can do is kind of buy space for your team, but also establish a lot of lockdown. So the fact that single bind was just kind of walking John Rowing around in such a way that keeps him away from his team is kind of how you want to play this Kabrakan. Because if you CC the Kabrakan once, you can get a lot of chain CC off, and that's where the character really starts to not fall apart, but it's one of the significant weaknesses of the character. Dies to CC, Musey, 2026. Also in Kung Fu Panda. But
Master Uguay.
It was like a deleted scene. Master Uguay. If you CC your opponent, they will die in Smite 2. And they're in the recording studio like, what is Smite 2? I've heard of Smite 1, but just put it in the deleted scenes. It'll be epic, trust. All right.
Trust, bro.
Ball out. Scoreboard. Like, not too worried.
Man, it's a banger of a game going on here, Muse. Queen Naga's about to get picked up here. And it looks like Gospel John have all 5 heading their way. JR and Remakami are fighting over in solo. Gets yanked for a minute. JR looks to be in a bit of trouble. Typhoon's ready to go. Can we get the knock-up players? Gets the kill, but down to 2K on the Queen Naga in the meantime. Remakami's around the corner. Can we steal this? Maybe. It doesn't look like it. There's a fight in mid lane. What in the world is going on? The golden apple utilized, and Donut Doug fighting over here on the right side near Pyro. Thor could land on anybody. He goes right into the back line, takes out Sherry. Layers kills another. Aurora takes out Kaveka. Are we going to get a Dia side? Goodness, this game is finally starting to heat up. Here we go. Single bind getting a bit of momentum. They grab the mid lane tower. They did lose Queen Naga, but that next Gold Fury is about to spawn in a moment. I think they're going to get tier 2 as well.
Might as well pick that up. Hey, when in Rome, smell the flowers. Something along those lines. The fact that single bind are able to stay so mobile is kind of crazy. Susano and Thor. I love the Thor ultimate from Remakami there. You would have thought that the obvious go-to would have been that skirmish that was happening around in the Pyro Pit, but Remakami trusts the team, knows that single bind can clean that up, go straight to the back line to find Cherio, and keep them down. That'll help widen the gap between Aurora and Cherio after all said and done. The Pyro Bomb was used more to secure that Moonlight Queen Naga. So Gospel of John are able to get a little bit of something, but ultimately, for every step forward that Gospel of John take, single bind pushes them 3 steps back. And because of that, they're able to get a lot of gold in hand, and those gold translates to even more items. I mean, penetration is online for Moswald. This Merlin was already shredding people, but with a Totem of Death, doesn't matter how many prots you have, this Merlin is just gonna completely take you off the board. That jagged white barbed carver. What was it? Jagged? Where am I going with that? The barbed carver pickup for layers there. Sorry, I was thinking about Master Oogway. The jagged carver. Kung Fu Panda 2026.
Oh wait, Rivers of Butte? Aurora seems to be in a bit of trouble. That's the ult from Aurora, but it's not going to save his life. Down goes Aurora, and JR is going to get a kill on Moswell. Gospel of John are coming back in a big way. Typhoon might provide a bit of space for layers, but Gospel of John not giving up on the chase. Blink utilized. John says, screw it. Let's get out of here. Let's go for FG. Remakami's in the pit, and Donut Doug's on the way. Skyfall ready to go, and Remakami can ult out at a moment's notice. Gospel of John are having a hard time deciding what they go for here. Pyromancer seems to be the move, and they're going to be able to burn that with these. Remakami's in to invade the backline. Globe seems to be ready for it, though. Very precautious about Remakami's potential. The Skyfall into the air gets a bit of damage from Donut Doug, and lands back down. Remakami wants this fight. Single bind have their members back, but Wake is going to kill Remakami right after they land. Very low on health. Can Cherry get away? No, they can't. Donut Doug takes down Cherry, so you lose one member, but you pick up one instead. But the Pyromancer going the way of Gospel of John. And here's the thing, Muse. The Gospel of John says, John giveth and John taketh away. Master Oogway.
John
with 2007.
Master Oogway, 2007. Kung Fu Panda. Is that when it came out, do you think? Sorry,
you said
I'm like
it.
hard
I was taking
stuck
your
on
word
this.
for it.
You know what? Don't trust me. Fire Giant.
FG's down to 1,000. Doug secures. Single bind are going to grab it, and the Obsidian Dagger goes to Donut Doug. So a big objective pull going the way of single bind. That's, you know what? They're really starting to find some momentum. I think that they've always had an upper hand, right? But now we're starting to see where that snowball's going to lead. Because with an FG, they can easily walk over to Gold Fury. A bit of healing for Doug as everybody else gets back. And unfortunately, Remakami doesn't get that FG buff, but that's fine. Single bind said, we still have 4 members that are buffed up and ready to go. You know what I mean? Let's go burn Gold Fury. Gospel of John have no interest.
Yeah, they can't defend it. They're too far behind at this point. So now, like you said before, with FG buff in hand, if you're single bind, what are you looking for and how are you taking fights? I'm really looking at layers, Remakami, to really get these fights started for single bind, right? I feel like Susano can play a nasty flank here. Remakami has just been ulting in constantly with this Anvil of Dawn, just looking for something all the time. What I really want to see is layers playing a flank, but then Remakami connected to Aurora so that Remakami doesn't die immediately after going in with that ultimate. If we're able to keep Remakami alive, this Thor gets to be eternally useful. Remember, they're not going aspect, so they lose a lot of survivability. We don't have a heal, we don't have a tremble. We're lacking a lot of that. Whereas, you know, on the other side of things, Cabrakan definitely does have a heal on their second ability that they're able to sustain themselves with a little bit. So, just have to make sure that we're keeping everybody as tanky as possible. And I'll tell you what, the Draconic Scales will certainly help with that percent increase on physical or magical damage, depending on which one that you took. That will enable Remakami to stay in the mix a little bit longer here. Feels like Gospel of John could, in turn, have a really solid fight into single bind post-FG. I really don't want to see them fight while they have the FG, unless they have to defend a bird or something like that. But the Chain CC from Gospel of John has the potential to be so good here, right? I mean, John Rowing's got a stun, he's got another stun, they've got the walls to be able to throw out with Umoja and Kabrakan. That means that the tanks don't have beads. So Remakami can get CC'd to Allenback. Same with Aurora if they don't have their ultimate, which, I mean, good luck with that. They have 3 cooldown items and are an Aphrodite, so that's maybe a big ask. But there are definitely targets to find here.
Doug gets riptide into the tower for a moment. Gospel of John have a mano-a-mano advantage right now, but on the right side of the map, Kvake is taken down while split pushing, and Layers is going to pick up that kill. So bad news for Gospel of John. You're down your carry. Nothing can get burned away now, but looking for a flank onto Wake, and looks like Remakami's got the jump a wall away from Wind Sprite. What was a Wind Sprite? Oh, no, it probably just jumped. I don't know why I thought a Wind Sprite. Weird spot.
Though.
Anyways, imagine just you could spawn a Wind Sprite anywhere. They should make an aspect for that. And on the left side of the map, River Zabuke is going to throw down a lot of space for Gospel of John to maybe find an engage. The Golden Apple does a lot of damage from Globe. The wall's ready from Remakami, but doesn't do too much after. Just a good bird defense, honestly, from Gospel of John. That's the best that you could hope for, right?
Yes, well, Globe on this Discordia pick, that Strife is doing a lot of legwork for the Gospel of John defense here. Found a Madness and then found a Madness the second that it came back up again. So if you're single bind, you're really making sure that you're not staying on top of each other, which is going to be a tough thing for this Aphrodite in particular, because, and we saw it back to back on that Phoenix, you know, Aurora's connected to Donut Doug or Aurora's connected to somebody else. Oh, because we're connected, because I need to stay close to you, suddenly we're getting Madness by a Disco Strife. So the fact that Gospel of John are able to kind of abuse that, know that the positioning will favor them for that ability, I do like the way that we're kind of playing around it. Plus, we've been pretty chill, all things considering, right? Gospel of John is pretty far behind, but when it comes to Smite 2, reliably, you'll be able to get all your items. Reliably, you will be able to play a late-game team fight. Gospel of John's late-game scaling is pretty strong, right? Kaveka on the Jing Wei. Deathbringer is the next item to have here. We've got the Sickle Blade and the Axe. So we have a little bit of crit, a little bit more strength, 5 strength. Good lord. Axe found dead. But with a little bit more gold, we know that Kaveka will start really smacking people. We see the Killing Stone as well there for Globe, so probably a Spear of Deso, or not a Spear of Deso, but the Divine Ruin could be around the corner for Globe. We already have Obshard, so we have Penetration, Deathbringer finished, Titan's Bane online for NA1. The pieces are here. We just needed some Chain CC. Whoever Aurora isn't kissing is somebody that we should target. We know that they have double shells. That means that the Newt in particular could be another good target because they have Aegis and they don't have Combat Blink yet. So you need to make sure that we find the right people and hit our training wheels and follow it up with the rest of our damage. Meanwhile, if you're single bind, your game plan has not changed much. Your Layers, your Remakami, you're getting in the mix, get a lot of damage out. Make sure that Mozwall is able to kind of free cast from the back, constantly throwing out abilities. This Merlin is chunking, let him chunk. And let Layers play that flank to scoop up anybody that kind of decides to wander a little bit outside of the pre-established kill zone. Then they end up in the deluxe kill zone.
Oh, like an upgraded package, you say, like a VIP access. As the VIP room, aka the ritual site, is being fought over here in the mid lane. Gospel of John have 4 members just kind of looking. They don't really have an engage. They have all 5 here, but they're just kind of, how do we get in? What's their engage? You know what I mean? They haven't really found that answer yet. Usually John just kind of runs at somebody, but with so much peel on the side of single bind, John's just like, I can't just run at him. Is that what you want me to do? You expect me to do that? No, I'm not going to do all that.
Yeah. It's tough, too, for this Kabrakan. You really hit the nail on the head. One of the weaknesses of Kabrakan is that if they can't close the distance, they're not really all that great. That's why you see the blink for John Rowing here, so that they can blink in, go for stuns or for ultimates to close that distance. But we mentioned before that single bind plays very well at a distance, right? Between the wall from Thor and as well as Moswell's abilities to throw out, even Donut Doug, right? The Newt can just throw out a ranged root. How are you going to play the video game? It's very hard. Single Bind find a Pyromancer admits all of this. So another bomb in pocket, too, for the next Fire Giant pull versus the one that Gospel of John are going to have. So it really is like John Rowing has to find an off angle and get behind Single Bind if they want to find a favorable fight.
I heard a blink. Who is it? It's JR. A three-man stun. Gospel of John are willing to get into this, but how do they do so? Yet again, a lot of resource invested there. Rivers of Butte down, JR's ult down, a blink down as well, but no engage. It looks like Single Bind didn't take hardly any damage. Part of that being because of the Lovebird, some Aurora. There's just no way you can poke this team down with Aurora around, right? So Golden Apple in. Revakami is low, but going into the sky, Aurora's low as well.
Oh,
Can we find an engage here? But yeah, they're Layers! Layers takes out Awake, and a two-man stun off the Thor wall. Aurora and Doug are going to follow through. Jerry and Kaveka dead as well. 3 found deceased in the jungle. Single Bind are going to gun for the Fire Giant. They're going to be able to get it from what it looks like.
Yeah, well, who's going to stop them, right? Oh my gosh. Quite literally group up for Thor ult. That was disgusting from Remakami. And the start of that fight too. You heard it. I heard someone blink. Who is it? John Rowing blinks in to get the fight started on this Cabrakan pick, but Single Bind are just so far ahead. John Rowing goes in and they're like, all right, we're going to pop shell. I have an Aphrodite. Lovebirds, we're walking away. Right? Okay, cool. Yeah. And then the follow-up from Single Bind. The chase potential of a Thor and a Susano mean that you can't get away from them. What a great ultimate from Remakami, and the follow-up from Layers 2 was devastating.
Look in the air. Is Kaveka looking to land down and maybe hit an airstrike, but not a lot of damage to land through. By the time the Kaveka could land, the tower is already gone. The bird, I should say, the Phoenix is gone in mid lane. So Single Bind are going to put a little pressure through the minions there. And up the right side, check out that pusher muse. I think that Single Bind could take this tier 2 as well.
All of it. There's for the taking. The Gospel of John, even when a fight looks like it could go their way, it simply does not, because the survivability of the Single Bind team is just through the roof, right? I mean, Moswell has only died once so far this game, and I feel like that kind of tells a story for Single Bind. Your Merlin is able to constantly throw out damage. It is matching the damage of your own solo laner from the Thor, and, you know, everybody knows that solo laners pad stats for the first, like, what, 10, 15 minutes of the game, so catch up to that. Not too shabby at all. Gospel of John, though, like we said before, they still have a really solid base defense, right? Between the Disco as well as the Yamoja 2, to be able to say, listen, you can't play in this area unless you completely barrel through and break through. And while Single Bind can do that, I feel like it usually comes at the cost of Remakami's life, because it would involve Remakami either ulting into the back line and forcing everybody to look at him, but Gospel of John have a lot of, you know, CC lockdown to have a good answer to Thor when they do that. And then they can take a 5v4 afterwards. Plus, as time goes on, Gospel of John are slowly but surely getting the rest of their builds online. But it looks like Single Bind with an Ancient Gold Fury in hand are going to start up this left side bird siege.
That they are. They're already on top of it. And down to half health. Single Bind waiting for all 5 to show up. Remakami's poke damage is pretty real. Not going to lie. It definitely looks like it hurts, and Globe is feeling that pressure right now. But it's kind of hovering around, waiting for minions to show up. They realize Gospel of John, you know what? One thing they've done consistently this game, aside from the middle bird, of course, is just defend the birds, right? Defend the Titan room. The left side bird has lived for quite a while. Single Bind haven't found a way to take it down. Maybe they can do so here as Donut Doug walks in for a bit of damage, but no cigar just yet.
Looks like there's going to be a right side split push for Single Bind that's going to turn the attentions of Gospel of John. But this also splits up Single Bind, who I feel like their 5v5 is what makes them so strong.
Rivers of Buke utilized, does root down single bind for a moment. Aurora is going to be able to dash back, so nothing just yet. Remakami says that's the go button. Remakami's in the air. Where will they land? Waiting for a grouping right on top of Kaveka. Layers is there to follow through, finds a pull while the bird on the left side melts down quick. JR is trying to distract but can't quite get it done. Down goes John Rowing, and on the run is Wake as well, hiding under the fountain, but Kaveka shuts down the Layers. That's a really big play for them. And Kaveka is still firing arrows, looking to survive as long as they can. But Kaveka eventually taken down, 2 dead for Gospel of John. High health bars across the remaining members, but with 2 birds dead, about to be a 3rd, what can Gospel of John do?
I mean, you have Globe, Cherio, and your Uller. Maybe you can get some poke damage out to force Single Bind back away, and Single Bind definitely doesn't want to try to end the game off of this either, unless we can find a couple picks here, but doesn't look like that'll be the case.
Oh my God, did you see the damage? Yellow number slot muse, that's what you called it, and it is surreal. It is absolutely inevitable for Gospel of John. The Titans down to 2K during that whole siege, the game's over.
Right.
You blink and you miss it, Muse. Oh my God.
Well, and initially I'm sitting here like, okay, Single Bind are going to back away here because Gospel of John don't want to fight into this too hard. And then my Emoji and my Discordia start running at them, and I'm like, guys, guys, I know you think you can kill that guy, but you actually can't because this Merlin is pumping crazy damage, and there is an Afro right behind me, right? So kind of a sketchy fight to take at the end there, and because there's nobody else left to defend, well, Boswell throws abilities at a Titan room, and suddenly a Titan is dead. Of course, the whole time that's happening, 2 minions are going to be walking towards there. But like Gospel of John, it is just a hard day to be a mid laner today. It is kind of what I'm feeling. First, we saw it game 1 in Prime of Shunga Best, kind of having a rough go of it. Now it's Globe, who was, got first blooded and then chased out and chased down by Layers and Remakami. Even when Kaveka was able to get to their late game as Jingwei, it just didn't matter because it came a little bit too late. So it kind of makes me wonder if maybe we have to change how we're, going about these games a little bit here. Because it seems like when you draft so much early pressure, you draft the ability to chase and kill, you really are just able to dictate the pace of the game, because if nobody is dead to defend objectives, or if nobody's alive to get their own farm, then, well, this game becomes pretty easy.
It seems, yeah, I guess easy is the best way to put it, right? I feel like that just feels, I don't want to say facing opponents are ever easy, right? But with an engage like that, did you just see that? The 2-man Thor wall followed by a Skyfall from Donut Doug? That looks easy. Yeah. That looks like you're stationary for moments. And I don't need moments to deal that damage, not with Moswall around. You know what I mean? I think that just the build here, take notes, chat, take notes. Look at the Totem of Death, the Op Shard, and a blink that early into the build for Moswall. Like, it's just there. It's just yellow numbers that just hurt so bad. I mean, just so bad. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
It's been the build for so long in mid lane, and, well, it's still really, really good. Forever really good. Or at least, for now. But yeah, even the combat blink there from Oswald, post changes to the relic and the relic upgrade. I think I said it before Prime even started on the Smite game stream. I think you're still building this like constantly. Yeah. If you're a squishy, if you're an ADC, you still want it. If you're a mid, you still want it, because the ability to just blink during a combat is that strong. That item could have 0 stats. I'd be building it anyways. It is just that good, right? I think it was Hydra Smite who said this item could brick itself and ruin my item slot for the rest of the game, and I would still build the game. I would still build the item. Like, you're gonna keep seeing it more and more and more and more.
Yeah, that item could take away stats and not still build it. But anyways, so we're going back to a wait screen because we've got more games coming up very soon, but we got to take a quick ad break. We'll be back in a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Week 3 of the June circuit is live, and we are here to talk about it. Morty and Musey in the booth today. We've got Test-Eye, Jithens, Rosie behind the scenes, and Muse. We just went off a pretty a long game, right? A fun game, a long game, too.
I mean, yeah. Hey, good things take a long time. But this bracket we've been zooming through so far today, get some eyes on it. I mean, it's already semifinals, Mort, here in week 3 of the June circuit. And it looks like Hostile Takeover, Hydrogen Bomb, Single Bind, and Butt Lovers are moving on through. I'm super pumped to see this Butt Lovers team make it even further, but they're going to have some tough opponents over from Single Bind, who we just saw play a really good game against the Gospel of John. I mean, it was clean, silent, but deadly. Master Uruguay.
Yeah, it is.
2007.
Is that gonna? Oh, I looked it up, by the way. It's 2008, so 18 years ago, right? 18
Not
years.
too bad. I did okay. That's a good guess.
I think that was very accurate. That movie can vote now. Like a very close analysis. All right, look, Muse. Let's pull it together. We're Musey. Right. Hydrogen Bomb and Hostile Takeover. They're about to play, right? We're going to talk over it. And there's a bit of storyline here because let's go into picks and bans as we explain this. This is a team that has been really just running at each other for a long time, right? Think about, let's go back. Clocked In versus Witchcraft, right? Back when this team had Zapman, Hydrogen Bomb had Zapman. Back when Hostile Takeover was known as Clocked In and they had Paul. And this was a completely different story, right? But the storyline has developed a little bit. Hydrogen, which used to be the carry for this team, Hostile Takeover, has swapped over and moved to the dark side. Hydrogen Bomb, right? And now Hostile Takeover have to move their jungler over to carry to make up for it. Granted, Techveer did play carry quite a bit throughout the Founders series, especially, leading up to Vegas. One of the top contenders, right? They made it to Vegas, and Techveer was a carry for that. So Techveer's not unfamiliar with the carry role, and now they have Ratmill, which is crazy, by the way.
Shout out Ratmill, right? That's heat. That's fire. But the bans that we also have taking place here, Mort, who gets to play with what? No Yorm, Dodgy Horus, no Afro Neuter Thor, Hostile Takeover, take away the Susano here. And you know what? I like this pick, right? I mean, Susano, on top of being just one of the better junglers right now, I think they can dictate the pace of the game. They have a lot of damage early. They have a lot of damage in the late game, and they don't really struggle as much through mid where they have like a jungler identity crisis of, I don't have penetration, what am I supposed to do? I kill you, you know what I mean? So I like it as a first pick, but it means that Hydrogen Bomb can play into it pretty effectively. They can pick their draft around that Susano. That
I don't think I've ever seen a scarier setup team. Mordred and Kerberos. Like, dude, that is a lot of setup. You've got a lot of purple and a lot of stun, too. Let's think about it. Serb can do like a 2-second stun with Paralyzing Spit if you hit max range, and then Stygian Torment knocks everybody up. You put them wherever you want, like chess pieces, right? Morge is there for Pursue the Weak, which is a massive knockup. It hits a lot of people if you hit it the exact spot, right? There's just so much to love about the engage from Hydrogen Bomb, but the response from Hostile Takeover. So Hu Yi can jump into the air and say, screw all that, I don't care. Kraken can throw a wall down. Granted, Serb and Mordred can just ignore it, so it doesn't really matter. Sometimes, depending on cooldowns and whatnot, shells and what have you. There's a lot of, ifs, ands, and buts about these fights. It's kind of hard to plan everything out on paper as far as how it's going to be executed. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of question marks, but there's a lot that we can really extrapolate just from the picks that we have in front of us, too. As much as is left up into the air, there's a lot of the ground floor that we can pick up and put together, right? Hydrogen Bomb, like you said, have that 1-2 punch of Kerberos and Mordred, but also, look at this, Agni and On Her. So we have a lot of ranged artillery from the Agni, but a lot more CC from On Her and Agni put together between the smoke palms and the pins that On Her is able to execute on. Beads is going to be a must for Hostile Takeover, especially for characters like the Susanoo Hoi and the Merlin that gets drafted at the end here because they don't have CC immune ultimates. So, Talisman of Purification, right? Let's buy one. let's light this candle. We even saw for
Why
a
not?
brief period of time that in place of a Chronos Pendant, Talisman of Purification would get picked up by mages. I would love that from the Merlin potentially here, right? Like the triple relic mid laner to keep them super safe. So you have a lot of damage with the Susanoo, a Ho Yi, and a Cabrakan. Like if this Merlin is able to keep himself, peel for themselves, and also by proxy when you carry the talisman for the team, this means that you're just able to constantly throw out abilities into this Hydrogen Bomb comp, which is a dive comp if I've ever seen one before in my life. Good lord. I mean, Snatty on the Ardio, Sunprod playing the Mordred, and then, Baby Gup with the Kerberos. It's really good. I'm really interested to see what Sunprod builds for Mordred, right? Are we doing the Bracer of the Abyss, or are we doing the Valo build? Valo was building something, it was like Bluestone, and then a Barbed Carver into Prophetic, Nemean, Breastplate of Determination, something like that. And just running in, making stuff happen, right? And I'm really curious to see if Sunprod's doing that, if we're doing the Bracer of the Abyss build, where we're in scaling, we got a Typhon's Heart, Bracer, Nimble Ring, and, really winning through our attack speed.
I think it'd be interesting to see what Sunprod is going to pick up here, because Mordred jungle. I mean, we talked about how Mordred's gained a lot of popularity recently, but because a lot of the tank items that he likes are buffed. We saw Shield of the Phoenix get picked up earlier, the Leviathan's Hide, Prophetic, these very tank-focused items. And granted, Sunprod's not unfamiliar with the tank jungle either. I mean, when Odin jungle was a little more popular, Sunprod was running that as much, or Fenrir too, as much as teams would let him. You know what I mean? I mean, unless it was banned away from Sunprod, he's probably going to play it. So I think this is a pretty nice slot, but whether or not he goes full damage or tank, I think that changes up this team dynamic entirely. Granted, there is still a lot of damage to offer. I mean, maybe Gup's first serve is going to do a lot of damage on its own. Adney can absolutely melt teams. You know what I mean? There's a lot to love, but who's going to be going where? Who's going to take on who? And who is going to get the win? We'll find out as we go into game. It's live. It's ready. So let's take a look and see what's going on. Morty and Musey in the booth here with Hostile Takeover up against Hydrogen Bomb. Semifinals of the bracket for week 3 of the June circuit. Rosie, Testai, and Jithin's behind the scene to make all these pretty colors you see on screen happen. And Musey, we've got our aces in our places here. The floor is yours.
It's interesting to me. Tegvir in ADC, after they were playing jungle for so long, you would kind of think to yourself, well, what is the jungle pool for a player like Tegvir? And the Ho Yi, I think, fits really well into what Tegvir likes to do. Is Kaidon just going to die, by the way? To BennyQ, is this happening? Dude, take a couple of steps back. Jeez Louise. But Tegvir was known to play Ho Yi in the jungle, so they'll feel pretty comfortable playing the Ho Yi in this ADC lane, where they'll just be able to kind of farm and hang out. But I'm interested to see if they position a little bit more like that Ho Yi jungle that we're so used to them seeing. On the opposite side of things, though, Hydrogen Bomb, there is that Mordred jungle for Sunprod. Bluestone and not Bumbus Cudgel. I think it is the tank Mordred build. So we go Barb Carver, Prophetic Cloak, Breastplate of Determination, maybe a Nemean. You can go a doublet. I haven't seen a doublet yet today. I kind of hoped I would see one. Oh, Karmic Soul is out Snatty. Let's talk about that lane, right? Ardio loses. That's the long and the short of it, more. TBH. Anytime Ardio wants to do something, Cabrakan just kills them. Like, it's just, that is a losing lane for the Ardio. And we last picked it into this comp, BT dubs. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's room for counterplay there, but this is Karmic we're talking about. First of all, the Karmic with the Cabrakan pick. I mean, what can you really pick? You know what I mean? I think there's a couple other guys that would slide in well here, but Snatty's very comfortable on this Ardio pick. I think he can do some work late game. Granted, Ardio's known more for the early game potential, right? You're meant to shut down specific gods. You're not shutting down Cabrakan. That's the long and short of it.
No. Well, here's the thing, too. Ardio wants to play at range with the range root, right? And it's a channeled ability that she throws out. Karmic can just stun you out of it. Because Karmic is able to pop the 1, you're root immune, you're faster, your next auto stuns. Cool. Karmic now runs at Snatty and stuns them out of their 3. Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna hit you with some abilities and we're gonna play in melee range for a little bit. Karmic's like, cool, don't care. I'm gonna do the same thing, right? Because I can, Kabrakan 2, Bomba's auto, Kabrakan 2 again, this one stuns, Bomba's auto, okay, have fun. What if I dash away? I have a cripple, you lose, right? So Snatty needs to make sure that we don't accidentally burn away our shell before it needs to be burned away. Otherwise, Karmic gets a crazy Kabrakan ultimate, is gonna own out this Ardio again. Like, it literally is just the losingest matchup for an Ardio.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate as we're hitting the 3-minute mark. Firebrands are up, and 2-on-2 here in solo lane. Dashing back to safety, the Bear Dash will get Snatty a bit of space, but Sunprod getting ran at, down to 300. This might be a tanky Mordred build in the future, but he's not so tanky just yet, so Sunprod's got to be very careful here. Zoning off the remaining members of solo lane as Ratmilk and Benny are going to collapse on the Firebrand. Snatty's down to 200 health, and I can promise you Snatty's feeling the pressure right now. Karmic is just shutting him down in a big way.
No, it is literally the most losingest lane. I think the only matchup I hate more, I feel, is like Bologna into Kabrakan, because you're like, I'm gonna bludgeon. You're like, you're not gonna do anything, bro. I don't. Sit down, little Gup. But the Gups,
squad.
actually over in the duo lane, we've spent so much time focusing on solo. What happens over back in duo, checking in on Tegvir and what they've been up to. Not too much, right? I feel like between the Ho Yi and the Sobek, there is a lot of potential to kill, but when it comes to On Her and the Kerberos, it feels like they're just able to ignore a lot of what Ho Yi and the Sobek want to do because they have CC immune ultimates and have a lot of good CC that they can in turn throw at them. So the damage there becomes pretty strong. Health Sash and Battle Axe. Looks like both the solo laners are going to be opting towards that Runeforge Hammer. Snatty has 2 ways to get it, but remember, one of those ways isn't really going to happen because Kabrakan is root immune. The way the Runeforge Hammers work is when you CC somebody, they get marked with a rune, you auto them, pops the rune, deals damage based on your protections. Karbik's able to get that every day of the week. Like, oh, I'm going to stun you and immediately follow up with my Boomba's auto. Boomba. Like,
right.
I don't know. I really hate this matchup in solo lane. I'll drop it after this, but I think I've really said my piece on it. We all know how I feel.
2-on-2 by the Oracles. Around the corners, Baronary, who gets tail whipped out of the ghastly breast. Stygian Torment, but a lurking in the waters to follow through. Decent damage from Happen, and a Typhoon in response. So Baby Gup's taken into the air for a moment. Sunprod has some damage, but no kills found. Just a low jungler and a low solo, or a low support on the side of Hydrogen Bomb. But the Oracles didn't go either one way or the other. They got split up. Just a transaction, right? Just a little fight is what it is.
We're waiting for that Barb Carver for Sunprod. That's going to be a really important power spike for this Mordred. And it's especially good on Mordred because, again, it's another character that is throwing a lot of auto attacks in between their abilities, but also just has so many more abilities than most other characters in the game. You have your Mordred passive that makes it so that you can shoulder charge after you hit an enemy god with an ability. So you're like, oh, cool. Hard slash, shoulder charge, auto. Pop my 2, shoulder charge, auto. My Barb Carver is getting a ton of damage off the whole time it's happening. We can even take a look at the Barb Carver just so that you can get an idea of what's going on. 40 strength, 7.5% lifesteal. When you hit somebody with an ability, they get a stack of jagged wounds for 5 seconds, so up to 3. It triggers once per ability per target. We're maxing out this Barb Carver damage on the Mordred, and it makes it so that you are dealing extra damage per stack based on your lifesteal as well. So you can go like Barb Carver into Sanguine Lash or into even a Reaper if you really wanted to. But what makes this Mordred so good is their survivability. So like Lash or Prophetic, just more tank items to kind of get the value from that damage, because you don't need to build too much damage beyond this. Like Bluestone, Barb Carver, that's most of the build, to be honest. I mean, Susano with their own Barb Carver feel like Rat Milk will do the Reaper strat, maybe a Jotuns, so we can spam more abilities. But it's going to be interesting because Hydrogen Bomb looks like they need to wait a little bit before they can really take fights. Artio needs to get out of the solo lane. They're not going to find any value over there. Sunprod needs to get some items online. We have to make sure that this Agni stays protected because we need Totem of Death. We need Soul Reaver. We have a Chronos already. Whereas Hostile Takeover, you Sobek pluck somebody and they die, right? So they are going to have the early pressure over the map because this mid 3v3 looks so strong. I mean, Happen's able to look for a pluck, followed with a bunch of damage. We know that Tagveer is just going to be chilling in that dual lane. They're not going to try to argue with Hydrogen too much. Hoyi can always jump away to safety. So the drivers of this game so far, in my mind, are going to be Hostile Takeover, at least until Hydrogen Bomb are able to find, you know, their Agni, a couple more items, and get this Artio away from the solo lane.
So, 8 minutes into this game, and it's been pretty quiet for the most part. One kill over here in the mid lane, maybe another, but Happen charge praise away. High health bars across the board, so low kill potential, to be honest. But, I mean, there is still some contesting points. The Gold Fury is still up and available for whichever team can find an opportunity. Firebrands have been definitely taken over by Hostile Takeover, right? I guess the Firebrands are the Hostiles because they've been taken over by Hostile Takeover for a majority of the time, but a pretty slow start, to be honest, Muse.
Yeah, so far so good. And it benefits Hydrogen Bomb that Hostile Takeover aren't being as hostile, right? Like, they're both playing chill. Well, except maybe in solo lane, Karmic just gets barreled over. Ooh. Why is Kerberos here?
Yeah, what is he doing there? But yeah, good kill. Goes the way of Snatty. Anyways.
I mean, part of what you can do to help your Artio in the solo lane is what we saw from Baby Gup. If you know that your solo laner is losing, and this really applies to any lane when you think about it, but when you know that they're going to lose, you have to just outman them. It can be an extra, support rotation. It could be a support and a jungler rotation, but this does leave the left side of the map a little exposed. So that's why I appreciate the way that Hydrogen Bomb positions Sunprod around the left side to make sure that Hostile Takeover can't go for that cheeky Gold Fury pull. Because that's usually how you play that, right? If you're the solo laner and you get jumped on by a support, I'm pinging attack Gold Fury, right? I'm spamming it. Like, can we do something on the other side of the map, please? But the fact that that didn't happen will help stabilize Hydrogen Bomb a little bit and help them get towards that later game where they really start to thrive, right? I mean, we see a Moat of Chaos pickup for Baby Gup, so we know that an upgraded shell is going to be on the way. So we'll have maybe a blinker, even better, a beads for this Kerberos, so that if the Kerberos does get yoinked or pulled or anything, we do have a beads in response to make sure that our support doesn't get completely blown out of the water. Kydon has been holding onto this reliquary and gem for like 7 years now. I imagine they must have a lot of gold in hand. They've been farming like crazy. But with gem and reliquary, we should know that Soul Reaver will be around the corner, and that'll be, very helpful for taking down tanks like Karmic and or Happen. You already have a bit of health in their build because of Stampede and Runeforged Hammer. So yellow numbers, here to stay forever. Yeah, 2,200 gold in hand. That's a Soul Reaver. Yeah, there it is. Like, boom. Nice. We've got it. Cool. Damage in hand. You're making it work, but now you have to figure out where to put it.
Who up Soul and their Reaver? You know what I'm saying? I think it's a pretty slow start here, Muse. I'm up as well. Not really. 1-1 started 11 minutes and no Gold Furies. Firebrands have been looked at and one ritual site so far, Muse. But I'm starting to think with all these items on board, we can go right back to that. Soul Gem gets picked up, and that's a nice one too. It's been a day here, Muse.
Shield and Medallion for Sunprod. So we are going the tankier side of that jungle build. Where are you going with Shield and Medallion, I wonder? I wonder if it could be something like a Shield of the Phoenix, maybe a Glad Shield. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here, like both of those things. But with only a tier 1 items, kind of hard to know. Rat Milk, though, Infused Axe, I'm looking at either like Hydra's Lament, maybe a Transcendence, leaning more a little bit towards the Hydras because Susano is the auto attack cancel king of Smite 2. You're able to get a bunch off, and it's easier to pull off in Smite 2 as well, honestly, because of the way that they changed are you able to cancel your abilities? You can weave those auto attacks in very, very easily. But so far, yeah, I mean, all's been quiet on the Western Front. It's interesting to me that Happen hasn't been playing more aggressively on the Sobek, because Hostile Takeover they still have a lot of early game damage that they could get across the board if we are able to find some CC to get a fight started. But Hostile Takeover are just not interested in being the aggressor so far. They're just hanging out. And I really feel like that does benefit Hydrogen Bomb more than anything else. I mean, Agni's early game damage got nerfed recently. Their late game is very strong. So we know that Kaidon is just kind of hanging out for that moment. Now we're pulling a Pyromancer. And Hostile Takeover just isn't anywhere. Were we just chilling? Did you think Hydrogen Bomb wouldn't play the video game? It's a Pyromancer for Hydrogen Bomb, and now I'm really encouraging Hostile Takeover to maybe start some fights here, because Hydrogen Bomb have noticed that you are just not going to do it.
So, still, it's, you know, Pyromancer going the way of Hydrogen Bomb is going to be beneficial. That Runic Bomb will help on their next siege, whenever that may be, right? Still, you know, both of these teams really, or I feel like a big part of why we're seeing such a slow start, both of these teams really get gassed up the later the game goes. We've seen quite a bit of games from Hydrogen Bomb, formerly known as Witchcraft. They've all gone for quite some time in a lot of the games they play, right? They're looking for these late game fights around the Enhanced Fire Giant. They're looking to get these full builds and then show what they've got. This is really about, you know, just getting there, right? Farming up and getting to that point as quickly as possible. And sometimes it doesn't always start from a snowball. Sometimes it starts from just taking the resources from the map as quickly as possible, finding your jungle camps off rotation and getting them, you know, getting what you can out of it.
For sure. But I'm going to say it again. Hostile Takeover had such a good early game. Even the Artio in the solo lane is ahead of Karmic at this point. And that's not a lane where the Artio should be able to get ahead. Like, the Kabrakan should just kind of own her. So it's just very interesting to me that it felt like Hostile Takeover had the opportunity to be, I don't know, hostile, but there was nothing to take over. Radmilk, though, is farming pretty effectively. They're keeping ahead of Sunprod, or at least keeping on par with Sunprod. But 0-0-0 on the slash lines. The only people that have lived and died so far are the solo laners and a lone baby Gup to be able to take something home. I'm thinking around this Moonlight Queen Naga, though, should be able to find ourselves a scuffle.
Pursue of the week, utilize. Sunprod couldn't quite find a connection and didn't want to end up out of the ult in front of them. So dash back to their side of the jungle, right? But Baby Gup hits the Stygian Torment, takes Happen up into the air for a moment. Hostile Takeover are feeling the fight, but a lot of ults still ready to go with 1,000 health on the Queen Naga. The Meteor Shower thrown down. Hydrogen Bomb cleans up Rat Milk. It puts Happen on a poster as well. Here's the fight we've been looking for. Queen Naga goes the way of Hydrogen Bomb. They've stolen it away from Hostile Takeover. Karmic left alone in the pit. Tagveer chased down in the jungle, and BennyQ left all alone with Sunprod. BennyQ looking to run for their life. Flicker available. BennyQ wants to turn it, but Sunprod says there's no way you turn this fight your way. Deicide and a Queen Naga for Hydrogen Bomb.
Well, the window of opportunity for Hostile Takeover has closed, effectively. I mean, Sunprod kind of fakes out the start of that fight, looping in with that Pursue of the Week, but doesn't really hit on anything. And even though we saw that Baby Gup was able to go in and look for that ultimate, it just didn't really land on anything. It wasn't until Hydrogen jumps over the Fire Giant pit doors, lets loose that Desert Fury, Hydrogen Bomb, in the chaos of everybody just grouping up on top of this Moonlight Queen Naga, are able to steal that away, and to make matters worse, piece up Hostile Takeover after the fact. I mean, Sunprod was walking BennyQ back to the base, like, a solid 5 seconds or so before anything even really happened, and now Hydrogen Bomb are just walking away with everything. I mean, Rat Milk's dead. You're gonna take a look at that ritual? It really does feel like Hostile Takeovers just kind of let the game happen to them.
Yeah, that's unfortunately how it goes, man. Especially, like, we talk about this a lot. The 15-minute mark is when these objectives really start to just put up and do some big things, right? That's when there's fights that have to happen rather than, you know, the early game skirmishes. It's because we want to snowball. But fights around Queen Naga, they have to happen. So Hydrogen Bomb took advantage. They stole that away. It's just a huge play as Pyromancer is getting burned, and Hostile Takeover have no quarrel with anything involving the Pyromancer. You want another Runic Bomb? That's cool. You can have it. It's all good. I don't really care. FG and Gold Fury? Maybe not.
Maybe not. Barb Carver, Glad Shield, Draconic Scales for Sun Prod. So yes, very tanky Mordred build in the jungle, but the damage is 100% there, right? Barb Carver, you know, sees itself for the lifesteal damage that it's dealing. Bluestone deals a bunch of damage by itself, but also now Glad Shield and Draconic Scales put together. Glad Shield going to be doing extra damage if Sun Prod is taking damage because Draconic Scales gives you extra protections as you take more damage. Like, take some physical damage, get some more percent physical protections. Take some magical damage, oh, I'm going to take some percent magical protections. That's neat, that's sick. Plus 300 health. It's going to give him the ability to stick around just a little bit longer. So now we have Snatty and Sunprod and Baby Gup. 3 tanks that love to get in there, that love to dive, that love to cause havoc. There's Hostile Takeover. How are we starting a fight, right? We're looking at Happen. Maybe we're looking at Karmic. But, you know, it feels like they haven't been looking to start fights at all. So Hostile Takeover hasn't been starting fights on their terms. Hydrogen Bomb have been allowed to be the aggressors throughout this whole game. And Hostile Takeover have items to let them get in there. We have Stampede, we have double blinks. Run at them!
Well, there we go. Blink in, tail whip. Gold Fury down to 1,000. Sunprod gonna secure it. Now we've got a fight on our hands. A big play for Hydrogen Bomb. Snatty kills happen, but Baby Gup is down in the process, so both supports die. That's an even trade if it weren't for the Gold Fury that goes the way of Hydrogen Bomb. Shout out Sunprod. A big play that's going to continue their goal lead here at the 19-minute mark. It's 20 minutes into the game almost, and that's a pretty decent lead. 7K on gold with only a 3 to 8 kill count on the scoreboard. Musi, this is starting to look a little more decisive.
Yeah, this is, you know, approaching that uh-oh territory. Hostile Takeover have to make some hostile changes to the way that we're playing this game. Even when they were able to start the fight on their terms, they blink in, we go for tail whips and plucks and me oh my. Doesn't matter, right? Hydrogen Bomb are like, cool, yeah, we'll take a fight. Why not? We're already, like, ahead. We have a Moonlight Queen Naga buff on us, 5% strength in it permanently. Like, so we're going to have more power than you. Let's take that fight, right? And Hydrogen Bomb are able to secure their own gold, so they're not really stressed about it too much. What really sucks, too, for Hostile Takeover is the Artio is now able to leave the solo lane. Artio is so good into Susano specifically. Sucks into Cabrakan. Terrible into Cabrakan. Into Susanoo? Really good. She has a giant AoE cripple field around her that just says, hey, Susanoo, you can't play the video game when I'm standing next to you. And a Susanoo that can't stay mobile is a Susanoo that's, you know, close to death. So they'll never be able to, like, be the damage that we're really looking at them to be. Hydrogen Bomb walk away with another Pyromancer, so now they'll have 2 Pyro Bombs in pocket for this FG play.
And FG is getting burned. Hydrogen Bomb, I have all 5 on top of it. And Snatty's tanking it away. Happen, lurking, and waiting to maybe find a pluck onto one vulnerable member. But like you said, with 3 tanks, who's really vulnerable? You know what I mean? But goes right in. The meteor shower thrown down and a Typhoon ready to go. Karmic kills Snatty. Kaidon takes down a Rat Milk, and Baby Gup takes down 1. Hydro cleans another, and this fight is just all over the place. Karmic hitting stunts for days, but it won't give the team enough time to stay alive. Karmic falls right next to the FG pit, and Happen, the only one left alive, and is posted up on the enemy side jungle as the burn begins on the FG. I don't know if they know where Happen is. Sunprod is just kind of scoping out the area. Where could Happen be? Be careful. Crocodile blinking. No, he's not going to try and steal, is he?
He's going for
Lurking
it.
in the waters. What? No,
Oh.
Hydrogen secured it, but he did get the dagger. That's a pretty big resource pool. Is he going to use it for the revive? Ooh. No. Oh, wait, he used it. He used it. That's at least nobody from Hydrogen Bomb gets the dagger, but they get FG.
I mean, that was a really gnarly blink from
that was crazy.
So Happens like waiting in the bush on the top side of FG. As Sunprod walks up to them, the moment Sunprod collides with Happen, Happen blinks past, finds that lurking in the waters. They're not able to steal it, but I do like the fact that we got the execute off on top of Hydrogen. And Happen, and to a lot of people that dagger play, like Mort pointed out, right? At least he used the dagger before he died. Really important.
Yeah.
Happen had two options there, right? Either I pop the dagger now, and maybe I, quote unquote, I screw it up and I don't get the revive, or I really try to get the timing here so I can get my revive off. But in doing that, you run the risk of giving up the dagger to Hydrogen Bomb, and think about how much CC Hydrogen Bomb has. Like, we can put you in a CC chain and deal 600 damage pretty quickly. So Happen pops the dagger early so that nobody can have it. Like, if I can't have it, nobody can. Hydrogen Bomb, that fighter on the FG pit too. Uh-oh. Did it happen? Looking for another steal maybe, but it's going to be a no.
Yeah, Sunprod's got way too much zoning potential. Gold Fury's already gone. Boom, dead. Hydrogen Bomb get their second Gold Fury of the game. That furthers their gold lead to 12K. 12,000 gold at 23 minutes. It feels like that gold lead has only been developing even more and more. Hostile Takeover rarely find themselves in a situation like this where they're down so bad, but a good pluck onto one. Great play from Happen, and look at Radmo to secure. Kaidon dead. Oh no, for Hydrogen Bomb. Stygian Torment knocks up a couple, brings them back to the team into the meteor shower. Hydrogen is able to get it killed though. Tagveer cleans up Baby Gup, and 2 dead for Hydrogen Bomb lurking in the waters for. So Happen will stay alive and doesn't get taken down by Sunprod. You got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Dude, that ultimate from the Kerberos. Baby Gup found so many, but Tagveer being around the corner, the damage was just a little bit too much. So Hostile Takeover take FG off of Kaidon and Baby Gup, so that the only people with FG left at this point is just Sunprod. So the Fire Giant play, as good as it was from Hydrogen Bomb, and even that team fight from before, I still want to dig my teeth into that, because the AoE from Hydrogen Bomb is actually just disgusting. Like, yeah. Kaidon was able to get a bunch of damage through, but also the positioning from Kaidon around that FG fight, the way that he dashed, like, pass everybody into Hostile Takeover territory as Sunprod was going in. So Sunprod's able to lip up a couple people with their ultimate, and then the follow-up is immediately there. I remember Karmic trying to fight around 4 people, just completely stranded, just a rough day to be. And even though Snatty dies right at the beginning of that FG fight, it doesn't matter, right? Because the RDO did her job. Went in, caused havoc, die for the team so that the rest of us can get our damage off. We are not lacking in any tanks on the Hydrogen Bomb front, especially now that we have Breastplate of Determination.
Oh my goodness, but pursue the weak into the back line. A great pluck from Sunprod to set up this fight, but a Typhoon in response goes straight into the back line of Hydrogen. But Kaidon is able to take down Happen. Karmic's walking back to the team, but slowed down by Sunprod for just a moment. Blink will not save you, Ratmilk. Down goes the Susano. 2 dead for a Hostile Takeover. Hydrogen Bomb can get whatever they know they can. Look at Karmic, who maneuvers back into the fight, hits some stuns, and gets 1 kill. Kaidon dead, but a Hydrogen gets their link back in blood. A big play for Hydrogen yet again. 3 dead for Takeover and approaching the Phoenix.
Looks like Bomb falls down on the mid-bird. Hostile Takeover gonna have to give that up. Hydrogen Bomb, they have so much CC, but it's like CC that is so easy to follow up on. So many routes, right? Sunprod's ultimate, so versatile. You have the big boy pursue the weak, or you have the little guy ultimate that is able to just hold somebody in place, offer you a bit of sustain. But what I like about the CC from Hydrogen Bomb is that it has a variety of being committal or non-committal, right? Or yeah. Maybe a better way for me to think about it is how Dilo likes to say the CC is on demand. Is it on demand, or is it very like, I gotta commit a lot, I have to do an ultimate, it's gonna be a long cooldown? We have a really solid mix. Like, Snatty's got on demand route, right? Well, maybe like a expedited shipping route. We have an on-demand stun from Kainon, on-demand stun from Baby Gup. Sunprod, able to get in there with the ultimate, knowing full well whoever gets pulled up is going to die, almost certainly, because what waits for them below? Cripple field from Snatty, stuns out from Kainon, a slow field from Hydrogen. There is no place for anybody here to play the game, and yet, no Talisman of Purification, hostile takeover. We got Mantle of Discord, that's heat. I love that item. I love the changes to that item. Very, very playable. Right, we got Penetration. Benny Q's got the Totem of Death and the Op Shard. Not too shabby. But there are not enough beads in the world to save you from the dive of Hydrogen Bomb. We don't even have a Magi's. Like, is there not room in the build? Do we not value the fact that Sunprod is unkillable God King Mordred that runs it down and CCs you? Fire Giants at half, but it looks like Hydrogen Bomb are just able to keep hostile takeover away more.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 because they want to fight this, especially with Benny Q having to go back to base. Hydrogen Bomb want this fight. They've got the numbers advantage. It's down to 3K, and Hostile Takeover can do nothing but watch. Karmic can't get into the FG pit. Hydrogen Bomb just want to jump them. Let's dogpile them. Pluck forces away beads from Sunprod. Stampede utilized back up to 5K. If FG is healing, Hydrogen Bomb couldn't find a fight. And back over in the fight now is Benny Q. So 5-on-5 here by FG, but Hydrogen Bomb took a little bit of poke from the Fire Giant. They decide maybe this isn't the smartest rip now, but a Blink Pluck onto Snatty and a Tail Whip in response. Snatty might be toast. Snatty has been melted to nothing but char. A beautiful pluck from Hostile Takeover is going to let them have the numbers advantage, but what can they do from there, Muse?
Unfortunate there from Snatty to get caught out there. It sucks too, because like realistically you would think, oh, Snatty's got the cripple field that's very hard for Sobek to pluck into, but just wasn't available there. But notice how Hydrogen Bomb, we still have Mordred ultimate, we still have the Kerberos ultimate. Well, we can take this fight if we're willing to go for it.
I think they are. Look at the pluck from Happen. Does take away one member's beads. Kainon doesn't have beads anymore, but Hydrogen doesn't have a life. Kainon takes down Rat Milk in the process, and Sunprod loops for a nasty Pursue the Weak. Happen provides a little bit of space, and Baby Gups by himself. 3 dead for Hydrogen Bomb. Snatty's still down, but a great pluck from Happen yet again. Sunprod's on the run, and Kainon has nowhere to go. Double kill for Benny, but a double kill for Kainon too. So with both backliners down, well, Benny's still around, but surely they don't burn FG like this, especially not when 2 members wouldn't even get the buffs.
Man, I feel like a large part of that last engagement we saw was experience. The experience difference there. And patience from Hostile Takeover, right? Snatty gets plucked out by Happen. Boom. Now we fight the 5v4. Instead of immediately going for a fight afterwards, Hostile Takeover take it slow. They're like, all right, we're going to do a Pyro. We're going to chill out. We're going to try to force Hydrogen Bomb to fight us. Hydrogen Bomb still have a couple of really important ultimates left. But it feels like they weren't able to be the aggressors in the fight this time. And that's really important. Because Hydrogen Bomb have been the aggressors in a lot of these engagements. Oh, we open it with a Kerberos ultimate. Oh, we open it with a Mordred ultimate. Not this time around, right? Hostile Takeover finds a Sobek Pluck, gets a pick. Oh, I'm going to find another Sobek Pluck, get a pick, right? And Happen isn't getting punished for going for these plucks. In fact, Hostile Takeover is just entirely benefiting off of it. Because we're able to find the damage afterwards. It was like the one instance where Hydrogen Bomb was just like, not really respecting what Hostile Takeover was going for there. And we're not able to get FG off of it or anything like that. We kind of have to rest on our laurels a little bit. We have to chill. But if I'm Hydrogen Bomb, head on a swivel, keeping an eye on Happen so far. Because the Sobek that wasn't really doing too much before is definitely making it happen now. And now, finally, we do have a Magi's Blessing for Happen. So it's harder to kind of catch the Sobek out and abuse them. Right? But the Hydrogen Bomb do have a lot of range CC that we can use to pop the bubble from the Magi's Cloak. You know, every 90 seconds, get a little bubble. It cleanses you of a hard crowd control. So stuns, roots, silences, that kind of thing. which is really important for a character like Sobek, because a part of what he does with the pluck is he goes in, he stuns, he throws somebody behind him, but he doesn't go with them, right? So he's kind of stuck in no man's land. So that Magi's is going to help him go for the pluck, but then also be able to back away to the rest of his team to help finish the kill that he tossed towards hostile takeover. It's just another layer of survivability that kind of helps the Sobek fight into what Hydrogen Bomb is so reliant on, and that is fights started because of hard CC. Hydrogen Bomb are able to get that Pyromancer though. So they're going to have a bomb in play for the next FG pull, same thing with hostile takeover. And you know, as long as we're talking about Hydrogen Bomb a little bit, we do have the Talisman of Purification for Snatty, so giant CC field, or a giant AoE cleanse for Hydrogen Bomb, which is really solid when something like a Typhoon comes barreling down, or even like Happen Pluck, if, you know, maybe if Snatty's not the one getting plucked, they could be like, that's alright, I'm just gonna get you out of there. But, you know, cooldown rate, 7.5% stats from items, hey, that sees protections, so that's good for a character like Artio that has to be in your face. She needs a lot of prots in order to stay alive, but it looks like Snatty's caught out yet again.
No way. No, the pluck is good from Happen. Down goes Snatty once more. And we've seen this movie before, Muse, and we ain't talking Kung Fu Panda anymore. This is real life here. EFG is getting looked at by hostile takeover. Karmic forced back to base. He doesn't get pounced on before he goes back, so plenty of time for Karmic to heal, rush back up to EFG, and maybe make a play here. Snatty's down for 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before this Artio gets to get back into the game. Hostile Takeover have a pretty healthy amount of shred. I mean, I look at the Merlin specifically with that Totem of Death online and the Ob Shard. Merlin is known for burning through objectives, so Hostile Takeover, they pick up EFG.
Well, the burn begins. 14,000 health. And it's getting chipped away at, slowly but surely. Check out Happen to the front, takes a bit of poke damage, forces away, lurking in the waters. Karmic is owning away Sunprod on the left side of the EFG pit, and both members take a little bit of poke. Hostile Takeover take a little bit more, though. Happen especially, down to less than a quarter, forced to go back to base, and hey, that's their secure too. That's the guy that's holding the runic bomb, so you've got to have him around. Let's play around him, make sure he's healthy so we can fight this. But Karmic gets picked out here. Karmic is dead in real time. Down goes the solo for Hostile Takeover. The Ritual Site will be the priority for Hydrogen Bomb, so they can send those pushers down lane. That'll put a lot of pressure on a Hostile Takeover.
That will give an opportunity for an EFG pull from the Hydrogen Bomb side of things, because like you said, Bort, those pushers offer a lot of pressure in the lanes that they start walking down here. They gotta get one more rock, I feel, though, so maybe somebody go fetch that real quick, if we can. Ritual activated. Looks like Hydrogen Bomb want to commit to this if they can.
Yeah, I think they want to, and the numbers advantage still favoring Hydrogen Bomb. Karmic's dead for 20. Hostile Takeover are still around, though. What are the odds they can find a good play here? A good pluck on a low health member. Baby Gup's less than half. Stampede in and then right back out because Sunprod's ready with
still
Pursue the
EFG.
Weak on the go. 2K on the EFG. They go into the pit and Happen steals. Happen steals the EFG. That's exactly what they wanted. But Kaidon's there with a response. The Crocodile's been melted down to nothing. So Happen did die for it. But man, that's a good steal.
Oh my goodness. Happen walks up and throws down the Pyro Bomb and then just yoinks it. It was a moment of panic from Hydrogen Bomb there to try to figure out, can we out-secure a Pyro Bomb? But I'm pretty sure Happen threw their bomb down first before the bomb from Baby Gup. So that means that Hostile Takeover get a free EFG, and this is just a beefy buff. I mean, it is so much stronger than normal Fire Giant, and it's going to be in the hands of Rat Milk, Benny Q, and Tegvir, all the damage dealers. So now that you have this, and we can even take a look. When was the last time we looked at EFG and what that does? Like, it's just so much health regen, I think, is the really sneaky part of what makes this buff so good, and that's why I love seeing it in the hands of all the DPS, because it lets them stay a little bit aggressive, but also makes it so that they can sustain through fights a little bit longer, right? And Ratmilk was already able to get quite a bit of lifesteal through with the Barbed Carver. So now we have this EFG buff that just says, hey, cool, well, I'm living forever. It helps with the sieges too, which is going to be so important. Increased strength or intelligence, so it kind of depends on what you have more of. But health and mana and your attacks ignore tower backdoor protections. So, this means that Hostile Takeover can start diving towers and burn them away without needing a minion wave in order to do it. So, Hostile Takeover have a really solid play to make in the next 2 minutes is when the EFG wears off.
And that's exactly what... Oh, Kabrakan.
Oh, that was close.
Didn't quite find... Yeah, I mean, it was a very close one, but didn't quite work out their way. That's fine. You still have the buffs, right? They're still going to take down this tier 2. Down it goes. Falls very quickly. Now marching up the middle of the map, and a good pluck on a Bayro. He's able to soul expulsion back to safety. Red Milk is into the Titan room. A 4-man pursue the weak into the meteor shower. Good Lord, Sunprod's got this fight set up for Hydrogen Bomb and continues to go from there, but the damage from Tegvir is unreal. Tegvir will fall to Sunprod. Karmic's on the run. Same thing with Happen. Benny Q's the only one that's confident at the end of things, but Hydrogen Bomb just saved their bird in a really big way.
That was one of the biggest Mordred ultimates I've seen in my life. That was insane. Picks up 4 people. What do you mean? And Rat Milk has beads. It's still up, so we didn't pop the bead. Tegvir has beads. It must have been down. It must have been down in the fight. I refuse to believe that we didn't beads the Mordred ultimate, or maybe we just didn't respect it. I mean, more so than the setup for that Mordred ultimate was the follow-up. Oh my god, look at this. All right, Baby Gut falls away. Keep an eye out for Sunprod, picks up 4 into the Hoi ultimate. Yeah, no, it's curtains. I can't believe that. Even though Tegvir tries to get away, the jump can only get you so far. And this fight almost turned on top of Hydrogen Bomb, by the way. Benny Q looked like they were going to go for even more damage, but he got cut off by the Honor Pillar. A good pillar from Hydrogen makes sure that Benny Q can't look for too much more. So, whew, man. I mean, if you weren't awake before, you are awake now. Both teams are leaned forward in their gaming racer chairs, ready to activate here. And EFG, it wears off now. The playing field is level. Hydrogen Bomb have been playing really well around these objective fights leading up to that hostile takeover EFG steal. So now Pyromancers are going to be probably the next thing that we want to look at for both teams. Those bombs are really important for securing these objectives. It's 1,000 true damage after like a 2-3 second timer. You'll hear it like wind up and then pop. And clearly we need it, right? And clearly Happen shouldn't be allowed to have it.
Okay, so we're starting a fight in mid lane. A big Stygian Torment sets up one low health member. Happen seems to be diving into the back line. Rat Milk's in trouble. The meteor shower thrown down, so Hydrogen gets a decent amount. Wait, Benny? Look at Sunprod! God King Sunprod takes down Benny and runs for his life right after. A big play as Daddy takes down Karmic. 2 dead members of Hostile Takeover, and the only one that Hydrogen Bomb lost is Baby Gup. So this is bad news for Hostile Takeover. Yet again, the numbers advantage favors Hydrogen Bomb.
So now, it's 4v3 around EFG. I mean, EFG is nothing that you could just pull willy-nilly. I like this Pyromancer pull more than I like an EFG pull, if I'm being 100% honest with you. Because one of the things about EFG is, yeah, the buff it gives you is awesome. It's nearly game-winning, but this objective deals so much damage. It's so hard to actually commit to it. Hostile Takeover don't have any ultimates in hand. Rat Milk should have theirs soon, but Hydrogen Bomb does have the Pyro Bomb in play, held by Hydrogen himself, so you know the Honor will be there to deploy it as EFG falls to half.
We've seen Happen steal one EFG before. Can he do it again for the 2-time? Lurking in the waters, but Hydrogen Bomb are very wary of what Happen can do. He doesn't have a bomb to work with anymore. It's just nothing but a sickening strike. Beads away the impale, but Hydrogen still gets the kill. Happen's dead and Ratmilk's alive. Ooh. Typhoon ready to go. Hydrogen secures the EFG, and in goes the fight from there. Heart Slash locks down Benny for a moment. Tegvir seems to be in trouble as well, but what can Hostile Takeover do? Hydrogen Bomb are on their way to the Titan room.
Look at Baby Gup. They've got their ultimate online. This Kerberos could open doors of victory for Hydrogen Bomb. And they have EFG enhanced. So remember, increased strength or int, depending on what you have more. But the health regen, the backdoor protection immunal. They're going in.
Stygian Torment used, but doesn't find a pull. That's fine. Hydrogen are looking at the Titan, but BennyQ looking to do what they can to defend this bird. Decent poke damage onto a few. Snatty's less than half. Sunprod's less than half, but Kaidon takes down Segbeer. BennyQ's able to get a double, but the game is still over. Fight all you want. It doesn't matter. Hydrogen Bomb just blew up the Titan.
That's crazy. It's like I always say, Mort, panic enders always prosper, right? You commit to that Titan burn because there's no way you lose. And they had to commit to that Titan burn because in a situation like that, the game going on as long as it did, if Hydrogen Bomb didn't end the game there, if they wipe, it's their turn to lose the game. So, man, I mean, that was a crazy back and forth for a while. Hostile Takeover kind of rolled over a bit in the early game and the mid game, maybe a little bit towards the beginning of the late game. But tell you what, the experience on this team informs them of how to play late game fights. I mean, it really does feel like Hostile Takeover is very happy to kind of let the game happen until minute 25, 30, and then they're like, okay, now we can play the video game. Now we can play Smite. You know, now we can, we can look for some plays and for some aggression. It nearly worked out, but Sunprod just kind of saved the game off that Mordred ultimate. I don't know. What do you even say to that? What do you do about that? That's insane.
Sunprod against the world. I mean, it's just like beautiful Mordred ults all game. I mean, I haven't seen the Sunprod Mordred in quite a while. He hasn't lost any of that skill. And the steal. So it's just been crazy moments. We started off very slow to this game, your Muse. I was sitting here thinking it's going to be a while before we get in, but I mean, once we started cooking around Fire Giants, EFGs, both teams just showed up and showed out. Like it's the game itself came alive. Here's the Mordred ult. Oh
wow! Oh my goodness! I mean, Rat Milk immediately dead. Tagveer tries to get away, can't make it out. I mean, BennyQ almost turns this whole fight around. BennyQ on this Merlin pick is like demon time, the amount of damage that this guy is able to do. It really did feel like, though, that Sunprod on this Mordred was just the issue to deal with, and Kaidon and Hydrogen didn't really have to stress out too much about anything that Hostile Takeover was doing, because I mean, Sunprod's in the back fighting 3-4 people and living, right? Because we have Barb Carver, Shield of the Underworld, and a Dream. It's like most of what you need. So I don't know, man. Mordred is like really, really good right now from solo, but also from jungle. It might be time to start, either first picking this god or maybe even ban them, right? The era of Pele is dead. New best friend is Mordred.
Yeah, and you could take it solo, you could take it jungle. Hey, for all we know, Muse, we could see Mordred support next game with engages like
Mordred
that.
To lunch.
If you could, I don't think that's a role in Conquest, but you could take.
He's eating.
What about Midred? What about Midred, Muse? I mean, there's all types of possibilities. Yeah, what about? I mean, think about it. How fast you can get to a Gold Fury? How fast you can get to the Firebrands early? The Pyromancer, the EFG. Midred is just all around. You got decent wave clear. I'm spitting a bit of game here. I mean, Hydrogen Bomb. You've got one more game. Well, I guess a set to win. And Kaidon could bust out the Mordred or give it back to Sunprod. Doesn't matter. Just get your hands on the Mordred and you'll win the first game at least because of Vault Ban. So we'll talk more about those when we get back from break. We've got a lot to catch up on. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Week 3 of the June Circuit. It's here. It's live. And we are going to talk about it right now. Morty and Musey in the booth today. And we've got Jithin's Rosy Test Eye behind the scenes. And Muse, let's talk about what we're all here for. It's the prizing, the grand prize of 5,000 bones. And that's going to be won next week. Next Saturday starts at noon Eastern. And that's the close bracket. The top 8 teams from today and the 2 weeks prior will be fighting for the chance to win that grand prize in a double elimination bracket. And speaking of brackets, let's look at today's. I mean, what teams have been fighting today? Who could maybe make it to next week to maybe win that cash prize? It all depends on right here, right now.
Ooh, looks like Single Bind did win out over Butt Lovers, so Hostile Takeover and Butt Lovers will be duking it out for third place. That means that our last game today, our best of 3 set, is Hydrogen Bomb and Single Bind. So a couple of teams that I think have been in the works for a while now. We get to see them butt heads again. But being that it is a best of 3, Mort, there are some additional rules this go around, right? We do have the vault bans. So the way that vault bans are going to work, Mort, is that in a best of 3 set, once a god is played, that god is locked away in the vault and cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. In essence, you see a god locked in, no more of that god, right? You see Thor once, no more. So there becomes kind of a mini game of who are we banning and who are we picking. Pick denial, ban denial, so maybe you can pick it in game 2 or game 3. The mind games are multiple and plentiful, and the Smite game is right here and now. So a whole lot to love.
Lots of love here, Muse. Lots of love.
Yeah.
I love this. These mind games that the vault bands create. You know what I mean? It really does. It messes up your draft potential in a whole different way. How these teams have been drafting all day, right? Best of 1, let's ban 3 gods that we don't want to look at, maybe take one of their gods that they like and pick it for ourselves, and that's pretty much it, right? Now you've got to worry about the gods that you played in game 1 can be played in game 2. Same goes for their god. So that's all in all 16 gods that can't be played. You know what I mean? 16 that, once game, that's just game 2. If this happens to go to game 3, which happens every now and then in the finals, then that's 26 gods that can be played. So all of this meta merchant this, meta merchant that, we're going to start seeing some spicy picks. That Midrid pick could be a possibility. I mean, it could be Geb solo. You never know. It could be Kepri mid, full damage. I mean, you just have no idea what to expect until you get to that game 3 situation. And what picks will be saved for that game 3 situation? Am I holding on to, example, the Mazwal mid lane X ball, right? Aspect of the Night Stalker. He loves to go back to that. Are we going to see him use that early, or is he saving that for a last minute pick? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Especially knowing the teams that are going up against each other between Hydrogen Bomb and Single Bind, it does feel like there are some picks that we're going to see banned away and that have the potential of maybe being played for in game 2. I think about Aphrodite. I think about Mordred especially, who had kind of a big moment in the game that we just saw. Does Single Bind respect the Mordred in the same way that maybe Sunprod does? I think more picks are going to be like important that we don't see again. Susano, I think, has been in most, if not all, the games we've seen so far today. So it's another really solid pick to have in the jungle. You only get to throw that out once, right? Same thing with like Thor in the solo lane, Kabrakian, Artio, Agni, and Discordia. You'll have to pick something else, right? Something else you will have to put into the back pocket. So who knows? Maybe you'll be a free thinker and try something like Merlin instead. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think the vault really does spice up a lot of things and makes it so that you can't have a god puddle. You got to have a god pool, well and proper. Not like a little kiddie pool, not like the kind you put in your front yard. It's made out of plastic or whatever it's made out of. If you fill it up with a hose. No, I'm talking about a public pool. 6 feet deep, right? In the deep end. A diving board. Maybe if you were in like a cool place that had the diving board. Mine had a diving board. There was a nicer part of town. They had a slide. I always wanted to go there. I can never go there. Mine just had the diving board. We're getting sidetracked. Anyways, but my pool had a diving board. Master Ukwe, 2008.
There's nothing wrong with the kiddie pool, Muse. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'll be transparent. We didn't have much growing up. You know what I mean? So sometimes that's you get what you get. You know what I mean? I'm not going to complain if we get a Walmart pool. Picks and bans. Let's talk about it. Picks and bans are on the way, and enough pool talk. It hits home and it hits hard. I don't want to break down on you. I like to have a good time with my friends here on Smite Prime. Let's talk about the picks and bans. That's the important thing here, Muse. And yeah, I don't like getting emotional for you.
Let's not go to the past.
No, it hurts. Every single time I think about it. Picks and bans are here, Muse, and we've got a lot of picks. Picks
and bans are here.
You know?
A lot of picks and bans to talk about. Oh.
Yeah. Najee.
Oh. Najee. Yeah. So, it's another one of those jungle picks that is just very good. Don't want to see it anywhere. I'm thinking Newt probably gets banned away. That's another strong pick we've been seeing. You also have, I wonder if Single Bind bans away Mordred, or maybe Hydrogen Bomb does, because they're coming in on the second pick here. So does Single Bind first pick Mordred, or let Hydrogen Bomb run it back again? We also have things like the Bracken, I think is, you know, fairly ban worthy. Jing Wei, you have Medusa, which could get picked, probably not banned, but picked. I mean, Single Bind, last time we saw them, they went this really weird team comp of like, it was a weird kerfuffle of like magical and physical mix up. We were just kind of like, what is going on here? But it does look like so far, if Hydrogen Bomb don't want to deal with the Mordred, they have to ban it here, and I almost think they do, because if I'm Single Bind, every solo laner should have a Mordred in the back pocket. And now you gotta ask yourself, are they gonna pick it up and play it?
Well, guess we'll find out. Bans are underway and Mordred made it through.
I went the wrong way. Sorry. There it is. Did you guys see that?
You looked the wrong way, Muse.
Did it again?
Just like...
Jithins, can we try that again? I can like track it. I go this way. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Agni lock.
Muse, we gotta. Oh. Would you lock in, Muse? Would you make like Agni and lock in? Hey, that's pretty good. Test with playing games to me. I'm not ready for this right now. I'm bent out of shape after the pool talk. Let's just focus on my job here. Agni picked up, and let's talk about the Cerberus, right? Or Curb. I know how you like to say it. Kerberos here. Muse.
I'm a big fan of the Kerberos. Me personally, yeah, no, I love the Kerberos.
Me too. I like it.
What I think is interesting here is that we do have the Kerberos and the Newt. The Mordred's still up at the table for Hydrogen Bomb, so that does mean that it's taken away by Single Bind. So, where are you going with this afterwards, right? Mordred can go solo, they can go into the jungle. I feel like this Mordred's going into the solo lane. Layers does not strike me as a Mordred jungle player, right? I don't really think that's in the pool for them. They very much have a lot of traditional junglers. Susano is still up and available. So I feel like Single Bind probably want to reach more towards the Susano more than anything else. And if I'm Hydrogen Bomb, I'm kind of keeping that at the back of my head. If I'm Sunprod, I can play just about anything. I might pick up the Susano for myself here.
I think it's a smart play. Susano's you roll your fingers all over the keyboard, you mash buttons, you get damage out the door, and then Typhoon knocks people up. And there's a lot to love about it. But this backline, specifically for Single Bind, just looks so incredible. Between Agni and Medusa, you've got a lot of burst damage and some burn between Agni's passive and Medusa's Viper shots. The DPS, Musey, it's a Geb. Musey.
Wow.
Geb is playing. They know. Oh, Single Bind. My heart's been snatched from me. It must be Valentine's Day because I've been sucked off my feet. I wonder if it's Geb solo. Wow. No, it's not.
No.
I'm sorry. Let's lock in here.
That might be you only. That might be the only Geb solo player in the world right now, Mort. Hey, there's that Susano for Hydrogen Bomb I was looking for. That makes a lot of sense. Although, I do like the Awilix pick for Single Bind. Wow, I really like both these rosters. Wow, I really like both of these rosters. Ooh.
Happened fast, too. Like, it just like Picks and Man just like flew by. And wow. Because you got like really good team fight for Single. That's a nasty team fight. Granted, there's only a little bit of knockup potential from Geb's Shockwave, right? So that does give a little bit of knockup for Layers, but everybody else, either they get Cersei's or nothing.
Well, were we not watching Layers find knockups off of Ymir walls? That was Layers, right?
That was Layers. Off of Cersei's Hexstone?
You don't need a big knockup. Off of Cersei's Hexstone? Like, no, this guy's like sick with it. He can make it work. Plus, Kerberos and the On Her launch themselves into the air, and they are very easily pulled in by the Awilix. So that's very much in the realm of possibility that On Her and Kerberos might need to obviously start the game with Shell, but upgrade it, and instead of finding like a Blink, find a Bead so that we have a good answer into the Wheelix, or maybe go a Talisman of Purification and not upgrade the Shell. But I feel like you kind of have to upgrade the Shell, because when you upgrade the Shell, it's just so good. So, I don't know. I think both of these teams got what they were looking for with this draft. I'm a big fan of both of this.
Making my call now, single bind and 2. Let's get our way into the game and figure out if I'm correct or not, because this is going to be awesome here. I'm a little biased because of the Geb here, but Musey, our aces on our places, Muse. We've got aces in places, Muse. Tell me about it.
Ace of Spades. Shout outs. So it is Mordred in the jungle, right? And we knew that Layers didn't really have the Mordred in the pocket, but Remikami does have a pretty gnarly Mordred into the Achilles. Now, I do actually like Mordred into Achilles here, just because even though Achilles is able to give themselves a physical health shield, Mordred is able to really dance around this Achilles. They're able to keep up with Achilles. They have pretty solid sustain, and if the Mordred is able to just constantly throw ultimates at Achilles, Achilles can only ult in turn once. The big thing, though, is that Mordred needs to make sure that they're keeping their health in an acceptable range, right? There is the execute in play for Achilles. So once they hit level 5, that can get really scary really quickly. I also wonder what the Achilles is going to end up building. I mentioned Daybreak Gavel earlier today. I feel like this could be an opportunity to see it hit the field and have some play here, right? Because Achilles can heal himself when he pops his 2 and then hits some damage in there. He gets a heal, and then that's going to make his next ability deal even more damage. So I think there's a lot to enjoy on both sides here. When it comes to a Wheelix or the Susano in the jungle, both of these characters have a lot of damage in the early game. Both of these characters want to snowball and force a lot of aggression and momentum. Neither of these junglers want to sit back and chill. Not even remotely, right? That's why you see blinks on both sides, and that Gilded Arrow pickup for Layers, because Wheelix is a character that really loves getting in with their basic attacks, and that extra mana off the marked minion is super helpful, and extra gold. Honestly, it's just a little bit of extra farm. So between Single Bind and Hydrogen Bomb, I really expect a lot more action in the earlier minutes than maybe we were seeing earlier in the day more, because these team comps are reliant on building snowballs. I'm going to keep talking about Mordred. I love this god. No, Mordred is one of those characters that is also kind of reliant on a snowball in solo lane, where if you are behind, the characters, it doesn't feel great, right? You really need to be ahead so that you can go in with your ultimate, pick people up, and then survive afterwards. If you're behind, you go with your ultimate, and then you die afterwards. Like, it's just no bueno at all.
And I think really is going to have a hard time on Remikami. This is Snatty we're talking about on Achilles. Snatty Achilles has got to be like one of the most rough matchups that anybody can face. It's a god that's so good with a player that's so good. The combination is just really going to be difficult for Remikami. Granted, Mordred is really strong, but it's going to take some itemization. Meanwhile, Achilles from the get-go, right? You get a couple levels, you get your combat dodge leveled up some, and you're good to go. You're good to skirmish and, duel out for quite a bit. So we're going to need some help from Layers for Remikami to take off like we want him to.
And take a look at what Snatty's building, too. You see that health sash there. So we do know that they're looking at probably a rune-forged hammer over that Daybreak Gavel. So with that, it means that after you get some CC off, you're able to follow up with an auto attack to deal some extra damage. Also, the reason why we really like the Runeforged Hammer is not only because of the ability, but, strength, but also health and health regen. Health regen especially is like a sneaky good stat, I feel, in solo lane. Like, obviously you have your solo lane passive where you get like 2 health regen, but with your Runeforged Hammer, you're getting like 3 health regen, brings you up to 5. So that with your health chalice really just kind of helps you sustain and lane. And in solo lane, that really is the name of the game. Like, how well can you clear and how well can you hang out if you have to fight every now and then. Meanwhile, again, between the mid laners, Mort, it's Newt and it's Agni. I mean, Agni's just kind of constantly throwing out abilities. The Newt build can vary a little bit. Staff of Mirrodin still very strong, very core for this character. But when it comes to who has better clear, I really feel like Newt's going to pull ahead in terms of early clear. So I'm expecting that Kaidon is able to make a rotation towards these Firebrands sooner rather than later. and be able to make an impact on that side of the map.
What is going on? Aurora just rolling
Yeah, I've been
under
watching
the
this
tower.
the whole time. He's just going crazy.
Hey, it's Geb is a euphoric god to play. Like, it is just a gameplay loop that most players will. Yeah, it's an experience that very few will understand. You know what I mean? But a gank over here from both junglers on the right side of the map. Rubikami seems to be in a bit of trouble. Body blocked by Snatty. Can't get back to the tower. Sunprod's gonna clean him up. First blood goes to Hydrogen Bomb.
Yeah, we'll blink in from layers.
But not much damage to fall through because a shield bash stun will slow down Layers for a moment. A great pull from Sunprod will take him right back to the hands of Snatty, who gets a kill for their own. So both Snatty and Sunprod get a kill, and alley-oop to each other if they will. Take away the enemy blue buff. Go rip the Firebrands. Hydrogen Bomb's right side of the map has been just so good.
Man. And this is what we were expecting from both Sunprod and Layers, right? These are characters that the characters that they're playing need to be aggressive. They need to get early leads so that they can start snowballing. But now the snowball is firmly placed in the hands of Hydrogen Bomb. Mordred, again, is a character that, like I said before, feels bad from behind, and getting body blocked by that gold camp definitely is going to feel bad for a while. Felix ultimate.
Were you kidding me? A gravity surge from all the way back there? What are we talking about? Beautiful play there from Layers. Oh my god. Did you see that, Muse?
That was insane. Dude, Layers on this Awilix pick is generational. It's a euphoric pick to watch. Like, I don't know. That was gnarly. Yeah, and I love the fact that Layers picks himself back up. He's like, all right, solo lane didn't go so well. I'm going over to dual lane. I'm going to get a kill. Right? And think about who else is able to get their chase on, right? Like Aurora with their rollouts able to follow pretty well. And just in time, Donut Doug hits level 5 to get their ultimate through. Like, it couldn't have gone better in the dual lane. Which is why Sunprod is going to be hanging around that left side looking for their own gank. Or not. Nope, they turn around, they decide better. They're like, whatever. I'm not as cool as Layers. I can't do what he did. Maybe I just go gank Mordred again because that Mordred's going to be having a little bit of a tougher time. But with that kill well, Wheelix didn't get the kill, which is unfortunate. Like, if a jungler ganks, give the kill to your jungler. Like, they took time out of their day to show up. And I know that sounds like jungler propaganda, but, you know, it's like a courtesy thing. Layers is still going to be a little bit behind Sunprod, because Sunprod is, you know, the ones getting the kills. I want to check back in on solo again, just because I feel like it's going to be very important. That blue buff steal that happened earlier means that Remakami is going to stay behind of Snatty. So Achilles is going to be very firmly in the driver's seat in the solo lane, because Remakami, what makes this Mordred so good is the ability to spam your abilities. That's really hard to do without a blue buff, and Snatty is able to just kind of soak it all up and say, cool, I'm going to fight you, and you can't fight back.
Gold Fury down to 1,000. Typhoon ready to go. Aurora's on the way, but can't get the rollout in time. Try to find a knockup for Layers to set up with, but didn't quite work out. But that's all good. A-OK. Mozball gets some damage off onto Kaidon, who rotates back under their tower, and not much else that can happen. Single Bind looking for some type of play, but not very fruitful.
Man. Meanwhile, look at this poor Mozwall. Picked up, forced to Aegis. Yikes. Man, Agni, once your dash is dead, Yeah, that's kind of how that goes. I mean, Sunprod is just able to keep up on this Agni because they can TP after the dash.
Well, blue buff goes the way of Sunprod yet again. Remakami says,
maybe not.
Shucks. Wait, Layers, knock up, gravity surge. Down goes Sunprod. A great play from Layers to set up a bit of revenge for Remakami. Let's get my Mordred back on track. That's the game plan for Layers.
Shield of the Phoenix first item for Remakami. This is going to help him, you know, keep in the fight a little bit longer. Especially because this item saw strict buffs. A lot of other items that had like plating or dampening saw some like number changes. Oh, we're going to bring up this. We're going to bring down this. Not Shield of the Phoenix. We looked at the side where it's just like, let's give it like 10 more prods and 5 plating. And I like Shield of the Phoenix into the Achilles because it helps keep your health bar up, but also sneaky good into Achilles, who has longer ranged, or not longer ranged, but like longer auto attacks. that plating is going to be really handy playing into that. Even the Susanoo as well. Plating is useful for characters that are weaving autos into all their abilities. So now Remikami's really incentivized to just keep spamming abilities, keep fighting, and keep going in as much as they possibly can. So I'm excited to see how that pans out for him.
It's crazy watching Geb from like the spectator client. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm like so used to like seeing him, you know, like I'm controlling the vessel, but like seeing what he does, like I don't know. Is this really what Geb does? I don't know. I'm sitting here thinking that I'm like 1v5ing teams. Geb's incredible, man. Well, yeah, it depends on the situation. I think it, but what's really most exciting here, because we talked a little bit about this before, I'm sure you remember me, is that this Geb offers, well, just any backline pick in general, because we've seen this from Aurora a couple weeks ago with his Khepri pick, that a lot of backline supports aren't very popular, but with Doublet becoming so much stronger now, we might see this picked up, so a more backline focused Aurora can happen here.
Well, Mordred is going to have to ult away. Sunprod has the ability to TP after, but not going to go for it. I do like what you say about the Doublet. I haven't seen it yet today, which is interesting because I really feel like that item is very, very slept on right now. Geb would be a great player, or a great god to build it, but it does take up an active item slot. We already have this Eye of Providence for Aurora here, and what this item does, and the active specifically, when you look at this, it basically throws out a sentry ward, right? That makes it so that you're able to see what's going on inside said ward, but you get extra gold from killing wards. So this encourages a lot of vision play from Aurora. Yeah. And also the stats on it are like not bad at all. 30 of each stat, 30 Omni stats. Ooh, look at me go. And 250 health is nothing to turn your nose up at, but it is taking up an entire active item slot. So that means that maybe we're not upgrading our shell. Maybe we're not getting the Cersei's Hex Sword. If we're doing both of those things, we don't really have room for the doublet. And I really feel like Geb's a character that wants to upgrade their shell and wants either Stampede or Cersei's Hexstone to get in and out of fights.
Oh, Pursue the Weak lands onto Snatty, takes him up for a ride, and Layers is there to drop a bit of damage as well. But Snatty is okay soaking that up. I mean, he ate that just fine. Snatty says, okay, it hurt a little bit, but I'm not dead. You know what I mean? And I know you're not going to die of this tower. You already used your ult, maybe Heart Slash, but you know, it's all good. It's all fine and dandy.
Not really looking to get too crazy in that solo lane. Remikami's going to be finishing up what looks like a Glad Shield, so very much leaning into the ability spammy aspect. But look at what Snatty has, the Avenging Blade. So I've seen a few solos start to build this item because it does give you like health, but also Prot Shred, which is very like slept on, I feel like, for tanks to be picking up. It really does feel like Avenging Blade is just a better executioner at this point. Like, why would you build Xe? We could just do Avenging Blade and it does Xe's job, but like better, and I get more strength and I get more health. That paired with the Prophetic Cloak is going to keep this Achilles nice and tanky, especially with that Warrior's X too. Like, it's just a lot of sustain for Snatty to kind of keep in their back pocket.
So, looking for an engage here. Aurora is set up and ready to hit some type of Cataclysm, but rolling out to the back line so Layers can get him to peel a nasty Cataclysm. Look at the Layers play, too. A huge gravity surge. So, Layers can take down Sunprod, knock up onto Kaidan as well, and Shockwave forces beads away. Skyfall up, and as soon as Kaidan lands, taken out by Mozball, 2 dead for Hydrogen Bomb, and it's time to create some space and let the rest of the team burn down this Gold Fury. Single bind are going to grab the second one of the game, but they're first. But look at Hydrogen. Desert Fury ready. Maybe this could be a play. Down to 3K. The pillar's thrown down, and Hydrogen makes his presence known by throwing down the pillar. Desert Fury ready. Doesn't steal, though. Gold Fury down to 5, and Hydrogen gives up the steal potential. Single bind get their first Gold Fury, but Curbolt? But Mozball dead, Hydrogen showed up, and Aurora on the run. Pillar doesn't get to safety, but Sunprod runs right into Aurora. Can you Stone Shield your way out of this one? Not through its Typhoon. Big play for Sunprod.
You want to talk about big plays? Dude, Lair is gnarly with this Awilix pick. Just off of that little Geb knockup, Lair's yoinks! Out of the sky, a life to snuff and take out I mean, it is disgusting what this Awilix is pulling off. And then Aurora had a great ultimate there. Single bind off in that left-hand corridor by that gold cam are just going actually insane. But, man, Hydrogen Bomb had a really good response there. I love the way that Hydrogen in particular played that Gold Fury fight. Because at some point you gotta kind of realize, like, okay, I'm probably not gonna steal this, but I can get ready for a fight afterwards, buying time for Sunprod and for Baby Gup to loop back in there. Baby Gup picks up 2 people with their ultimate after the Gold Fury goes down, and that is what enables Hydrogen to walk up and find the kill on top of Donut Doug. And then, after Aurora's trying to get away, Sunprod's already pathing towards mid lane. So even though Hydrogen Bomb don't get the Gold Fury, being able to pick up those kills is going to keep them pretty relevant gold-wise going forward. It just makes sure that Sunprod doesn't fall too far behind of where Lair was going, especially after Lairs had completely decimated the Susanoo there just before that Gold Fury fight. And speaking of Lairs, check out this Pyromancer pull. You'll notice that Lairs has the Hydras as well as that Mode of Chaos, so we're just dealing a lot of extra damage with our autos.
You'll notice that Kaidon's been burned to nothing by Moswall, and the play is continuing to unfold as the Typhoon maybe takes away. No, Typhoon doesn't take Pyro, but it is set up for a couple kills. Sigi and Torment almost found the knockup, but Lairs looking to outplay Baby Gup here. Doesn't have the ghastly breath. Blinks in for a knockup and then hops onto Suku to dash away. Look at Lairs go on his game with his Awilix pick, but Snatty takes down Aurora in the back line. Remakami kills Baby Gup, and Snatty can't quite catch up to the crew to slow down Lairs and maybe provide some space, but goodness gracious. Remakami walking towards Snatty, but I don't think you dive this. You're just looking to stack up some damage, right? Snap heading.
Dude, I can't stand this Lairs guy. What do you mean? Who can be that good at a Awilix?
He's cold.
What do you think you are?
He's
Lem?
cold.
This is insane. Like,
he might as well be. Desert Fury, and then a dash back. The Meteor off the... Look at Aurora. Aurora might chase him.
oh no.
No!
No!
No, Aurora, please.
Oh. We were all rooting for you,
man,
Aurora.
that hurt.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Man.
I really was.
But but Lairs is like sick with this Awilix pick. I mean, just the amount of mobility, but knowing like all of your ins and outs. I think specifically of how Lairs was able to kite Baby Gup the entirety of that fight around the FG pit. Like, go for the knock up, you blink this way to find your Zag, you hop on Suku, you hop off Suku. Poor Aurora.
This guy's toast. Later, big dog.
Toast and beans.
I got it.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, pursue the weak, but Skyfall to respond. Remakami by himself, fitting on reinforcements, but Kaidon falls as soon as they land, and now Remakami's looking for Hydrogen. The heart slashed off the mark, but that's not going to stop the rest of Single Bind from pushing off the back line. That's a perfect time because Queen Naga is ready to be taken, and Single Bind really want it bad. Remakami can still zone, though. He's got damage, just not all the ults that he might need. I guess Heart Slash is ready to go, down to 1,000 on the Queen Naga. Snatty's in the pit with it, though. Does have a Shield Bash ready to steal. Can he take this? No, he cannot. So Snatty's going to Fatal Strike out. Does he still get chased down? Remakami really wants to secure the kill. Stitching Torment to find a knockup. Heart Slash slows down too. Remakami still by himself in the enemy side jungle, but Lairs looking for a way to pounce in. Typhoon does a whole lot of damage, and Remakami was caught off guard. Sunprod will take advantage and shut down the solo for Single Bind.
Man, really cannot state just how tanky this Achilles character is. And Aurora. Meanwhile,
Aurora.
It was fun while it lasted, right? Like, it was
Man.
not as tanky as Achilles, but you know, still pretty tanky.
All good.
It's all right. Eye of Providence only gives you 30 of each magical prize, so you know it's not your fault. That just kind of is what it is. We also have the gargoyle there too for Aurora, and I like that. You know, knock up. You got a silence now. And it looks like that's upgraded shell, I believe, for Aurora too.
Oh my god. Wait, a hydrogen secured. I thought Layers had a chance there. Gravity Surge was used to pull in Baby Gup for a moment. Petrify utilized as well, and then lacerate right onto Baby Gup. A couple crits will just take all 3 heads off the dog. Layers gets a kill on the Sun Prod 2. That's 3 dead for Hydrogen Bomb. I guess that's a pretty good lick back for Gold Fury. A Hydrogen is about to be their 4th because everybody's pouncing towards the Lion. The kitty cat's not going to be able to scratch their way out of this one. Remikami is going to go for a slow down, tries to up down for something, but Remikami says, "What are you doing?"
Everybody TPing back and Pusher's pushing up the mid lane. I wonder if we can get that mid T1. Everybody goes that direction, or we could just, you know, split in completely opposite directions. That's fine too. Man, single blind. The 30 basics. Look at this dude, Aurora. Oh, the Gabby's putting in the work.
Hey, look, euphoric. I told you. Get up, Rocky.
Yeah, he's Rock. Get it, Rock. Oh, that's good. I like that. Oh, Snatty from behind.
Wait, can he take this? There's no way, right? Unreal. Nah, he doesn't. Okay, also, thank God. But wait a minute. Stygian Torment, but Remikami's there with the Pursue of the Weak to respond. Takes up Baby Gup for a split moment. Donut Dog's able to dash away. Not a lot of fight left unless Natty says otherwise. Sunprod found himself a little too deep in the jungle. Layers is going to destroy his health bar. Aurora's to the round. Does have a stone shield to give out to the homies. Fatal Strike will take down Aurora, though. The Geb has been executed. Snatty's going hard in the back line while Donut Dog takes down one, but gets shut down by Hydrogen. Guidon dead with Sun Prod, but low health members across single bind. But Gravity Surge says otherwise. You're not cleaning up on us today. I'm taking you down right now. 4 dead for Hydrogen Bomb, and Remikami's going for the Dia side. Dives the tower, dashes through the basics, and says, "I'm not juking anything. You think I care about a couple spears? Dia side from single bind."
Boom! Plating on Phoenix Shield. It's too strong. It's broken. Nerf it back to what it was before. I'm kidding.
Whoa!
But, man. Whoa! Slow down, Music Clan. But I digress. So that fight, right? That was wild. And I told you both of these teams were going to be uber aggressive into each other. My favorite part of that entire... Well, I have 2 really fun parts from that engagement. Part number 1, Sunprod rounds the corner and finds like 100 stormtroopers in the form of a Gevalt and goes, gulp, and just gets immediately decimated. Shout out to Roar on this Gev pick. But then, right, Snatty on this Achilles. For as much as we're giving Remikami a lot of... What do the kids say? A lot of glaze. Snatty on this Achilles pick is doing a lot of work too. Very nearly found the 2v1 versus Layers and Mozwall. I mean, had Layers or Moz screwed up their CC in any way, shape, or form there, Snatty gets a double, and it is disgusting. This Achilles pick lives forever, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have, you know, Pridwin for shield generation, we've got mitigations off the Prophetic, we have a dead Baby Gup, who's going to try to bore away. We'll see how well that pans out. It didn't. Oh, unfortunate.
Oh my God. It's funny how early we talked about Aurora being a backline support. He's kind of just rolling at people. Have you noticed that? Pursue the Week's ready to go. Doesn't find a knockup, but there it is. Skyfall from downtown does a bit of damage, but Statty's still by himself near the FG pit. He pushed single bind off the Fire Giant, but will he live to escape that situation? Layers just shut down Sunprod once more. Remikami still pressing forward towards Snatty. Tries to body block the Fatal Strike, but doesn't even need to. He slows him down with the 3 and kills him there. A beautiful play from single bind across the board. Now gunning for this Fire Giant, which is at 5,000 health. But Hydrogen Bomb have a couple members around. Can they take it? Absolutely not. Obsidian Dagger picked up by Donut Dog as 5 members of single bind are rocking and rolling towards a few. But Desert Fury immunes the knockup from Aurora. Shockwave still ready to go. Gravity Surge at a moment's notice to respond, but not even needed. Stygian Torment provides a little bit of space, but doesn't save the friends. Hydrogen, Baby Gup, both dead on the right side. Aurora gets the Shockwave kill, and single bind are on a roll. FG down, tier 2 getting destroyed, and marching up the right side of the map with eyes on the prize for that Phoenix, but they decide to back up instead.
unfortunate. I mean, Hydrogen Bomb just keeps getting picked out one after the other. Single Bind is so good at isolating out targets, be it through some sense of forced or false isolation, or through the fact that Hydrogen Bomb has been split up in all of these engagements. Snatty is fighting a 1v4 in the FG pit and living miraculously way longer than I think anybody would give them credit for. But like, where's the rest of the team? Where is everybody? Who did we see on that right side? I saw Snatty, I saw Baby Gup, I saw Hydrogen, and I know that Sunprod got picked off over in the left somewhere. We saw Kydon ult. Where's my Newt? Where's my 5v5?
Where's my Newt?
Right? Where's my Newt? My Newt gone! Ain't got no Newt! It's not here! Like, what's going on?
Newt.
They took all our Newt! Darn it!
Gold Fury.
Single Bind, get a Gold Fury, and now with this FG, they have been playing so well together. Aurora on this Gab is throwing out shields, but also the knockups and the ultimates have been instrumental both as a offensive tool, but a defensive tool as well. And Layers and Remakami can run it down whatever they feel like doing, because good lord, unkillable God King Mordred and Layers, I don't know what to say about Layers, man. That guy's just insane. You let him play a Wheelix. That's mistake number one.
Yeah. Oh my god, but marching into the Titan room, City Torment knocks up one, but a Petrify in response, and ult's thrown across the board. A lot of damage out there. Skyfall does a bit onto Aurora and Donut Doug, but still the dagger in hand for Doug. Diving into the back line, Layers is ready to fight this, looking for an engage, but Snatty's on to Donut Doug in the back line, lacerates to safety so the Fatal Strike doesn't connect, but stunned and killed. Layers takes down Snatty, and Sunprod's extremely low. Aurora's gonna get that kill too. Down both members of Hydrogen Bomb. What in the world is happening? Donut Doug dashes into the Titan room. Kydon, deceased, found dead in the Titan room. Hydro finds revenge on the Donut Doug, but the Titan doesn't even matter. We're not even looking to end this game. We just want more kills. Aurora's gonna roll back in. You've gotta be kidding me. Oh my god! The Shockwave Gravity Surge combo is alive and well. Single Bind will not stop killing members of Hydrogen Bomb until it is diffused entirely.
I want to live in the timeline where Donut Doug wasn't tanking the Titan at Titan room, and my Medusa got to live so that Single Bind might have been able to clean up this game at the very end. But man, how are you slowing this team down? And Remakami is picking fights willy-nilly up against Hydrogen. Oh my goodness, I can't even believe it. The fact that Layers is able to find a target for his ultimate every single time. Either Aurora is creating an opportunity or Layers is able to create an opportunity by themselves. Mazwa is able to do whatever they feel like doing because Hydrogen Bomb is so focused on either Remakami or Layers just getting in their face. And I haven't seen Sunprod so shut out of a game before, like almost ever. It's so rare to see it happen, but man, the fact that our Susanoo hasn't been able to get into the mix, our Newt cannot get anything across. We're 1-7-3, and we are just now finishing up our Obshar. We don't even have a Ratatouille like here yet. And remember that you need that Rod power spike if you're Newt because you don't have the Soul Reaver to get your damage through. It really is just unfortunate for Hydrogen Bomb. We're so reliant on late game, it feels like, but Single Bind isn't going to let them get there. They don't have to let them get there. They're already online and ready to just run it down at any moment's notice. Hydrogen does have the combat blink up, and it looks like Snatty upgrades their shells so that they can get a beads, so that'll keep the the Achilles a little bit more relevant. But look at the other side of the river here. Chandra's Grace for Aurora, plus that Selflessness is going to be upgraded pretty soon too. And Erosion, the counter build from this Gab is crazy. I mean, initially Aurora was looking like okay on the Gab. They were getting picked pretty frequently, but now that we're having a lot of items that are built, a lot of health, a lot of prots, Aurora just kind of lives forever. Snatty's the only one that can realistically like finish a kill onto Geb unless they're just severely outnumbered.
Pursue the weak. forces out Desert Fury from Hydrogen. Remakami's not giving up on the chase, though. The rest of Single Bind are chasing with Remakami. Ghastly Breath slows him down, though. Sunprod takes down Donadug in the back line, but Kaidon falls as well. A whole nother fight happening in mid lane while Remakami's running down everybody from Hydrogen Bomb with the help of Aurora, too. Like, this is, I can't take the news. I don't know.
Smite Prime remix.
Okay,
You're not supposed to comprehend. We're not supposed to know, because to know is to drive yourself insane. Goodbye, Sun Prod. Hello, Single Bind.
Hello, Single Bind. Look at Remakami continuing. Aurora going under the bird, but does not care. We're turning back around to take down Snatty, so maybe Mozball doesn't get picked off, but Snatty's just throwing and jabbing that spear around, looking to defend that Titan room, but it looks like he'll be all right. Less than half health, but able to walk back to the fountain. Aurora's going right into the bird yet again and find a knockup for Gravity Surge yet again. Maybe Gup is able to Cersei's away, but Stygian Torment utilized, pulls Tally away from one. I mean, just crazy counterplay back and forth. For every engage that one team has, the other has an answer.
What is insane, too, is that Hydrogen Bomb has stayed Single Bind's hand because we've been able to get the picks onto Donut Doug. That is really important for the defense. Without this Medusa, it's really hard to actually take a Phoenix or anything like that. Uh-oh, somebody's getting ulted in the back line there. It's Hydrogen. He's dead.
It's Hydrogen. Anyways.
Man. So this FG, huh? Oh, it's dead. So Single Bind have FG, they have a man advantage, they have Mozwal and Remakami ready to go with their ultimates, and Layer shouldn't be waiting too long either. And most importantly, Donut Doug has survived thus far. So now the pieces are put together for Single Bind to actually finish through on a siege. Where is Hydrogen Bomb?
There's two on the left. They're going back to base. Sunprod's finally going back now.
Okay.
Single Bind are still continuing to burn on the right side bird. Aurora's there to tank a couple tower shots and then wait for the minions to roll on in. Remakami's still frontlining, zoning away Baby Gup, so no Stygian Torment will stop the plans of Single Bind. Meanwhile, there's a bit of pressure on the mid lane bird too, thanks to minions. So Hydrogen Bomb can't just put all their focus onto the right side of the map. Aurora's just rolling around having a great time like a hamster in one of those clear balls that they it's like
G-Force!
It's G-Force. Oh, that's a great
G-Force?
skin idea.
Oh my
God.
gosh.
What was it? What year was that, Muse?
Oh, like, I don't know. G-Force must have been pre-2010s. It must have been. Right? It had to, Oh,
2009. Dang, you're good, Muse. You're very good. Ancient Fury getting burned, and you're on the ball today. So Single Bind get their third gold Fury. That third pip is massive. Ancient Fury is debuffing both the mid and the left side bird here, Muse. I mean, it seems like Single Bind are getting all their tools put together.
We are ulting after somebody. Who are we connecting on top of? It looks like Remakami tried to go for Kaidon, but they're able to get away. But check out this pincer mort.
Oh, Shockwave, Blink forced away, so Sunprod's fine. Thank goodness he had that ready to go, because that would have spelled very bad news. Aurora's not giving up, though. Hits the knockup. Doug's around the corner. Cataclysm forces away Beads, and a Typhoon to create a little bit of space and maybe let Sunprod clean up one. But Remakami shuts down Sunprod. Over the wall goes Hydrogen, away from the team. Donadug blinks under the tower to melt down Baby Gup. Another dead for Hydrogen Bomb. This is go time for Single Bind. Kaidon deceased, and a lonely Snatty along with Hydrogen under the Titan. The only thing standing between them and victory. Single Bind are melting down this Titan, and away the game goes. Game one of the set goes to Single Bind.
Layers killed Hydrogen in the fountain at the very end there. Just a little bit of insult to injury at the very end of the game.
Wow.
I mean, good Lord. What? Yeah. I can't wait to see the replays on this one because it's going to be heat. Wow. I mean, this was an electric play from Layers, who was just looking invincible on this Awilix pick. And then you also have this Mordred that is just looking so good every time that we see it. It feels like, is a safe bet to say, Mordred looking pretty good these days. Not looking too shabby at all. And it was just so unfortunate. It felt like Hydrogen Bomb never had their opportunity to really get things online and going. Kaidan was very quiet this game. Hydrogen had a couple of moments, but not too many. And any game where Sunprod isn't allowed to start a snowball effect, or at least avoid getting put down, they really struggle. I feel like Layers is a really good jungler to play into Sunprod, because Layers is able to match that energy and double it and give it to the next person, right? Layers, especially on a Awilix, I feel like you really just can't let this go. Like, what is this? Look at this. Dodges Cersei's, or he gets hit by it. We're gonna blink pass, go for the knockup on Suku, dash away. Excuse me? That's not legal. Flag on the play. That's insane. Like, you're getting red carded, or yellow carded. Maybe not a red card, but a yellow card for sure.
Yeah, yellow card for sure. You've talked a lot about how Remikami and Layers just did so much work for this team. I've been personally invested into Aurora from the get-go, and I think that these Cataclysms just did so much. Sunprod just couldn't breathe sometimes. Just Cataclysm, stun. I guess I'm here for 2 seconds. Well, I guess I'm dead. Just shutting down specific members of Hydrogen Bomb so the backline stays alive. And granted, Aurora had to give his life a couple times for it, but man, I love this get pick. How about you?
You know, I do like it. I think we are nearing a point where backline supports can definitely have their place in the meta. I think items like Doublet of Binding can really enable picks like a Khepri, but for Geb, the fact that games are reliably getting to everybody level 20, everybody max items, means that these support starters aren't bad at all. Because, like, why are we going Bluestone? Why are we going Conduit Jet? Why are we going Warrior's Axe for supports in, early game, right? It's so that we can establish early game pressure, because that's what matters, right? But if you're Aurora, you're playing this backline Gab, you're like, listen, a late game selflessness will go hard here, and I'm going to get to that point one way or another. Even if we're behind, as a support, realistically, I should be hitting level 20. So I will get the full benefit of this starter item. And I think knowing that opens a lot of possibilities for different support picks down the line, especially ones that I feel more supporty in like the true natural sense. The Gebs and the Khepris of the world will have their time to shine.
And I love the finals games because two things. One, we still have another game to play. You have to get a 2-0, and two, vault bans are in place. We'll talk more about that when we get back from our ad break. We'll be back in a few. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Week 3 of the June Circuit is live. It's here, and we're going to talk about it right now. Morty and Musey in the booth today, and we've got Jithan's Rosie Test Dive behind the scenes. Musey, we just had one of the best game ones that we could ever talk about. But before we get into specifics of that, vault bans are a big part of what goes forward in the set. Enough about the past, Muse. Let's talk about the here and the now and how there's going to be some gods taken away.
Yes, well, the long and the short of it, Mort. If you pick a god in a set, you can't pick it for the rest of the set. That's the short version of the song and dance to be had. So all the picks that we saw in the last game, that was a fantastic game to watch, won't be available again in the one that we're about to see, right? And we'll have a nice little graphic for you to check out when the time comes. In picks and bans, you'll be able to see them all like grayed out down there. So that'll be for the future, as it were. But, we can talk a little bit about the passport, because that game, I mean, woo, Geb win, am I right? I mean, I'm blushing, How does it feel, boy?
Oh, man, it feels good. I tell you what, Geb went on Smite Prime. I have just DM'd so many people while we were on break. Like, Geb went on Smite Prime. Geb went on Smite Prime. Like, it feels good. It feels so good. Like, everyone's been doubting the dog, but, like, I don't know. It's just so, like, just think about it, Muse. Like, Geb went on Smite Prime. Like, the headlines on Twitter from the Smite game Twitter. You know what I mean? Like let's go ahead and get on a picks and bans. Let's see if we get Geb again. No, I'm just kidding. We won't because of vault bans. Vault bans means that we're not going to see any of the gods, Geb included, also being the Mordred, also being the Layers, also being like any god you just saw. Not going to be around. So that changes up a lot.
So what's OP that we need to ban away going into game 2? I'm still thinking about things like Dodgy, Thor are not picks that I think should be allowed through at this point. Horus is a good shout from Hydrogen Bomb. I did it backwards again. Gosh.
Musy standing, turning his back. Please, someone get that screenshot. That might be oh my god, that was the funniest thing I've seen in a minute. Oh my god, Musy's gone. Musy's been defeated. Muse, look, I don't think you should feel bad. It happens to the best of us. At least, look, at least it's just testing us every now and then, rather than because D'Lo will get you on that every single cast. You know how D'Lo is. D'Lo will be like, I'm D'Lo, joined here by Music Clan. You know what I mean? And see, I turn the wrong way too because I don't even get it. You know what I mean? At least you don't have to deal with that every time.
I appreciate that, man.
And I'm here, live with Music.
Get in my head.
That gets me every time, dude. D'Lo's the funniest guy that's ever been a caster, dude. I swear to God. Let's look. Picks and bans are live here, Muse. Bans are coming through, and they're just about finished.
It's game 2 of the Smite Prime Finals. Can we get serious?
Picks and bans on the way here, Muse. That's my serious voice.
Wow, that's good. Wow. Ooh, that's good. So, I'm noticing here that the Thor did slip its way through. Yeah, first pick there for Hydrogen Bomb. That makes a lot of sense. Afro Hui, Dodgy banned away from Single Bind. Pwash, really good ban from Hydrogen Bomb, specifically because of Moswall. Even though I don't see a lot of other mid laners playing the Pwash, Moswall has that thing under lock and key. It is very, very strong pick for them, even after the nerfs, right? But Sobek and Horus are also going to be gone, so no Egyptian tanks to be had. So Single Bind have a couple of picks to fire back with on their own.
Racken's going to be a really nice shot for solo lane. That's going to counter out, assuming that's Thor solo. You know what I mean? We have talked about a little bit today that the aspect of Thunderstruck did get a bit of nerfs. You know what I mean? So non-aspect Thor solo could be the move. It could also just be going to jungle. We've got more picks to go through before we get decisive on that. But one thing that is decided is mid lane Disco. Man, this pick's been pretty popular as of recent. This Discordia pick just does so much damage. And you got snipes, talented players. If you play pool, the angles. Disco's your god. You know what I mean?
This Apollo, I feel like, has some flex potential more, because the Thor actually has some flex potential too, right? And one of the things that's really good about Thor is their flex potential. That's why our friend Book likes to talk about how Thor is, in their mind, one of the strongest gods in the game, because in a draft, you could just pick a Thor and know that your comp's going to be fine and have other things you can pick up down the line. Thor could go jungle, Thor could go to solo, this Apollo could also go to jungle, or it could go to ADC. So Sunprod has some options here that they can kind of fiddle with and decide, okay, I'll take the Thor, get something else. Or, oh no, you take the Thor, I'm going to go for something else that I think will be a better counter pick down the draft.
So, probably Yamoja support, Racken solo, Artemis carry, and Merlin mid. Now we just need our jungler, which is good. Layers, with the Willick stat, I feel like Layers loves going to this Willick specifically, and then, has a couple odd picks from there. You know what I mean? The Daji didn't get through. Susano was picked up last game, so jungler options are a little scarce. You know what I mean? Tsukiyomi has also been a little ignored today. I think the Transcendence Book of Thoth changes kind of left him in a weird spot, so maybe Suku still shows up here. I'm not so sure. But we are sure about, though, that's got to be Yorm solo, Bacchus support. Thor's going to the jungle.
Tsukiyomi is the other god that Layers plays the most. They have I'm not kidding, they have a 67% win rate with the pick, but ever since the nerfs to, like you said, Book of Thoth and Transcendence, I feel like Tsukiyomi is kind of falling behind compared to some of the other junglers. Nemesis is a pick that I think Layers is going to be very comfortable and familiar with. We don't really get a chance to see it on Smite Prime as often, but we do know that it's in the bag for this jungler. The other pick that Layers plays, because we get a chance to see like, oh, the top 3 gods that they all pick, like a Wheelix, they have 12 games with a Wheelix with an 83% win rate. Tsukiyomi, 6 games with a 67% win rate. Their other god was Susanoo with the 60% win rate at 5 games. So that being away in the vault does mean that Layers is looking towards some picks that we don't really get a chance to see too often. But I do like it for single bind. I'm a little interested to see how fights get started for this comp. As far as if they get aggressed on, which Hydrogen Bomb have a wonderful composition for being the aggressors, right? We have Thor, we have Apollo, we have Jormungandr, we have Bacchus. Like, that's a lot of, like, you know, Foxy the Pirate jump at you animation, you know, to get to your backliners. So single bind are going to have to be, you know, very careful of that aggression.
What do they have worked up? What do they have planned? We'll figure it out as we get into the game. Game 2 of the finals of week 3 here in the June circuit. It's live. It's coming at you here. Morty and Musy in the booth to watch over Hydrogen Bomb up against Single Bind. 0-1 is the score right now. When Single Bind looking for a sweep, Hydrogen Bomb looking for redemption. Behind the scenes, Testai, Rosie, and Jithens to make all of these pretty colors you see on screen happen. And Muse, we've got our aces in our places. Go ahead.
So, building off of what I was talking about before in picks and bans, is that Single Bind's team composition is really good at surviving a dive. Merlin's able to throw a bunch of damage at their feet, Donut Doug has the Caledonian Boar, and Aurora has the River's Rebuke to kind of throw up and split up a team fight. But as good as Single Bind is at dealing with getting jumped on, I question how well they can get a fight started. I'm really looking at Remikami to upgrade their shell and then get a blink. Kabrakan can, you know, find a target, look for some stuns, and have Layers follow up with them. So it kind of feels like Single Bind's going to be playing a little bit more front to back, as opposed to Hydrogen Bomb's dive composition, where you see Snatty, Sunprod, and Baby Gup in particular are able to have like a 3-layer dive where maybe Snatty ults in with the World Serpent, causes some chaos, clutters comms, you know, makes a bunch of space. Baby Gup can do the same. They can flop in, look for belches, looks for stuns. The last piece of the puzzle, and I really feel like Snatty or Baby Gup their place in the dive can be maybe interchangeable as to who goes first. But Sunprod is the last layer of dive, because after everybody has exhausted their beads, their shells, all their tools, they won't have any responses to Anvil of Dawn or Tectonic Shift. So the Thor ult and the Thor wall will find their damage and will be able to get that across. I feel like Kaidon and Hydrogen are very aggressive players too, so they like to play up with their tanks. And at the very least, if they're not doing that, Apollo and Disco have great peel for each other if Layers or if Remikami is able to get to that backline. So I really do feel like the composition for Hydrogen Bomb is a little bit more realized in terms of the flowchart, but Single Bind does have some sauce. I mean, we know that these players are capable of making some shenanigans work. I really feel like it's reliant on whether or not Layers is able to get something started on this Nemesis pick. So keep an eye on Single Bind's jungler. I feel like that's going to really inform the pace of this game, because if Sunprod's able to get a crazy start, that means that Sunprod's going to do the Sunprod thing where, oh, my name is Sunprod, I'm better than everybody at this video game, and I'm just going to out-farm, out-mechanics, and out-skill everybody in the lobby because I'm, 3 levels up on you.
And that could be the case too. My eyes are really over here on left side, because look where Sunprod's posted up at. A wall could block off Aurora, and then we find an early kill. The wall did exactly that, and Sunprod is able to get first blood. So a great show from Hydrogen Bomb. We're going to get them in a good spot to start off this game.
So we have started the snowball for Sunprod, and this is what I was talking about just before, right? Now we have to look at Layers and wonder what the Nemesis is going to be able to do in response. It does feel like Nem has a couple of targets that she should be able to find and stick to, right? Because Jormungandr doesn't have great options to get away unless they're ulting. Kaidon, similar situation, except I do like the fact that Kaidon has a route to keep Nem at bay. She'll be forced to double dash after them. And Hydrogen has a mez. Sunprod has a stun. It feels like Hydrogen Bomb have a lot of answers into the chase that Layers is going to be relying on in order to get their damage through. So Hydrogen Bomb, I feel like are going to have a really solid early game here because Layers is just not going to be able to stick the way that we need him to. And because of that, you know, maybe I'm looking a little too far ahead. I really feel like Hydrogen Bomb are going to be able to start walking away with things. The Moonlight Queen Naga is going to be very pivotal in my mind because if Hydrogen Bomb have control of the game around that Moonlight Queen Naga, that means that they should feel very, very confident in that late game as well, because that means that they have figured out how to deal with Layers.
Very nice double knockup off the belly flop, and look at Sunprod there with an ultimate to land down, find a stun, and some damage in response. Down goes Donut Doug, chasing down Aurora, looking for another. Hydro's got some basics, and that will put the final bit of damage needed to take down Aurora. So the dual lane dead once more, and Sunprod's going to get one. The other goes to Hydrogen.
Look at Layers here on the backside. They can't find anything. Sunprod's getting active across the map. That ultimate was great. Split up both Aurora and Donut Doug. And think about it. What is Donut Doug supposed to do about a Thor? What is Artemis pre-level 5 doing about Thor ult? She's dying. She doesn't have a way to get around Thor wall. She doesn't have a way to get... Are we Apollo ulting? Hello?
We're going to Yorm and maybe help out him, so Layers will fall. Down goes Layers, and I mean, a little late to the party, better late than never, though. Remikami has a bit of damage to offer, but Natty can provide some space with the knockup to get back to the tower.
Man, the fact that Hydrogen is already rotating across the map with this global ultimate, a Chariot from Apollo, that's bad news, Bears.
Oh my god! Rivers of Butte thrown down, but a shell in response to give a little bit of breathing room. Donut Doug is still on the run. Hydrogen is chasing him down, almost has the dash ready to go. Oh man, the damage off the one. So beautiful is the kill. Hydrogen gets another. Aurora falls, and just like that, Hydrogen Bomb is 6-1. Hydrogen himself is 4-0-2. What a crazy start for Hydrogen Bomb.
The singular grace for single bind is that Remikami was able to solo out Snatty in solo lane, which is what you honestly expect out of your Cabrakan, just because there are some newer faces, or maybe older faces that are again resurfacing in solo lane. Doesn't mean that Cabrakan has stopped being this, you know, solo lane bully that pumps a lot of damage in. But again, what is Donut Doug supposed to do about CC? We built Aegis. We don't have ultimate. Now it's online as, you know, Donut Dog is, you know, hitting level 6 here, but it really feels like it doesn't matter because Baby Gup goes for a knockup, Hydrogen finds a mez or anything like that. Suddenly the Artemis is a sitting duck. And where's Layers? Where's Layers in all of this to help their ADC? We're just farming the whole way through. So Single Bind's game plan at this point is, listen, man, knuckle up, get ready. Because we're just going to farm towards that late game, and Hydrogen Bomb are going to take control of the map until we get to that point. I'm not going to tell you that dual lane is lost, but I'm going to tell you that Donut Dog is fighting a crazy uphill battle. And Hydrogen Bomb has a team comp that can just continuously force these fights across the map. Because you have Thor ultimate, you got the Emoji walls, and you have an Apollo ultimate that can deliver people to fights expeditiously.
Gold Fury goes the way of Hydrogen Bomb. So that furthers their lead even more so. A 3K gold lead at 7 minutes in. Scoreboard is 6-1 right now. This is a really good start for Hydrogen Bomb. And Single Bond, granted, they're doing an okay job of farming through. The XP difference isn't that big, but now that Hydro Bomb are going to start extending their lead even more so into the enemy side jungle, taking away the purple from Donut Doug, this starts to put a hamper on things for Single Bond.
Look at the way that Single Bind splits the map, though. While we're really leaving Donut Doug to the wolves, it feels like Single Bind has put a lot of pressure onto the right side of things, taking away the red buff from Kaion and trying to make sure that Layers, even though they're behind in kills, still is keeping up in terms of gold and experience. Seems like...
And down goes Aurora. Mosball in a bit of trouble as well. Dashes in. Into the air goes.
Ooh, very nice.
But can't make it up there. Slice and dice from Layers will keep him from going airborne. Layers still chasing down Hydro. The basics are pretty big from Layers, I'm not going to lie. And a massive shutdown going into Layers' pocket too. That's a huge way to re-enter this game as Baby Gup takes down Donut Doug on the left side of the map. Baby Gup, what?
The support solos out the ADC. You're not supposed to do that, man. We have rules. Hydrogen, being in that middle lane, like, we were able to get the pick on top of Aurora, but you'll notice that Apollo had used their ultimate in order to rotate over. That meant that they had no mana to play with once the fight came down, and that is a condition in which Layers is able to stick to this Apollo and get the damage off. Also, I'm pretty sure Hydrogen at one point, like, started to turn around to auto Layers near the tower line, when maybe if they had walked in a straight line away and committed to running, they might have been able to sneak out, especially because you know that you have Kaidam with their root. But unfortunately, they did try to take the fight just to get that last little bit of damage across the board. That mid lane fight is really important for Single Bind. This puts Layers on the board. It actually puts Layers ahead of Sunprod. Now that we have this lead, really got to take it somewhere. I really would like to see Single Bind dig Donut Doug out of the hole that we kind of accidentally put him into, because this Artemis is in a matchup from hell. Like, you know, there are literal demons in this dual lane. Baby Gup soloed out the Artemis. Bruh. So help her, and get her to where she needs to be, because, like, once Artemis hits the late game, not bad at all. You know, she's able to peel for herself. She's got an attack speed stim, really good at tearing down objectives, towers, team fights. All the pieces are there. But Single Bind very much feels like a 5v5 team, or maybe a 3v3, but not the dual lane.
Sunprod going on to Mosball on the right side jungle, crossing over enemy lines and goes back for a step into the air. Where will they land? Surely they don't go for the kill, right? Maybe Layers go to safety. Yeah, Sunprod says, you know what, I'll come back later. Don't forget about me.
Yeah, just not quite ready to go for the commitment. Baby Gup, though.
Wait, a bounce, lands the golden apple, doesn't find a kill, though. I'm not going to lie, it looked pretty sick from Kaidon, but unfortunately doesn't go their way. And I had a feeling, you know, Kaidon really loves this disco pick. I had a feeling that he was going to ball out when he got this.
Apollo's in the air. The fighting just doesn't seem to end. We're jumping on the Artemis once again. What a body block. Oh, but a better shell.
Very good body block. Yes, that was a good shell. But belly flop will knock up Aurora for a moment. You won't be chasing down Hydrogen. There goes Moswall and blocks off a couple exits for Hydrogen. He's going to have to take some damage if he wants to escape. And that he did. Hydrogen very low, but seems to be A-okay. Very nice wall. We'll chop off Aurora for a moment as Remikami runs down Snaddy on the right side jungle, thanks to the help of Layers. So it looks like Single Bind are splitting the map pretty efficiently, but I wonder if it's going to be fruitful for their endeavors.
Well, the only thing about splitting the map towards solo side is that you do leave that gold side exposed. But with the way that Aurora has been playing next to Donut Doug recently and making sure that Donut Doug isn't getting completely owned, it means that Single Bind aren't really giving up too much pressure around the gold. In fact, it looks like they're going to start to pick it up. And like I said before, I mean, Artemis pretty solid on objective burn. You also have the Merlin there, so Single Bind, after TKOing Hydrogen Bomb, will have a Gold Fury for themselves, sorely needed. I mean, this Artemis needs all the help that they can get in terms of gold, because they certainly are not finding it through any kills. Learning Bow, Avenging Blade on the way, very important spikes, especially for Artemis. Like, she deals extra damage to CC targets. That includes slows.
Yeah, slows, belly flops, and intoxications. Baby Gup is setting up Hydrogen, but I would say even Baby Gup's taking some of these kills. He's setting himself up for success. The same level as Hydrogen, right? And above on levels from both Doug and Aurora. Baby Gup's on a rampage right now.
Yeah, Baby Gup with this Bacchus is just putting it in there. You got the Stampede, you got the Ancile. I really like the Ancile here too, actually, for the Bacchus. Think about it. You pop Ancile, it makes it so that your next damaging ability does a silence, as well as, you know, whatever else it does. So this basically means that the Belch cannot be escaped. You hit one tick of the Belch, you're silenced for 1.5 seconds. That's the rest of Belch there. So that means that you are getting stunned.
Yeah, and you're also getting hit with a golden apple, which almost destroys Mozball. Barely hits 100 health, but able to escape back to the other side of the tower. The selflessness pickup from, or not selfless, some type of shield, I guess from Mending Waters. That's what it was. We'll make sure that Mozball's A-OK. And it's just very close calls. Maybe Gut just won't stop the aggression. On the right side of the map, though, Ramakami is duking it out with Snatty, forces away the World Serpent, and seems like we're going to be fine afterwards.
Taking a look at the support builds, because, we mentioned that Ansile for Baby Gut, but what is Aurora building, right? We have, again, the Eye of Providence, but also the Spear of Desolation, which Spear of Desolation works specifically well with this Yemoja because she doesn't have mana like traditional characters in Smite. So, because she deals so much damage, she's able to take cooldowns off of her abilities, kind of like right now. Holy damage, Aurora is chasing underneath the tower and gets it!
Oh my god. Meanwhile, on the left side of the map, Hydro secures Donut Dog's life and takes it, but oh my god, Aurora is just running people down, and that Spirit Deso damage is just unreal. Snatty might look to steal away this Pyro, maybe can take it with a 1, but everybody from Single Bind drops Prio of the Pyro and goes straight for the snake to chop his head off. So down the solo laner for Hydrogen Bomb, and the Pyromancer taken down by Mozball. Runic Bomb in pocket for Aurora.
Man, you saw how fast Snatty died there. We have the Eye of Erebus, which gives us a little bit of health, but Prophetic is our only source of protections, and what makes Prophetic good is getting it fully stacked up so that you get those damage mitigations. And the only way to stack Prophetic is by getting, damage hits on different characters, either physical or magical characters. And that is just not something that's going to happen when it's built in second slot, because there's a cooldown on getting the hit to get your stack as like 5 seconds. So this means Snatty needs to stay super aggressive on this Yorm, constantly look for our stacks. But until it happens, we can't walk up like that. What is Yorm going to do? Die! It is not a good spot to be. So now Single Bind went from, man, Sunprod and Hydrogen are like running this game to, man, the love's kind of spread across the board, but our head's above the water. We're learning how to swim. It's not too bad at all. And remember what I said before, Mort. If Hydrogen Bomb look really good around this Moonlight Queen Naga, that means that they will more than likely be able to have a really good handle on the game going into the late game. But look at this. It's Single Bind with control of the FG pit and the Moonlight Queen Naga. That's 5% permanent strength and int for the team, and a consumable called the Moonlight Ritual, the Moonstrike Ritual, that acts like a Calamitous Ratatouille on every ability hit. Dude, Single Bind is in the driving seat.
Yeah, but splitting the map, Gold Fury goes to Hydrogen Bomb. That's their second pip. A third would mean that sieging is going to be a whole lot easier for Hydrogen Bomb in the future. What's going to be easy is taking down Snatty. Yet again, ult down. He couldn't even escape with it because Ramakami takes him down with the help of layers. Snatty is just getting shut down over here. It's got to feel bad for Snad.
No, there's nothing that Jormungandr can really do except play for the late game, putting a lot of faith into your dual lane to be able to translate their early success into late game, I guess, success.
Right.
Not a great way to put it. Exactly. You ever done stocks, financial investments? You have to invest. Oh. You get success. Busey, 2007.
Golden apple off the mark, so no kill found, but the ritual site's being fought over. 2 members from each team are around, and look who's just now showing up. It's Mozball walking forward with layers, and 4 members of Single Bind are going to grab that bonus gold. 350 might not seem like much, but you'll take everything you can get for Single Bind, right?
Hey, anything counts. Everything good. You want to be able to have that in the back pocket. That gold will go straight towards your invested items for your successful game. Oh, up top. But I'm surprised that,
nice.
Donut Doug is only 2 levels down, but, hopefully all the global gold. Oh no, Donut Doug. Okay, it's fine. Some problem is just saying hello, stealing the purple and then leaving, as one does. But still able to keep up with itemization so far. I mean, Lernium Bow, Avenging Blade, looks like the Deathbring is going to be around the corner. You see Hydrogen is mirroring the same build. So we have a lot of crit in hand. I wouldn't hate to see a Spectral somewhere from either side. I would almost expect it to see more a Spectral from Remakami and then a Spectral from Baby Gup, just because Yorm, I feel, doesn't really have room in the build. They have to go for things like Glad Shield and stuff like that.
Okay, the damage from Sunprod is pretty real. Not gonna lie, Baby Gup is there as well, but the numbers game favors single bind. Can Baby Gup escape? Doesn't have a belly flop just yet. Golden Apple hits Remakami right in the dome, but Baby Gup barely gets over the wall. Close escape, and seems like Baby Gup will be fine. Pyromancer gets picked up by single bind. They say, hey, if you're not going to take it, then we will, right? But Kaidon's there, doesn't have a golden apple, but maybe throw an ability over. Nah, Doug's going to secure Pyro. Runic Bomb in pocket for Remakami and Aurora now.
Single bind's like, are you gonna finish that? You gonna eat that? No?
You gonna eat that?
I'm just gonna nom nom. I'm gonna take a bite. 2 bombs in pocket for single bind. Very, very handy for these FGE sieges that I do believe are going to be in the future for us. And Single Bind has a team comp that is great at shredding objectives. I mean, Aurora is able to give their teammates increased attack speed and basic attack damage when their allies stand in the center of Moonstrike. Merlin's got a lot of shred in their fire stance. Plus, Donut Doug with Avenging Blade shredding away protections means that the rest of Single Bind will be able to deal even more damage. Hello.
Oh, Sunprod hits the stun. Hammer damage is unreal, but the Caledonian Boar used to maybe slow down Sunprod, but Beads will not let Sunprod get slowed down. Now just waiting on the team, but Divine Judgment from Layers to maybe slow down Sunprod. He finally gets slowed. Hydrogen on the chase, though. Kaidon gets the last bit of damage needed. Riptide takes Baby Gup a bit out of position, but Hydrogen Bomb are fine with being out of position. With the lead they have, they say, whatever. When gold's about to spawn, we're going to sit around and take it here in a bit.
Not too shabby at all, although we did have to use Thor ult and Apollo ult in order to kill Donut Doug there. So Single Bind don't have to worry about the engage from Hydrogen Bomb as much unless it comes from Snatty. Oh, so they're going to engage by themselves.
Rivers of Buke and Aurora is barely alive. Nope, not alive anymore. Golden Apple Bounce doesn't find anybody, but Layers takes down Hydrogen in the back side of the fight. And here comes Snatty to maybe provide some space for the team so Kaidon can escape. Barely gets alive and is still casting abilities, but Mozball's there to chase him down and shut him down. Into the air goes Sunprod. 2 dead for each team as Baby Gup takes down Mozball. Make it 3 dead for Single Bind. Belch of the Gods and a belly flop. Sunprod smacks Remakami in the head with a hammer. Shutdown for Sunprod. Where will we go from here?
Single Bind wanted that fight. They opened it up with that Rivers Rebuke from Aurora, but in doing so, it almost felt like Single Bind split themselves up in that fight because it felt like Layers and Moswell got shifted over to the left while Aurora was shifted up, north, I guess, for lack of a better word, above that gold camp on the left side of the mid lane. Then, after the rivers come down, Single Bind find their kill, they go in, but man, when Kaidon makes the rotation to that fight, as Remakami comes in from the right side in solo lane, that strife was disgusting. It was gross. And now Donut Doug's gonna die again.
Maybe so. Hydrogen lands on the chariot, and Baby Gup's there to set up as well. So Beautiful does big damage, and a Lerny Bow in response. Caledonian Boar to slow down maybe both, but before it even hits Hydro, down goes Doug. That Caledonian Boar is not saving his life just yet. Golden Apple right onto the dome of Layers, but Layers still taking the chase, barely able to escape. Here comes Snatty. He's got what it takes to maybe kill one, but low health members across the board for Hydrogen Bomb. Snatty and Kaidon barely escape, but the World Serpent is continuing to gun for another member. Look at Baby Gup, who just showed up, and Layers dies to the World Serpent. Snatty gets one, throws down the eye, and does hit a slow, but not enough damage, though. Here comes Hydrogen with a So Beautiful. The damage is nasty. Aurora is dead, and Kaidon gets the kill. 2 dead for Single Bind. It's go time for Pyromancer.
Layers just couldn't stick on to Kaidon because of the rotation there from Sunprod. Sunprod just barely able to get away in their own ultimate as well. Means that they'll be available for objectives to pull after the fact. And you also had Snatty come in with a really solid rotation, keeping Single Bind distracted. It really feels like we just barely lack the damage from Layers and Aurora to stick to targets. Okay. Right. an attempted
Right.
FG pull. That was only a little concerning. So many things go well for the single bind team. So many things can do good because we have the ability to lock people down with our Kabrakan. We have damage attached to Merlin, but Aurora and Donut Dog are just having such a hard time because think about what prefaced that fight in the right lane. I mean, Hydrogen Bomb just ganked Artemis for the nth time in a row. 0-6-0. This Artemis has just been completely shunted out of the game. Just nothing that they have been able to do about it. Really don't think we're going to get a chance to see Donut Dog have their time in the sun until we are able to move towards more 5v5 team fight stages for Single Bind and Hydrogen Bomb. So we're thinking about the Fire Giant pit. We're thinking about objective fights, but as long as Donut Dog keeps going over to the left side by themselves, they are going to die. And I really feel like Hydrogen Bomb doesn't have that same fear. They don't have that same concern because Apollo is able to get out. Donut Dog is stuck in the mix. You pop Caledonian Boar and you look to the sky and you hope that somebody is listening to you. Apollo goes into the sky and says, I'm out of here, right? Like, I'm just gonna go. So I really, I don't know. I just want to see more support for our poor Artemis because they're capable of so many good things. This god is good. Maybe not as good when it's constantly jumped on by a Bacchus and an Apollo.
And speaking of Apollo, into the air goes Hydrogen, and looking to slam back down with a chariot onto somebody. Who is his target? Hydro lands right on top of two. This is bad news. Sunprot is able to clean up for Donut Doug, and Layers on the run. Can they escape? Baby Gup says probably not, and in goes Sunprot, misses the stun. Combat blink used for Layers, and still dashing away as Mozball takes down Kaidan on the right side of the jungle. I say the left. Beads used by Sunprot, so Layers doesn't get a slow. Hydro shows up and throws a couple basics, some meltdown Layers. Two dead for Single Bind, and the Rivers of Buke is out. And the belly flop is off the mark, but that's not going to stop Hydrogen Bomb for going for this fight. But look at the damage for Mozball. Good lord. Baby Gup seems to be a little terrified. Let's go ahead and get out of here. This fight's not ours.
Yeah, it's just not something that Single Bind is able to chase after too hard. The Rivers Rebuke, a little bit off the mark, not really able to lock people in place. And again, Donut Dog is dead, or died, rather. And Layers suffers as collateral this go-around, too. Like, it really does feel like Single Bind should just be grouping up as 5. Like, it shouldn't be a, let's send some support to Donut Dog. No. Don't, that's not, we are past that, right? We're so far into the game. Plant Donut Dog next to Mozwall and next to Aurora. That is the only way that they get to survive.
Fire Giants getting burned away. But what can we do from here for Hydrogen Bomb? Snatty is around. Check out the damage from Sunprod. Gets a little bit of poke onto the back line. FG's at 2,000. And look at Yorm into the air. Who's going to take it? Donut Dog secures the fire. Obsidian Dagger in hand for Baby Gup and uses it right after. Very nice as Sunprod cleans up Doug. Low health bars across the board for Single Bind. So Hydrogen Bomb are fine with taking this fight. It's okay if you got FG. We're going to clean up all your health bars regardless. Hydrogen lands back down. Mozball Layers and Donut Dog dead. Remikami takes Hydrogen to the grave with him because Remikami can not escape this. Not a chance in the world, right? Does find a good stun, but a wall from Sunprod slows down Remikami yet again. Riptide from Aurora might get him to safety, but Sunprod dashes right back in. Rivers of Buke with the Shell of Rebuke in response from Snatty, and a massive two-man knockup from Baby Gup, and still getting chased away. I'll tell you what, Remikami might have still died, but he bought a whole lot of time in the process. Aurora able to hide under the tier 2, so Hydrogen Bomb can get whatever's left on the map. I don't even know what is left. No, Sunprod, please. Misses the stun. Spare him for a moment, will you? What in the world is that damage? Isn't Aurora a tank? That's a deicide from Single Bind.
Well, Single Bind pull the FG. They have the damage to shred through it about halfway. We make the call to commit to it after Hydrogen Bomb are standing right outside the FG pit. And as Sunprod goes into the air, we know that Single Bind is going to commit to it, right? They go for the burger flip. While Single Bind are able to win the burger flip, they used so much to clear that FG that Hydrogen Bomb know that they don't even really need to hard engage while Single Bind is trying to clear that FG, because there is so much damage dealt to them from tanking that objective and taking the poke from both Snatty and Kainan, that Hydrogen Bomb just swoops in after the fact and pieces them up, right? Remakami and Aurora are the only survivors towards the end, at least. Then, you know, fight to their heart's content as much as they can. Mostly because they know that Hydrogen Bomb have the chase to keep on them, right? They had no choice but to fight. So Hydrogen Bomb give up FG for the larger goal of, cool, we'll just take it off the map for a bit, because we're just winning fights regardless. And this is a crazy warning bell to Single Bind. Like, we just lost a fight while we had FG in pocket. Like, yeah, obviously we didn't have all the tools in hand, but that's still a mental blow. And if you're Hydrogen Bomb, you're just rolling with the punches. Granted, you're the one dealing the punches, so of course you're rolling with them, but still.
World Serpent, so Snatty can escape, and that seems to be the end of things. As meanwhile, we're fighting by Ancient Fury. Baby Gup is providing a bit of space, maybe so they can take this. They're committing to the berm, but around is a roar. Can he steal this by spamming abilities? Baby Gup's able to secure. Ancient Fury goes the way of Hydrogen Bomb. They get their third pip and debuff tier 2s and a right side weakened bird.
Hollow. Looks like they were barely able to get into the air, so Single Bind are grouped up, but Hydrogen Bomb are strong. They can look for a re-engage here.
I wonder what their engage is. Belch of the Gods doesn't find a stun. Seems to be that Single Bind are on the retreat. Hydrogen can't find a way to engage.
Looks like the Apollo decided to ult back out towards their tier 2, so with Thor and Apollo ults down, maybe the right call just to not push your luck too much if you are Hydrogen Bomb. But they are established in such a significant lead. I mean, Sunprod's going to have Combat Blink up pretty soon. We already have a double stun Thorwall. Good lord. I mean, the damage from Hydrogen Bomb is just in full force, where it feels like whatever fight they want to take, they definitely are empowered to do so. Now, Single Bind's team composition is built for defenses between the Yemo and the Merlin. We talk about how this comp is hard to dive, but man, even as I say it, I'm not noticing Hydrogen Bomb suffering any difficulties for the dive at all. I mean, it just feels like nobody from Single Bind, except for maybe like Ramakami, is, you know, having a good game so far. Mazwell and Layers are certainly pumping out damage for sure. I mean, Mazwell especially is top of the damage charts, but just not really able to finish anything off. Sunprod's mobility and CC is overwhelming, and Single Bind don't really have a lot of good answers into it. Donut Doug finally has the Magi's. He needs Combat Blink to finish up this build, and then maybe the Artemis stops getting picked out so much. But until then, it's free eats for Hydrogen Bomb to kind of do what they please. Boswell's got their Combat Blink online. Layers has had theirs for a minute. Ramakami's got a Blink for their Kabrakan. You know, they upgraded their shell, so we have ways to start fights. We have ways to respond to getting jumped on. But Hydrogen Bomb with their massive gold lead, I mean, now we're in counter building era, right? Baby Cup has got Erosion to respond to Yamoja's Rejuvenating Waters. Musashi's available for Hydrogen. There's just so much going good for Hydrogen Bomb. It's hard to imagine that they lose a fight at this point.
Belch of the Gods finds a double stun, and Snatty's got a bit of damage as well. Sunprod's walls off 3 with a nice Thor 2, and in goes Snatty, looking to set up this fight for Hydrogen Bomb. The Rivers of Uke is thrown down, and into the air goes Sunprod. Where will we land? The fight's split up, so Single Bind aren't grouped as 5. So down goes the Layers, and Ramakami's on the run, and a pause in the midst of it all.
Oh, well, unfortunate. Where did Sunprod land? Looks like they landed right next to Aurora there. If they're 2s up, they'll be able to find a 2 on top of the Artemis. So you can imagine that Donut Dog is not long for this world. Gonna have a tough time struggling into that. I mean, this is just what we were talking about with this team composition and with how Single Bind has been playing so far in this game. Just not as coordinated. They get split up very easily, and Hydrogen Bomb are feasting like a bunch of piranhas on a little not piranha fish in a river, right? I know like 2 things about piranhas. I know that they're fish and they got sharp teeth and they bite you. So maybe that's 3 things. But it really is hard to imagine a scenario where Hydrogen Bomb aren't coming out on top in this game. It would take a fairly significant blunder on the part of Hydrogen Bomb at this point, which is not great to say. It's even worse to hear if you're single bind, because what are you supposed to do into that? You were supposed to do something to help your Artemis maybe like 30 minutes ago.
Sunprod has a wall to slow down Ramakami. Can't get through because no Phantom Shell's ready to go. Baby Gup is looking to take away Aurora. And one other on the right side is Snatty and Sunprod are going to chase down Donut Doug, who just cannot get away from anybody. Walled off by the big body known as Snatty. And Lernybo won't help whatsoever. Snatty is just hovering around, waiting for a knock-up. Sunprod goes right into the back line, takes down Ramakami. Aurora's on the run, but probably won't get away from this one.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of Hydrogen Bomb are here in force. They'll let Aurora go, but they'll take the prize more than likely of an FG to be picked up. Even an EFG, that's going to be spawning pretty soon here. Remember I was talking before about the selflessness for supports, Morton, and how reliably our supports are able to get to level 20. We see it here for Baby Gup, and that just makes it even harder for Single Bind to be able to kill anybody, because imagine that you are able to hit somebody with a hard CC or anything like that. Now they're getting a massive health shield because of Baby Gup standing next to them.
Look at Snatty zoning in the front as Hydrogen Bomb are going to burn this FG. It's down to less than half, and Sunprod just took down Aurora. So Layers and Mossball, the only two alive, and Hydrogen Bomb are doing a great job of zoning. But EFG now, it just turned into EFG, which is a massive pull for Hydrogen Bomb. This game is due to be over soon.
Hydrogen Bomb are ready to wrap this up. They got all the pieces of the puzzle to do so. But I also imagine that they have a lot of gold in pocket to spend, and there are some steps that we can take to make this as smooth of a transition to Game 3 as possible. Ancient Gold Fury is available to be taken. With that, Hydrogen Bomb, along with their Enhanced Fire Giant, can burn through these birds. They also have 3 pips on that Gold Fury. So they're dealing extra damage to structures, taking less damage from structures, ignoring backdoor protections because of their EFG, and with this Ancient Gold Fury, those structures are going to be disabled. Yeah, deal 25% bonus true damage to structures, gain plus 50 protections when near an enemy structure. This makes sieging, or this makes defending a siege for Single Bind impossible for the next 3 minutes that EFG is up. So this is the V formation, Mort. We pick up this Ancient Gold Fury, we get ready to run it down. So if you're Single Bind, the odds have never been more against you, and you have to think, how do you stop this? Honestly, fight them outside of the birds, because the birds are not going to help you. The Titan is not going to help you. The new Ancient Gold Fury change goes through, so those birds are already losing 30% of their health. You gotta take the fight away from the home base.
And they're just now getting out of the base. Down goes the left side bird. Kaidon and Snatty will make sure of that. And it looks like Single Bind are finally grouped as 5, but so are Hydrogen Bomb. Into the air is Hydro, who's dashing all the way to the mid lane tower. Lands back down right in front of it, and they're looking to walk in and just siege it in just a moment. In goes Snatty to provide a bit of damage and wait for their in. The left side bird's down. Surely they're just going to wait on minions for a moment and just pounce right in.
They don't even need to wait for minions, realistically. They could just go in. Remember, we ignore backdoor protections, and that bird is not going to be dealing as much damage. We can just fight!
Blink into the back line. In goes Baby Gup. Rivers of Buke is thrown down, so Single Bind are trying to defend this bird. Decent damage dealt onto Baby Gup and Hydrogen, who's really getting chipped away at. But Snatty is zoning away. Layers, who can't get away. Donut Doug can do nothing but watch. Down goes the mid lane bird. Will they go up right side? Will they end the game? Looks like the right side bird, the only bird left up, is their priority.
Snatty's the only one with ultimate here, and Ramakami does as well, so we are just playing with normal abilities. Age is still available for Sunprod, though.
Oh my god, Hydrogen takes down Ramakami. This is endgame for Single Bind. The Titan has never been weaker. 2-man knockup from Snatty's ultimate, and Snatty takes down the Layers. This is endgame. We're going to Game 3.
Hydrogen Bomb. Kaboom. Right? What do you do about that one? It felt like Donut Doug was left on an island alone to starve and die until there was not left but dust and bones, right? Like, Prince of Nothingness is what it felt like over in that duo lane. And it's kind of what I called out earlier, right? Nemesis never really got loud. Layers wasn't the same Layers that we saw on the Wheelix pick that was able to make these crazy plays all over the map. Whereas Sunprod has been going nuclear on this Thor. My bad, all right? Christy Dixon was right. Omar's got a good Thor. My bad. You know, maybe it wasn't the case a few months ago when I was watching Sunprod go in on this Thor ult and miss every single thing, and it doesn't work out. My opinion has been officially changed, right? Congratulations. Sunprod is a crack Thor player too. You know, what can't he do, right? Good lord. Hydrogen Bomb have now, you know, tied up this game at this point. If they can get another draft like they did here, Single Bind is going to be in a real bind because we need to make sure that Single Bind can stay on something aggressive, and they just didn't have anything aggressive outside of maybe the Kabrakan, the Nemesis kinda, but it just didn't have the same oomph that we're used to seeing from Single Bind.
Yeah, I feel like this Nemesis pick has been a very good go-to for Smite 1 players that have been around for a while, right? Like, we all know Layers, who's been around for a minute, and I think Nem is a good go-to pick for these players that haven't really experimented with aspects or new gods in general, maybe no Aladdin or anything like that. You resort to what you know. But this Nemesis pick, it doesn't have the best win rate. It doesn't feel very impactful. I think Nemesis specifically, granted, Layers did what Layers could. Layers did what Layers knows to do, but Nemesis just doesn't give you the tools that Layers could utilize. You know what I mean? You don't have a backflip. You don't have a Suku. You don't have gravity surge like you're used to with a Willy. So you don't have a lot of outplay abilities. You just kind of like hammer out basics and hope, well, I guess I've got the damage to do it, or I don't. And in this game, you didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we just didn't have... Like I said before, we just didn't have that same oofda. You know, we didn't have that harump, onomatopoeia. What else do I got? Kapow! I'm running out. But, yeah, I don't know. It really felt like, too, like when Donut Dog is going 1-9-0, it really felt like we just kind of let that happen, too. Like, there was just no help from the team, which was astonishing to me. Meanwhile, Sunprod has a hot dog stand over in the left side ready to supply Baby Gup and Hydrogen with every snack under the sun. Like, I've got Pepsi products, I got Coke products, I got Dr. Pepper, what you want. Like, onions, relish, ketchup, and mustard, please, thank you, and peppers. Like, boom. Here you go, man. Also, I ganked your lane for the nth time in a row. You want to go do gold? Type, let's do it. Like, I don't know, man.
Game 3 on the horizon. Who's going to be winning week 3 of the June circuit? We'll find out in just a bit. We'll be back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Week 3 of the June circuit. Game 3 of the grand finals is about to start, and we're here to talk about it. Morty and Musy in the booth today, and we've got Tess, Dye, Rosie, and Jithens behind the scenes. But we got to talk about some things. Game 3 means that there's a whole lot of gods taken away. But why, Musy?
Well, you see, Mort, that would be due to the vault bans. Remember that in a best of 3 set, once a god is played, that god is locked away in the vault and cannot be picked by either team or the rest of the set. So we will have a graphic available for you on the picks and ban screen. You'll get a chance to see which gods are unavailable. If you're just now joining us, or if you've been here the whole time and lose track of what's been played, believe me, I understand. We'll have a little something there for you so that you can kind of keep up with everything that's happening and you know what's going on. But it does mean that players are really going to be reaching down into the god pool. We'll get a chance to see some picks that maybe don't often get a chance to see the battlefield of the gods.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome to see because, you know, a lot of these players have a pretty decent god pool, but some of them not so much. So we got to change things up a little bit. Let's see what they decide to do. Picks and bans are ready for you, coming at you live, and we've got some stuff to look at here. Rosters, in case you're just now joining us, who's playing, who's where, and ball bans in just a second.
Well, it's a lot of what the same that we know, right? People are where they are, but what I really want to see from single bind compared to what we had before, want to see Layers on something a little bit more aggressive. I want to see Layers on something that can take control of the game. And I need to see some form of help for Donut Doug. I have to see it. It has to be done. That poor guy was on an island for the majority of the game. He was 1-9. Like, somebody help him, please. Or maybe something with a little bit more agency this time around, because it was just not there. If you're single bind, you have first pick. There are still a lot of picks that are available for you to look at. But it's not going to be any of the guys that have been banned out below so far. Oh, there he is again. Ooh. I did it backwards again.
Did it again?
You know what? I'm just
third time.
I'm not meant to do it. It's not for me, you know? Left is left and right is right. All right? I'm just passionate. It's passion. It's passion. I'm passionate about the Jithens, maybe you could try it from the other side. We could try it from the other side, maybe? Is that something we could do?
No, he's angled the other way. You're gonna look the wrong way, even if he does it the other
image. Way. All right, you don't know that. You have no idea about that.
Oh, you were ready for it. Wow.
See, there it is. All right.
You did a great job. Thank
you.
I'm not gonna read nothing. Hey, you don't tell me what to do. I don't take anything from you. You don't pay my bills.
Read my bans.
You don't
Come
keep me fed. I'll read your picks. Kelly's getting picked up. How you feel about that? You're about to get real mad. I know you.
Mixed, honestly. I don't know. This pick has gotta see nerf after nerf after nerf. Especially recent where she builds less of her passive charge by hitting gods. It went from 8 to 6, and then for minions it went from like 1 to 0.5. So she still is Pele in that she's got good initiation, you know, Pyroclast is still really strong, we've got good knockups, good damage, that's all well and good.
Yeah.
I think in a game 3 scenario, she definitely has a place, but definitely wouldn't be seeing her before game 3, if you know what I mean. I still like it for single bind.
Yeah. I think there's lots of love still. You know, nerfs are nerfs. You know what I mean? You know, ignore them, talk about them, whatever. It is what it is. The god doesn't change, but a couple of gods that we don't see often are coming through. Sylvanas made his way in for single bind. That's a big one for sure. A very, very big one that we see from Baby Gup every now and then. Not too often, but you know, Uller comes through, which we've already seen once today. We're really starting to dive into the, I don't know, I want to say the bottom of the barrel, but some funky picks.
Yeah, we're you know, we're in the middle of the barrel. I think is a good way to explain. That's why I like Vault Band so much, because you're reaching for things that maybe show up a lot in your rank games, but maybe not so much in your comp sets, at least until you're in this situation. For Hydrogen Bomb, Sobek making it to game 3 is kind of crazy to me. I mean, this is just a really, really good support. There's a lot to enjoy about it. And I feel like with the Morgan Le Fay, this could go either solo or mid lane. I'd almost prefer Aspect solo more than anything else, because I feel like the Morgan Le Fay can play into that Pele pretty well, as they're both characters that just like to kind of get in your face and really brawl you. Plus, Morgan Le Fay has a lot of CC in her kit that can help keep the Pele off of her, right? That Dragon Flight, she's got the giant AoE Fear to keep Pele away. Like, Pele is forced to expend more of that energy, more of her fuel, and then either chase with her ultimate in order to keep on top of the Morgan Le Fay. But it looks like with the Artio pick there, this will not be the case. So it's either Sobek or Artio in the solo lane.
Now, from what we've seen in recent time, it seems more likely that Artio could be there, but there are a few solo lane players. Port Degree has made Sobek solo kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay, so, you know, the paprika, not enough, not this go around, right? They got a little bit of spice in the kitchen. I like this. There's a little bit of flexibility here. Is Gilgamesh going solo or jungle? Is the big question. You assume Pele solo because that's where she's been seen so frequently, but now that this Gilga's here, I feel like there's going to be a bit of a question mark in terms of who's actually going where. Boswell's got the Vulcan on lock. He's known for this pick. He whips it out game 3 on occasion. I like seeing it. You know, it's either going to be the Vulcan or the Jivalong game. I kind of feel like Gilgamesh jungle, Pele solo is still the way to go here.
Yeah, I agree.
But Pele in jungle still can deal a significant amount of damage, but still kind of suffers from the same issues I think that she does in the Pele versus Morgan Le Fay solo matchup, it's the same deal in mid lane, right? Obviously, the Pele's going to get more damage through, but she can't really stick to the Morgan Le Fay, and Morgan Le Fay without the aspect, her ultimate, is still fairly safe and gets a lot of damage across. So I'm kind of hoping for Gilga's jungle, just so we can have that drop kick on a swivel, just going all around the lanes.
Yeah. So let's find out who's going where. Game is ready for us, so we're diving on in. Game 3 of the finals of week 3. Single bind up against Hydrogen Bomb. And Morty and Musi here in the booth to talk about it. And the whole Prime crew behind the scenes are Rosie, Jithens, and Testai to make all these pretty colors you see on screen happen. And wow, these are some picks, Moose.
It is fairly interesting to see what we got lined up here. But it is also what we expect, right? Layers is going to be rocking that Gilgamesh aspect in the jungle, and Remakami is aspect Pele solo lane. So Gilgamesh aspect, if we take a look at that, for the uninitiated, for the uninformed, just because I feel like we don't get a chance to see this Gilgamesh pick too often, it does change how this character is played, right? The Gilgamesh aspect makes it so that your ultimate is no longer your ultimate. Right? You have instead a wall that you deploy instead. Yeah, there it is. Winds of Shamash is no longer an ultimate. You place a wind wall that transforms once with your next ability. If you use your one, it ignites, it solidifies. If you use drop kicks, you can drop kick somebody into the wall. It's really neat. Or it launches allies forward, kind of like Yamoja Ring if you use Hero's Advance. It can only transform once, granting you attack speed, tenacity, or pathfinding, depending on the first second ability that you use, until it's time for the next transformation. So this just gives a lot of flexibility to layers in this jungle. But me personally, I really like throwing up the wall and drop kicking somebody into it. I don't know. I feel like that CC is just really powerful. It makes drop kick good all the time instead of like, oh, I need to make sure I have something to kick you into. Is there a wall? Is there a minion? Is there something? Can I make this happen? No, you can make it happen every single time. It makes this character a little bit more flowcharty and easier to execute on. But beyond that, when you look at Sunprod on the Fenrir, I'm very much expecting something like a tankier Fenrir where you go like, you could do like Devo's Lash or Barb Carver Lash, I feel, or you can do like some on-hit effects with like Berserkers. Brutalize got buffed recently, like an extra 10 damage across the board or something like that. A very small buff, but just enough to kind of help with their jungle clear so that Sunprod can move through the jungle effectively. You'll notice that beads are available for Layers and for Moswall, as well as Donut Doug, but for Remakami and for Aurora, not so much. So I would almost expect Sunprod to pay some extra special attention over to the Pele, because, they don't really have a great way to get away from Fenrir, except if they use their ultimate. If you just walk over to solo and Pele pops their ult, you're just like, all right, cool, job done, right? I did my job. My Artio can't die now. It's just not possible. But if Artio has the triple field out there, where else is she gonna go?
I wonder what we're gonna be seeing over in duo side. CERN v Ullr is a matchup we rarely see, and a matchup we're gonna look at is its solo side. 100 health bars across both solo laners, and just who showed up is Layers, who does have a bit of damage to offer. If he can get that wind wall over, or does he even have the wind wall yet? A good grab and a body block forces 2 tower shots to hit the shark straight to the dome. And in goes Doug for a jump, but gets put away right after. The damage is pretty nice there, but probably won't secure a kill just yet, but low health bars, and it grabs him Aurora yet again. 2 for 2, 100% accuracy, but can we get a kill? Doug's getting plucked around. You need to help your friend, but walking away is Aurora. He had 100 health to his name, and I don't blame him, but man, is that unfortunate.
Hit an axe challenge level impossible. Oh my god. Aurora hits back-to-back blocks. Donut Dog misses the axe for the kill. That's so upsetting. But my god, if that doesn't put the fear of God into Baby Gup. And that shell pop was so late too. I mean, I feel he could have popped shell earlier and not gotten body blocked into that tower. He did it again. That's so terrifying. Oh my gosh, what a crazy start to the game. It's not even done.
Fight unfolding on the right side, 100 health to Sunprod's name. Snatic and he's chased down as well. The damage from Remakami and the Layers is pretty real. Won't lie to you. Did not expect that much from Layers, but man, is it cranking.
Oh my goodness. So, I just walked into another pluck. I don't care about what I was going to talk about before. I'm talking about Aurora. This guy is gnarly when it comes to the Sylvanas. Like, one of the main drawbacks of Sylvanas is the fact that they're fairly immobile, as Moswall dies in the mid lane.
Oh, drop kick. Oh, she's displacement immune. Ardio can't be kicked if she's bear dashing, and Layers found that out the hard way. That's fine. We'll go for your blue buff. You want to dash away? We're just going to take your blue. We'll take your blue. You're not going to have capacity abilities. Snatty's going to feel that, by the way.
Yes. Ardio is very much a character that needs that blue buff to be able to, go through that entire cycle of abilities. That's what makes this Ardio pick so good, because she, spams at you. She's got the Bumba's Cudgel to be able to get some cooldowns back after landing that auto attack. And it looks like with that Battle Axe Medallion, we're looking at something along the lines of the Runeforge Hammer yet again. Ultimate from Fenrir.
Sunprod gets the kill on Moswall. Dead mid laner. Anyways.
It is actually the second death that Moswall suffers from here so far. And with that beads down, Sunprod could look to gank again once that ultimate comes back online. You have a little bit of cooldown because of that cudgel, so it's not unheard of. Moswall needs to stay super careful. But if they're not able to, stay back and hang, probably underneath their tower or something like that, I would fully expect Fenrir to sweep through, find another Ragnarok kill, and make it work again. That'll catapult Kaidan all the way to the lead. Even more so than what they got. Especially because it looks like they've got their Chronos Pendant and then a Reliquary, whereas Moswall seems to be rushing their Soul Reaver first. So Kaidan's going to have a lot of pressure in this lane, going to outclear this Vulcan by sheer volume of abilities that we're throwing. And again, I really hope we don't see a repeat of one laner gets absolutely left to the wolves, this time a real physical wolf with Fenrir. Last game, it was Donut Dog. This game, I hope it's not Moswall, because you need your mid laner to get their damage online sooner rather than later. I mean, without this Vulcan, there's just no way that you're going to be able to kill the Ardio or the Sobek. You need that Soul Reaver damage to get through consistently.
I think it's essential that you get Moswall in a good spot, because I feel like this is a talking point that we haven't really had so far throughout today, Muse, is that this is an objective steal potential god. You know what I mean? You can go so far with the Earth Shake, the shake. You know what I mean? The ultimate. There's so much range to it, and the damage too. The Earth Shaker. The farther range, it's you could play so far back and still take away an FG, a Gold Fury, whatever. You need Moswall to have that damage to where it's a lot easier for him to just blow something up rather than waiting for 500 health. He can go to 1,000 health and send it, and then have more breathing room on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and that actually kind of builds off of something that I was talking about before we got so, I guess, distracted is the best word for it, where Aurora is this Sylvanas who's really good at being able to set stuff up for the team, especially with the way that they've been able to find these pulls. You need to make sure that your carries are ahead enough that they can follow up, because otherwise Aurora pulls an enemy right on top of them, and that's directly into harm's way. And ideally, Aurora's pulling in a squishy, and that squishy will have the ability to shred away Aurora's health bar if given the opportunity to do so. So we just need to make sure that we have the follow-up when the time comes. Seems like Sunprod. Gonna take a look at Layers.
Okay, I mean, you brought off a little bit more than you could choose, Sunprod, because you've got company with you, but I guess, hey, Snatty's going to back you up, right? And who better to back you up than the big bear as Hydrogen takes down Donut Doug in left side of the map. Snatty's got a lot of damage to follow. Sunprod's about to jump in, brutalize right on Arimikami. Snatty gets the kill, though, over the wall, and Ragnarok as well takes a chop out of Layers, drags him out from under the tower, and a couple swipes to his neck will scratch him up good and grab another kill. Forces out Beads. Aurora gets a pull after the ult, and Beads down for Sunprod. So a good exchange overall for Hydrogen Bomb, especially considering they're going to grab Gold Fury during the midst of it all.
Man, I mean, Hydrogen flies the kill onto Donut Dog, immediately translates it to gold. Moswall's dead again. And what was, oh no, a moment of silence potentially for Donut Dog.
Grab, basics, sickening strike, tail whip. Hydrogen kills Donut Doug. So that stinks. anyways.
Unfortunate. Well, I was going to mention before, by that blue buff fight that we had just earlier, Sunprod had brutalized on top of, it was Remakami, who was next to Layers by that blue buff. Remakami dies. And that means Remakami dies before the Brutalize gets to finish casting. Because if you lock onto somebody with Brutalize and then you kill it before the Brutalize is done, the Brutalize just finishes. You don't get any more damage off. So I thought for a moment maybe Layers was going to be able to use that as their chance to get away from the rest of the damage from Sunprod. But unfortunately, the fact that Fenrir still had the ultimate up, I mean, we have Jotun's Revenge, which means that, you know, every time we're part of a kill, we get cooldowns off of our abilities. And, you know, if there's one thing that Sunprod's going to do, it's going to be kill and fight. It's a very Sunprod coded item that enables him to keep playing aggressive. So Layers just didn't really have a chance to finish getting away. The next part about this Fenrir build that's interesting to me, though, is going to be that Stampede that we see, right? And this is where we see Tank Fenrir, where he kind of operates like a frontliner. But popping Stampede while you have your Ragnarok, I mean, that's a fast wolf to catch up to you and scoop you up into the jaws of death.
Yeah. I mean, run from one point of the map to the other. You know what I mean? Fast old dog. That's a 4.940.
Woof.
You know? Woof.
That's crazy. That's like a Greyhound. Like,
oh!
Goodbye, Donut Doug.
My, no. Yep. Wild Hunt use. Donut Doug, polymorph for a moment. There to follow through with some damage. Good tail whip from Baby Cup. And grabs a pluck right after. We're not finding a second, are we? Aurora's on the run, escaping, but able to get back to the tower. Meanwhile, the gank on the right side. So in goes with Layers. Does he have the damage? It doesn't look like it. The burn is starting to hurt, though. Do you see the ticks?
Yeah, that was quite a bit there. It looks like Snatty is feeling okay about everything so far. Oh my gosh, it really is just 0-9 right now, isn't it? You know, Hydrogen Bomb, again, we have picks where Sunprod's in the driver's seat and they get to kind of dictate the pace of the game. Aurora's dead too. Maybe Moswell can turn this.
Maybe so. Execution not found. Lurking in the
team's
waters.
here.
Couldn't find it. But reinforcements from Single Bind. Mosball takes down Baby Cup. So Aurora says, thank the gods. Am I right? Thank the gods that the gods showed up to help him out. So it's a good play. Gold Fury can't be taken after because it is still down from the first rip. But, I mean, at least you get a bit of farm.
Hey, teamwork or die. Single Bind chose teamwork. Shout outs. And that's really what we need to see from this team. The rotations, the groupings. It feels like Hydrogen Bomb is very, very willing to invest into a gank just for the sake of getting the kill. Where Single Bind is less interested in this unless they feel that maybe they can get something on the map. But you need to match the aggression of Hydrogen Bomb or even surpass it if need be because of the way that this team likes to play. They're so like forward tilt momentum-based gaming that's where they feel their best. And the builds reflect it. I mean, we have 2 Stampedes, one for Sunprod, one for Baby Gup. Like, these guys are really just strictly trying to W key you and run at you. You even have a blink for Baby Gup because they were able to upgrade their shell. So the aggression is full tilt here for Hydrogen Bomb. Luckily, Moswell looks like they're going that Talisman of Purification second slot for this Vulcan. I love that. Because we're respecting not only the Fenrir, but even things like the Pluck or the Root from either Baby Cup or Snatty. Snatty's going to need it here.
Oh my goodness, but Snatty, where are you gonna go? You're under the tower. That's as safe as you can be. Single Bind does not care. Remakami and Layers do not care about tower shots. They're gonna kill you regardless. Aurora seems to be a bit of a rough spot though. One pluck could take him way out of position. No pluck needed. We'll execute you instead. Chasing after Mosball, slow not found, and pluck won't be found either. The turret will body block if he tried to pluck there, so I respect saving it. But check out Sunprod, does have Brutalize, uses it, and immunes the knockup off the meatball, takes the chomp, Talisman of Purification in response, so Mosball won't get snatched up just yet. Layers is around and has a bit of damage to offer, so Sunprod isn't exactly healthy, but at least enough to go back and... Wait, Gold Fury's getting burned that whole time? Hydrogen Bomb are going to get the gold. They have to drop because Donut Doug showed up. It's back down to 2K, and I mean, Hydrogen can't tank it. They have to drop it entirely.
Remakami has that rotation as well. Single Bind are going to try to pick this up, but again, you know, Baby Gup's around the corner, Morton. You have ult.
Okay, it's down. Who's going to take it? Mozball secures. Single Bind just picked up Gold Fury from Hydrogen Bomb, who tried to sneak it, realized they didn't have what it took, dropped it. Single Bind picked it back up and took it.
I mean, Mozball had the damage in their pocket to be able to get that last bit through. Single Bind playing the map very well there. I like to see that, especially because with the way that they've been taking so many deaths, they still need to put their foot down somewhere. I mean, they've already lost a couple of towers on the map, too. And, you know, I keep talking about this Fenrir build as, you know, Aurora is getting plucked and, well...
Yeah, I mean...
Oh,
Scepter buy some space so Doug could show up, but it does save his life. It saves his life. You can't get mad at that.
I wonder if Single Bind has it in them to make some aggressive plays. I mean, we do have the Transcendence the Transcendence Hydra's Lament online for Donut Doug, but we're still really lacking in penetration for this Ullr, so Sobek is not really a target in our mind that we can reliably kill, at least until we find something like a Titan's Bane, well and true, for Donut Doug, or even like a Heartseeker. But without that, it's going to be really hard to actually finish killing the Sobek because they've got an upgraded shell already in the works. Speaking of characters that are going to be hard to kill, Sunprod has finished up their Ancile, which means that Brutalized is now a silence in addition to everything else that it is. And we saw how good this item was last game when Baby Gup built it on the Bacchus, and I feel like everybody who's been playing Smite 2, if you weren't aware of how good this item was, it really is just that good. Premium stats for magical, it's got a lot of health, the active item is really good. So now Sunprod has just a ton of prots, a lot of utility, putting a lot of faith into the rest of their team to get the damage across, but honestly, Fenrir base numbers are so high that it doesn't matter.
So that's a Queen Naga taken by Hydrogen Bomb. Do they want to fight right after? I don't think Single Bind does. Hydrogen Bomb say, yeah, well, we'll just go get Pyro if you don't feel like doing anything. I mean, we'll get more objectives. There's more for us on the map to take. Hydrogen takes that Pyromancer, Runic Bomb, and pocket for Sunprod. So, I think Hydrogen Bomb are fine with what's going on. It's not the highest kill count ever on the scoreboard here at the 16-minute mark. It's 2-10, and Hydrogen Bomb in the lead, but hey, the gold lead is nice, 5K. They've got some objectives under their belt, the Moonstrike Ritual, a couple Runic Bombs. Things are looking on the up and up for Hydrogen Bomb.
They're definitely feeling very comfortable right now, especially when you think of who has the kills. It's Fenrir, it's Sunprod, who stampedes in and picks up Donut Doug.
Wow, and then Doug surely falls here, right? Can't find the jump, barely gets away. Oh. As soon as he jumped, both the crocodile and the wolf were ready to go. That's just part of the food chain, you know?
That's crazy. I mean, that's just nature. That's just how it goes, right? Man versus wild looks like wild won, right? Like, realistically, what are you supposed to do about that? That's good. Donut Doug has the Talisman of Purification for himself, too. So we have a layer of redundancy for our CC immunity for Single Bind. So now I wonder if he meant to get Talisman of Purification, because they took a while before they picked another relic. I almost wonder if that was supposed to be a combat blink, but once you buy that relic upgrade, you can't actually back it up. So that's something I'll be pondering, you know, staring up at the ceiling later tonight as I go to bed. Did Donut Doug mean to do that? I do still like it, though. It's got cooldown on it, which is just good stats, I think, for any character that wants to throw out a bunch of abilities. So for Mozwall and for Donut Doug, you know, being able to have 20 cooldown rate and 7.5% stats from items, I mean, that sees strength, that sees cooldown, it's good stuff.
Beats forced out from Mozwall. It looks like they're going to pounce right onto Baby Gup afterwards. Good damage put onto him, but still barely alive. Meanwhile, picked up, chopped, and then runs right after. Donut Doug is looking to escape here. Wait, oh, put some damage onto Sunprod. Sunprod didn't have the damage for it.
And meanwhile, Single Binder pulling an FG, but I see that Snatty's pulling around that bottom right corner.
I do see him posted up in the back, ready to invade in just a moment. 4 members of Single Bind are going to pounce, but oh my god, the CC's real. A 4-man stun off an RDO? What? And then Snatty cleans up Mozwall from there. Look at Kydon go. Kydon's got the damage to fight this, and Hydrogen Bomb feel very comfortable, but still, they're growing up. They're on the FG. No, they picked up FG. They're taking it. Hydrogen Bomb have a couple members zoning while Fire Giant gets snatched up by Hydrogen. A huge play and Dagger in pocket. for Sunprod. Things just keep getting better.
What? Dude. That 4-man stun from Snatty was next level. And Kaidon immediately had the follow-up there. Single bind that was a Hail Mary of a Fire Giant pull. Calling it gutsy would be the kind way to put it. Like, that was, we get this FG and this is how we equalize, or we lose this FG and now we're, maybe we lose this game, right? Like, oh my goodness.
It's a very nice portrait. I could hang that up and we could hang it up in our bedroom.
I'm putting that on the fridge. There it is. Watch this. Oh, well, that's all right.
Another nice screenshot.
We can hang it on our bedroom news. Yeah. Oh, we'll put that right above the bed. That looks good.
We could look at it. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
The Fire Giant getting burned.
There it is.
4-man
stun. And then you also have the Morgan Le Fay that immediately follows up on the damage there. I mean, wow, dude. What are you supposed to do about that? You get 4-man stunned by an RDO, and it's the one time that our talismans aren't up.
Bear 101. You gotta have beads.
You gotta have beads, Bear 101. Professor Honeyworth, like, this is known information. But yeah. I heard you were going to those remedial classes too. That's good. I was actually really happy to hear about that.
Trying to get my BED. Bear, you get it? Hey, I got a couple news, but there's a fight. Who's got a couple with Snatty? Took out a roar. The bear just took a bite out of the tree. Is that how nature works? I guess I missed that part of the remedial class. Layer's getting ran down under the bird. Snatty does not care. Here's another lesson from Professor Honeyworth. A bear goes where a bear pleases, and Snatty isn't stopping for any bird. But check out Remakami going straight for Kaidon. Tried to get some damage off, but slowed down by Snatty's root, and then forced to jump back under the tower. Yeah, the Vulcan ult was pretty nice, too. Layer says, yeah, let's just jump into it. Let's just fight. I don't know what's going on right now priority-wise. Look at Doug just scrapping up top with Sunprod. He does have dagger in hand. There isn't a... You're not going to back in front of him. Let him go, Sunprod, please. Forcing out all of his relics. Sunprod really wants to do... Oh, he laughed on him. He laughed.
Yeah, this is, a single bind, just we're not able to put it together this game. It really feels like they just didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle, and Hydrogen Bomb is just playing way too hot to be stopped at this point. Like, that's
Layers,
just
make yourself bigger.
There's play dead. No, not like that.
That's the raccoon. That's the wrong animal. You got to make yourself bigger. Take the elixir pot. It makes you bigger. Oh my
God! Pop your Dreamer's Idol. Avatar Parashu.
Make yourself really big, and you'll scare away Snatty. It's the only way you'll win this game. Go get a Parashu right now. Oh.
Oh boy. It's not great. Oh, can you imagine? That would have been heat. The way the Sunprod stopped there, the visual in my head there more was when Michael Jackson does like that and he goes on his toes. That's what Sunprod just did as Fenrir, right as that pole went past. The vine shot past him. He went, ow!
The sixth brother, Fenrir Jackson. That'd be pretty dope.
Oh my God! Wait, no, like Fenrir Jackson.
And on the left side, Donut Doug is gonna go see Michael Jackson here in a moment. He's gonna be pieced up here. Sickening strike, man. This game is chopped. This game is chopped, man.
No bueno.
Hydrogen Bomb. Just playing with their food.
Yeah, that's crazy. Dude, Fenrir Jackson is a heater skin idea. There's got to be more here. Wait, could Snatty die?
Bear 101. Hey, make yourself bigger. That's a lot of people. They surely got to be bigger, right? Mosball jukes the ult. Or no, Mosball just hit.
Oh, good pull!
The grab was so good. Finally, the bear falls. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that was a good pull.
Ending the game? No, he's not. Okay.
Nah.
As you were.
Shout out Layers. Murakami dashes away. I'm glad you noticed that though. I didn't even see Hydro back there. He's not playing these games.
About it. 100% Hydrogen Bomb would have tried to end that game while this was happening unless somebody had backed from single blind. That's just kind of the demon time that they're on at this point. I mean,
hey, you see him? He's practicing shots there. He's out. That's Rebekami on his team. Where were you this morning at 4 a.m. Muse? Where were you? I'll tell you where Aurora was. He's at the gym, 4 in the morning, just getting reps in jungle practice, just pulling totems, making sure he's ready for today. That's the Aurora we know and love.
That's crazy. You know, if Hydrogen Bomb screws around too much here, they could technically lose if they just throw a team fight.
I guess so. I mean, it'd take a pretty wild throw. It'd take a Tom Brady arm to throw that hard, but Hydro cleans up Aurora. Wild Hunt doesn't connect, I don't think. Mozball ults out, but again, that doesn't hit either. It seems like Single Bind are just a bit off their game. Brutalize forces away Aegis from Mozball, and down Aurora and low health members across the board for everyone else. Crazy from Hydrogen. They're going for FG.
TS Crete?
Arrows bow?
Where? Who? Hydrogen? What?
Hydrogen? Look,
what are we doing? All right, so we are for those of you that are watching, unless I get a DM from a pro player correcting me, this is not tech that's trolling. That's I'm not a believer. I don't believe this. That's not real. This is, I mean, I guess whatever, man. Oh, Moswell's dead.
A bear does what
whatever.
A bear pleases.
I like the Fenrir build, by the way. Mantle and Sunder. These are good builds from like Sunprod here. You can take a screenshot of this and copy a lot of this for your ranked gameplay because there is good stuff happening here, even though it's a little bit of a wallop from Hydrogen Bomb, but it's Bear 101.
Well, another pull. Aurora's just hitting by. There's nothing that fruitions out of hitting the pull like that. We're just practicing, yeah. Just hit some practice. Hydro gets another kill. This game was over 10 minutes ago, so I'm sorry if I don't sound so excited, but Hydrogen is just getting more kills. The stat padding, honestly, a triple for Hydro. The game falls here. Throw the bombs out. Arrow's bow is crazy. Muse, look at where we're at here. I mean, this is Smite Prime, baby. The Prime at its finest. Oh, man.
It's a quadra kill for Hydro, by the way. That's crazy. Well, I mean...
Oh, my God.
It was a really good game one. And
it's great.
A decent game two. Oh,
why are
wonderful
you leaning like that?
Because I'm stressed out. That's why, right? Like I'm sitting here. I got my wall right here, so I can lean on me. When single band's not strong,
oh man,
I'll be
that's
there,
good.
friend. Like I'm still thinking about Fenrir Jackson. Who do we talk to for Fenrir Jackson? Like I want to see Fenrir
Jackson.
with the glittery paw, and then he's got the
glittery paw,
like the hat,
the Iceman.
Yeah, I know.
It's not even the same thing.
That's crazy.
This is great. This is a great cast. Look, the Sunprod. I'll tell you what. I don't. When's the last time we seen Fenrir either? Oh no,
it's been a minute. He's not bad though. He's just really conditional. Like I don't think Fenrir can play against RDO too well because the cripple field like turns off like 3 or 2 of his abilities, so it's just really hard. But if you need that stun is insane. Yeah, now we get to see it. Oh my god, man! Like I really feel like we might start shifting more towards the tank jungle meta, and this is mostly informed by like what's good right now because your good junglers are the ones that are junglers that are dealing like a crazy insane amount of damage or taking 0 damage, right? I'm thinking about like Mordred, I'm thinking about this tank Fenrir. I'm kind of wondering if Odin has a chance to get back into things, but like maybe not. You know, some testing to be seen there. This was just Hydrogen Bomb playing a good game of Smite 2, and I think Sickle Blind just didn't really get a chance to do anything they wanted to do. It started in game 2. Donut Dog got left alone on an island. Just nobody came to help him. Now in game 3, everybody got left alone on an island. The call was coming from inside the house. Like, I don't know. It was just not ideal for this team. I mean, Hydrogen Bomb, though, it's the video of the guy that's like slamming his keyboard. He's clicking the key like do 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 do. He's like sweating really hard. That's single bind.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Hydrogen Bomb is like big where we used to be. Like that is, and it's exactly what that was. There is no good way to sugarcoat it. I don't know. Hydrogen Bomb just popped off, and single bind just decided that they wanted to lose today, and that's kind of the harsh reality of it.
Sometimes you want to lose.
You're gonna have off days. You're gonna have off sets. That's just how it goes. I know the single bind team is good though. Like I know that they are not that set because we've seen them put BTA on a lot of other really good teams. They just had an off day today. That's all that was.
Yeah, because this is a team that won last month's circuit. You know what I mean? That was last month's
good
circuit.
Team.
A great team. This is just, you have an off week. The good thing is, now, I can't quote you 100% sure and tell you, but I'm relatively positive they're in the closed bracket tomorrow. I'm 99% sure they'll be a part of, or not tomorrow, next week. I don't know why I said tomorrow. Tomorrow's a whole other thing.
Oh my gosh.
Next Saturday. They're going to be part of the closed bracket. So as long as you take the next week, get some scrims in, let's lock in. You know what I mean? I think they've got a very good shot at winning the thing all over again. You know what I mean? So let's, just be for real with me. I think that this is still a really talented team. It's just, game was over. It's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's either their second seed right now or they were second seed at the start of today. So, at some point there are going to be some sets where you're just like, let's not think about it too hard. Let's just cut our losses. It is what it is. It is what it is. We're just going to hit the scrims. We're going to go at it again. Right. So I definitely, I don't know, for all the laughing and the giggling and the fun that we like to have, between the booths, especially Mort and I, like, really can't be stated enough that I still have a lot of faith in this single bind team. Like, I don't know, Layers is a goat. We just didn't get a chance to see the goat frolic.
We got some faith in other teams as well. We can check them out on the bracket. And a couple to note here. Hostile Takeover, which did win that third place match. Butt Lovers, which showed up in a big way out of nowhere. I mean, I recognize some of the names and like Inferno, but I feel like that team was kind of a shocker. You know what I mean? That they just kind of came in and started taking apart some of these teams that we considered some of the top dogs. You know what I mean? So they're just kind of here. So, yeah, I think Hostile Takeover, also the Gospel of John. You know what? They might have lost a little early, all things considered, but Gospel of John still has a lot of really good players, too.
Yeah, no, I think next week is going to be really exciting, Mort.
And Rising, why is it so exciting? What is going on next week that makes next week so gosh darn exciting? Well, one, it's the closed bracket. The top 8 teams from the past couple weeks, including today, will get a chance to fight over the prizing of the grand 5,000 bones, $5,000 that goes to the winning team. And wow, that is a whole lot of dinero. Am I right, Muse?
Yeah, that's quite a bit. There's so much there to take away from, to enjoy. You spend that on some Smite skins. I can think of a handful of Smite skins that are hot on the market right now. Very popular. Very good. Very, there's a lot, I think if you know, and maybe if you don't, well, hey, you'll find out. It's really... we take away from at the end of the day there. But I think we do a really competitive bracket going into week 4. I think Butt Lovers still being top 4. That's what I expect. I think Butt Lovers is going to be a top 4 team for a bit at least. And there's still quite a bit to see from some of the lower seeded teams to come back up and have their moment.
So, this is the grand prize, $5,000. Loop back to this. This is what the top team next Saturday at noon Eastern will be winning. It starts right here on Smite Game and Smite Prime Twitch or Smite Prime YouTube or the TikTok. No, I don't think we do TikTok. But, you can check it out wherever you can. You find out who is going to take it all. And that's not it. That's not everything. There's also something happening tomorrow, an EU Conquest tournament. It's just like, the tournaments that we have, but instead of NA servers, it's for our EU friends, but it's going to be at 9 a.m. Eastern. So hopefully if you're here in the States, you're an early bird. If you're not in the States, well, whatever time it is where you're at, hopefully you're there. 9 a.m. Eastern time. for a one-day EU Conquest tournament for our European friends across the pond. But Muse, thank you for joining me here in the booth today. It's been a blast. It's always a pleasure with you, my good friend. Shout out to Jithins and everybody else with Smite Prime for making this whole thing happen. Most importantly, thank you to every single viewer who tuned in for this incredible broadcast today. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Don't miss it.